This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Please take your seats. Members, Ms Nicola Mullen has been given leave to make a statement on the death of Austin Curry, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so All members will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I do remind members that interventions are not permitted and no points of order are taken on this or any other matter until the item of business is finished. And I call Ms Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I begin today by offering my condolences on behalf of the SDLP to Austin Curry's family, his wife Anita, his children Estelle, Katrina, Dalta, Austin and Emer. For a man who achieved so much during his life and who contributed to peace in our place so much, I know nothing surpassed the pride and love he had for his family. Austin Curry was the definition of a radical. Growing up in Tyrone, he saw the impact of systemic discrimination in working-class communities, and particularly against Catholics. People were forced to live cheek by jowl in overcrowded housing. Getting a good education was an uphill struggle. The best paid jobs were strictly off limits, and the corrosive impact of poverty was ingrained in everyday life. Like many of his generation, Austin refused to stand by and accept that this was as good as it got for the people he grew up with. He became a powerful symbol in the peaceful civil rights movement, standing against the corruption of housing allocation and standing for the equality for everyone, regardless of their political or religious background. The Culloden Squat, which became a defining moment in our history, is an example of the courage that characterised Austin. He, Patsy Gildernew and Joe Campbell took a shovel to the window of that house, and it was a hammer blow to the oppressive scaffolding of discrimination that defined the state at that time. In the tradition of civil rights activists like the late Congressman John Lewis, Austin never stopped trying to find ways to get into good trouble. He also knew in 1968 that protesting was not going to be enough. We must all work every single day against injustice, intolerance, discrimination and unfairness if we want change in our society. Austin's life is a testament to the political creed that the people of this island are better served when we set aside our differences and work together in our common interests. A member of the power-sharing executive at Sunningdale, Austin also retains the distinction of being the only minister to serve in government north and south. He understood the need to exercise power in the interests of the people we represent, and he recognised that that is the only way to achieve lasting change, and that is his most enduring legacy. Like many civil rights leaders, Austin and his family paid a high cost for their bravery. His house was regularly attacked, and in one incident, his wife Anita was subjected to a horrific assault. Despite this ordeal, his commitment to peace, standing up for what is right, never wavered. He was not deterred. His contribution to politics right across our island will never be forgotten. When things got difficult, he stuck it out, stayed the course, and changed people's lives for the better.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd.
I, on behalf of Sinn Féin, would like to express my condolences to the family, friends and colleagues, and of course the SDLP members of this Assembly following the death of Austin Curry. Austin will be remembered for his lifelong contribution to the civil rights movement and to politics across the island of Ireland over many, many years. As has been stated, he was a leading figure in the early civil rights protests, including the famous house squat at Culloden, alongside the family of my colleague here, Colin Gillinew. That protest brought international attention to state-sponsored discrimination and was a turning point and become a touchstone moment in the civil rights movement, marking the beginning of the then Orange State. He was, of course, a Nationalist Party MP and has been stated a founding member of the SDLP before later joining Fine Gael and becoming the only person to hold ministerial offices north and south. In later life, he continued to speak out about the disastrous impact of partition on our island and our people. And as is the nature of politics, there may have many things I would have disagreed with Austin on, but today I want to recognise his contribution to politics and to public life. My thoughts and condolences, and that of my party, are with his family and colleagues at this sad and difficult time.
Thank you. And I call Evan Poots.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Austin Curry was a remarkable politician. First and foremost, he was a very able politician. So that was demonstrated by the fact that he was a minister in both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. He's a very articulate politician. You only had to listen to Austin Curry on the radio, and he spoke with great clarity and could express his position remarkably well. He's also a very affable politician. So in spite of the fact that my father and Austin Curry came from very much opposite ends of the spectrum on many issues, they had a very good relationship outside of the chamber here. So very hostile debates took place in that 1973 assembly, very hard-hitting, but beyond the chamber, Austin Curry was an affable man. Perhaps it was the fact that they both came from similar backgrounds, in that many people wish to portray perhaps a system was advantaged one group of people over another, but in fact, the group that my father came from was a hugely disadvantaged group, and the representation of many people who lived up in those two up, two down houses with the cockroaches crawling up the walls on the outside toilets made no difference, irrespective of whether it was on the Shankle Road, the Falls Road, or anywhere else. And we appreciate that much has been done over the years to ensure that the values of representation of ordinary working people out there is something that has come to the fore and should be at the fore of everything that we do. I think that would be a great legacy for Austin Curry and for others, politicians of that generation, that we continue to ensure that everybody, irrespective of their background, their class, their faith, creed, whatever else, gets a fair crack of the whip.
Thank you. And I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to pay our condolences on the passing of Mr. Austin Curry. I didn't know Austin Curry, but you only had to take a passing interest in Northern Ireland politics to realise the impact that he had on local politics, not least as a committed civil rights activist and one of the founding members of the SDLP. His influence was not confined to Northern Irish politics, though. Almost uniquely, he was elected on both sides of the border to both Stormont and the Dáil, and served as a minister in both legislatures, which was indeed quite the achievement. He will long be remembered for his role in the late 60s in the civil rights movement and the SDLP, and indeed with Fianna Gael. And Austin Curry was, as has been mentioned, a man of courage, and he often bore the brunt of that himself and indeed his family. But we in the Ulster Unionist Party will also remember, as will others, his very powerful words in his strong and welcome condemnation of the IRA following the murder of former Ulster Unionist politician and Stormont Speaker Sir Norman Strong and his son in 1981. Austin Curry was clearly a man of peace who rejected violence and murder and didn't mince his words when he compared the character of the murdered Strongs and their cowardly killers. My thoughts and the thoughts of the Ulster Unionist Party today are with Austin Curry, his family, his friends and the wider SDLP colleagues.
Thank you. And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Alliance Party, I offer my sincere and profound condolences both to Austin's family, friends and also his party colleagues. I didn't know Austin Curry personally, but what I did know is that when I read his autobiography, All Hell Will Break Loose, of a man of immense courage, a man who led the Northern Ireland civil rights movement alongside others, starting with squatting of the House in Caledon, which Nicola Mallon has outlined. And some people say to me, why does the Housing Executive exist? Why does a points-based allocation system exist? And things like that is what evokes memories of the case for change and why we needed to transform Northern Ireland to a more equal place. Austin was elected to this place in the old Stormont Parliament, I understand at the age of 24, which makes me feel much, much older, but he really was a trailblazer in his time and set up alongside others the SDLP in 1970. As others said, he won a seat for Fine Gael and served in both the Irish Parliament and also in government, having the claim to have served in both parts of Ireland as government minister, including in the Power Sharing Executive of 1974 as Minister for Housing, Local Government and Planning, and also in the South. Austin Curry will, for me, be remembered for his fearless and immense courage and a giant of the civil rights movement. And hearing the news of his passing and reading up in the newspapers over the weekend of the funeral, it did remind me of the 50th anniversary of the civil rights movement and what occurred in the Guildhall in 2018, and I was very honoured and privileged to be at that event. And it makes me recall that so many of those giants in our history are gone. Ivan Cooper, who was at that event, is no longer with us. John Hume is no longer with us. But at the end of that event, what was sung was a very powerful tune, which I think still resonates today in terms of the challenges we face as a society, and it's "We Shall Overcome." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Colm Gildernew.
And I would like to acknowledge the long connection between my own family and Austin in relation to the Caledon squad. And it's a little-known historical fact that the eviction of Austin and my Uncle Patsy and Joe Campbell from the house was actually on the day following what had been the original eviction of my grandmother, my mother, who was expecting me at the time, and my godmother, Mary Theresa, who had been seeking the house which was allocated to a single Protestant girl. And the squatting, the event at which Austin and Patsy and Joe Campbell were evicted attracted significant media interest and was in support of the family in that first violent eviction. And the first eviction that took place, the family were actually dragged out by the heels. The three women and another man, Edmund Burke, were dragged out from the house by the heels after the furniture had been smashed in front of them. They were dragged through the remains of the furniture. So I would like to acknowledge Austin in that sense, and also to extend my condolences to his family and to his party today on his sad loss.
Thank you. And I call Pat McGlone.
Guramagat Kion Corlia, I guess Guramagat as Lash Canada as Sucht and Ratches Horus or Gordon. You. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy Leader of our party for bringing this matter before us here today. Austin was a very courageous founder member of the Civil Rights Movement. That was civil rights for all, an end to injustice against everyone, and that's what he was deeply committed to. A later founder of the SDLP. I watched over the weekend some of the online clips. As some could argue, only he could have articulated strongly and clearly that dedication and commitment to non-violence, that speaking out against all violence, be it loyalist violence, and that loyalist violence was inflicted on his family in a deeply sectarian way against his wife on one occasion. Numerous attacks on their home. He spoke out against the violence of the Provisional IRA and others. He spoke out strongly against the state violence. And indeed, those clips, again, said to me, that's the man who had a compass for the political direction that we should all be going. I speak here today, and my sincerest commiserations to his wife Anita, to Estelle, Katrina, Dwalta, Ostin Og, agus Emer. My Covron Livalig, my sincerest sympathies to you and the extended Curry family, of whom there are many still living within the East Tyrone area. As you listen to the passion with which Austin delivered his thoughts, his dedication, his commitment to a new Ireland, it was one of respect, one of reconciliation, and one of unity of all our people. That legacy that he has left us is for us to fulfil. Arish Machovron Leishan Charlach, my sincerest sympathies with the family, and his passing is for us truly a focal point, as it was that of we've lost legends from within our party. John Hume, Seamus Mallon, Pat Hume, indeed a legacy in herself, and my close friend John Dallett over this last couple of years. They have passed to us the mantle. It's for us within the SDLP and others to carry forward as we build towards that new Ireland, which was crucial and pivotal and indeed instrumental in being the directional point for Austin and others. Guramagat Akion Corlia.
Guramagat, thank you, Mr McGlone. And I call Jim Allister.
I readily join in expressing condolences to the Curry family and indeed to his political family, the SDLP. He clearly was a very cherished leader from times past within that party, and one to which they continue to look up and from whom they draw inspiration. I never knew or met Austin Currie, but it's clear that he was a conviction politician and indeed a politician of action. But one thing that stands out from him in my mind is that no matter how strong his conviction, no matter how strong his sense of grievance, he did not sully those convictions by endorsing or supporting violence. And he recognised that political change properly comes through campaigning and democratic means. And therefore, unlike others, he did not resort to the hideous campaign of violence nor support it that was reaped upon this province so needlessly by the Provisional IRA and others. And I think that will be part of his legacy. But today, I join in the tributes and condolences to his family. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the SDLP, I too rise to pay tribute to our dear friend and colleague, Austin Currie, and also to offer our deepest condolences to his wife, Anita, daughter Estelle, Katrina, Dualta, Austin and Emer. Like Pat Hume was to John, Anita was Austin's rock. They were inseparable and journeyed through life together, side by side, taking on the challenges that faced them each and every day. Austin Currie was ferociously decent, a powerhouse of conviction, a man who stood strongly for each and every person in his community, in our community. He was a giant amongst politicians of the time, respected and admired from right across the island of Ireland for his tremendous work on battling hard for equality, social justice and civil rights. Austin was first elected for the Nationalist Party in East Tyrone, where he stood up against the great injustice facing Catholics and others with the allocation of social housing. This sparked a sit-in occupation in Caledon in 1968, which ultimately ignited the civil rights movement. Austin was vehemently and wholeheartedly opposed to violence and was a strict advocate of protest fully and only by peaceful means. There was no surprise that along with John Hume, Ivan Cooper, Paddy Devlin, Paddy O'Hanlon, Jerry Fitt and many others, they came together to form the SDLP in 1970. Austin was a fierce advocate for equality, a proud Tyrone man. He wanted an end to discriminatory practices facing Catholics. He believed that everyone should be treated equally and was completely right in that view. But it wasn't always easy for Austin and his peers, who were all young leaders of the civil rights movement. He was a very young elected representative, and at that time it was and now today it's very easy for many to take power sharing, democracy and equality for granted in certain aspects. But it was all hard won, and that battle still continues. It wasn't easy for Austin's family either. Since his death at the weekend and during his funeral, it was a sore reminder to hear firsthand the accounts of the attacks, assaults, threats and abuse directed at Austin and his family by both Loyalists and Republicans alike. To overcome this for the greater good of peace needed significant levels of personal sacrifice and conviction, and nonetheless by his own wife Anita, who suffered incredible difficult attacks during that time. His family suffered for over 30 years as a result, just because he stood up for what was right. Austin went on to represent East Tyrone as MP until 1972, heavily involved in the early iterations of power sharing in the north through the 1970s and 80s, and then moved south, was elected as TD for Dublin West in 1989, was appointed Minister for State for Children, and even stood for Irish presidency in 1990. He has a long-lasting legacy from his beginnings in Tyrone to being a part of the government in Dublin. He was ultimately a peacemaker who helped forge a path from a divided society to a reconciled and shared future for us all. It's clear that Austin Curry has had an instrumental impact on Irish politics, both sides of the border, which is evidenced from the many tributes paid to him over recent days. I'd finish on this, Mr. Speaker. His daughter stood at the funeral and thanked everyone for their attendance, but said that Daddy reached the great old age of 82. He died peacefully in his sleep in his own bed, but he never stopped thinking about the people who didn't. She named strongly Columba McVeigh, who was killed by the IRA in 1975 and still laying somewhere far away from home. And in her call, as she paid tribute to her father, she asked that that family receive those remains and that they can lay their loved one to peace. I would like to offer my condolences on behalf of the party to the family, and may Austin rest in peace, and we thank him for his contribution to this island.
Thank you, and I would extend my own personal condolences to Anita and her family, and to the colleagues of Austin in the SDLP and later in Fine Gael. All are rightly proud of his work and his contribution over a long period of time and struggle. That ends the matter of the day. Thank you, members. First item on the order paper is members' statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded that statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions are not permitted, and I will take no points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Carol Killen.
I'd like to make a statement on the crisis in our health and social care system, but primarily this afternoon I want to focus on social care. Our social care system is well and truly broken, and it's estimated that there's over 1,600 people waiting for a package of care after being assessed as needed to help them recover from illness and live safely in their homes. So care packages, what are they? They involve preparing meals, giving medication and helping with intimate personal care. And many people, even throughout the pandemic, have lost access not only to daycare but also respite places, not only putting additional burdens on unpaid carers but indeed the whole social care system. The domiciliary care workers who deliver the packages, particularly living and working in rural communities, face additional hardship. Social care is community care. It's care at home. It's personal, it's vital, and I've never seen the pressure that our system has been under as it is today. I believe the Department must undertake and publish a report into the true cost of social care, and the workforce, particularly in social care, has continued to be, in my opinion, the afterthought. So, and give an example of that, all we'll have to do is look at the COVID recognition payment, £500, 8 months after announced, we're still asking where it is. We received a briefing from officials on Thursday who tried to assure us that that payment would be made before Christmas. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm not confident. I want to see social care and the people working with them have been paid a living wage. I want to see clear career paths, and I want to see better joined-up approach. The Minister said that he will bring forward his proposals to reform social care. I urge him to do so. Workforce planning and the lack of it is at the heart of every problem we have in health, and it's more evident as we see it today in social care. I actually heard speculation in the media this morning saying that this wasn't just for the Minister, it was for the entire Executive. Respectfully, I disagree. The entire Executive has agreed to support health with additional funds. The entire Executive can't deliver health and social care as well for the Minister. I believe it's his problem, it's our problem, but he needs to fix it. And one of the ways he needs to do this is certainly looking at the health summit that he's been causing, but look at the crisis in care. People have remained in accident and emergency because they can't get out, can't get a bed, and for those who get a bed, can't get home because of lack of care packages. This is a crisis point, and I believe the Minister, as a matter of urgency, needs to bring forward his plans to the House and how it's going to be addressed. Gormagov.
Thank you, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remembrance Sunday is a very poignant day for many people in our society. It's a chance to reflect and remember the sacrifice of so many across not only this country, but indeed across the world. And it took on an extra emphasis yesterday as the Royal British Legion marked its centenary year. A remarkable achievement for an organisation founded by Field Marshal the First Earl Haig, with over 2,500 branches across the United Kingdom. The charity provides both financial, social and emotional support to veterans and their families. And I know for many that they're indebted to the service of the Royal British Legion and its volunteers to our community. The Royal British Legion have taken on the role as guardians of remembrance. And for many, as we see, sadly, that World War II generation now moving on, there is now a time for active acts of remembrance in our more modern day conflicts, where we have veterans to this day who are still suffering from the trauma and indeed the aftermaths of war. And it's through the help and support of the Royal British Legion that they get that support. But I'd also like to put on record that it is also, to this very date yesterday, the 100th anniversary of the Poppy Appeal. The first Poppy Appeal began in November 1921, when the symbol of the poppy was taken on as the mark of remembrance, not only here, but indeed recognised across the world. And such an impact it has had, raising millions for veterans and their families as they cope with the aftermaths of war. And I think any member across this House should be able to reflect upon a volunteer, one of the 40,000 volunteers across the United Kingdom that have sold poppies on our streets to support our veterans community. I can think of some very poignant ones in my own constituency, whether that be in Portadown, in Lurgan, Banbridge or further afield. We owe so much to these volunteers that have helped be guardians not only of remembrance but also support our veteran community through what is a very difficult time. So I want to say, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Royal British Legion for their steadfast support for the veterans in this country and indeed those volunteers. And it is through them that we remember and we will ensure that the memory of those that have gone before us will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to talk about the unprecedented levels of housing stress that there is in South Down. On a day in which we are rightly remembering the forefather of the civil rights struggle and the champion of non-violence, Austin Curry, it is important to remember that it was the need for adequate housing and a fair housing allocation that were among the groundwork that led for the civil rights campaign in the North. There is a fundamental human right to have an adequate standard of living. Yet in South Down we currently have 2,117 people on a housing waiting list and 1,606 in housing stress. And what does this stress look like? Well, I think about one family in my constituency that were asked to leave their home due to intimidation. They were able to get emergency housing, but they ended up in the emergency accommodation for over a year. That totally affected the family's day-to-day life, affected the children's school travel, and resulted in a family wondering were they actually better off in the home where they were intimidated out of. It was, after all, their home. There is a cost to this process that goes beyond the human story, and there is a highly significant cost. At the end of last year, the Housing Executive had spent over £26 million on temporary accommodation in the previous 5 years. That is not a situation that the Housing Executive should be in. And further to that, for those people forced to stay in hostels and hotels as a means of temporary accommodation, as of last year, the longest length of time somebody stayed from my constituency in a hostel was 477 days, and the average across the north was 244. However, in South Down, we have 1,480 vacant properties. With 1,606 in housing stress, 1,480 vacant properties, there is something that is just not adding up. So how can the Communities Minister stand over this? We have a serious problem in our society and we need a serious programme of activity to address it, not just tweaking around the edges. Just last week there was a housing conference in South Down What a message it would have sent had the Communities Minister turned up to be a part of the sharing of ideas and how we address this. The Communities Minister has said that she is carrying out the most radical shake-up of the sector in over 50 years, yet the only outworking that I have seen is an exemption from the Housing Executive from corporation tax. Sinn Féin really seem to be fond of criticising the housing need in one part of this island while presiding over housing distress in this part, and the two faces are glaring. Personally, I think the Housing Executive, our housing associations and most importantly our citizens deserve better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to make a declaration as a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and I'm the lead for our response to the climate emergency and to COP26. Mr. Speaker, Saturday resulted in the latest COP declaration, one where expectations had been raised, but regrettably at the last, commitments to the most polluting of fuels, coal, has been shifted to being phased out from energy production and instead has been downgraded, regrettably again, to an aspiration. This has been the headline. However, we should not forget what has been achieved and that the goal of achieving temperature rises of no more than 1.5 degrees is still just alive. Those of us who attended COP26 were, I hope, struck by two things. The first was a global acceptance that we are in a climate emergency. Even visiting the Chinese, American, Saudi and Russian delegations showed that. Secondly, that there is a willingness to try. Despite the backsliding from India and China, that there is no doubt there is now an impetus on the world's accelerating move towards zero net carbon and to make substantial changes. Changes, Mr. Speaker, within the next decade. This raises a real question for us here. And when are we going to get our act together? Or should I say, acts together? We can hardly criticise China, India and Russia and Saudi Arabia if we can't even agree a single climate change bill here in this Assembly. And as iterated by my party leader, we urge both the DAERA Minister and the Leader of the Green Party to use the good auspices and the good parties of Lord Debenham to come up with a compromise bill in the short time that this Assembly has left, both in legislative time and indeed to start tackling the very real crisis of the climate emergency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week is Transgender Awareness Week, and I would like to take this opportunity to shine a light on how our healthcare system is letting down trans people in our society. Gender-affirming healthcare for adults is provided by the Brackenburn Clinic here, which I've had the privilege of visiting. There are some really remarkable professionals working there, and we are lucky to have them in Northern Ireland. However, for the 2 years between 2018 and 2020, the Gender Identity Clinic did not take on any new patients, and the waiting lists are now extensive, with almost 500 people needing access to healthcare. It is appalling that some have had to wait as long as 4 years for their first appointment. As I've emphasised many times in this chamber, we do not have a healthcare system that is free at the point of access when these huge waiting lists are acting as a barrier to patients. Transgender NI has highlighted that many trans people are turning to the private sector, usually at great cost. Those who cannot afford private care often self-medicate with hormonal therapies acquired from unregulated sources and without any medical oversight. Transgender NI also promotes community and sexual health-based models of gender-affirming care, as opposed to the outdated psychiatric and psychosocial standards of care used throughout the UK. By changing our approach to trans health care, we can begin to get on top of waiting lists, as these psychiatric assessments are excessive and time-consuming. We need to reassess how we can best provide care to our trans community. A review of the Gender Identity Service was due to be completed this autumn. The Minister has said that a key test for the new model will be whether it is able to offer timely care and support for patients. To achieve this, I would strongly encourage him to address criticisms that there has been a lack of co-design in this review and engagement from his department. Going forward, it is essential that those with lived experience are included, their views are taken into account, and that gender incongruence is treated as a sexual health condition as per global best practice. I would like to conclude by thanking Transgender NI, the Focus Trust, the Rainbow Project and others for all their work in advocating on behalf of the trans community. Clearly, there is far more work that needs to be done to ensure trans people have equal and adequate access to healthcare here, and I call on the Health Minister to take the urgent action required for the good health of our trans community. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Jim Allister.
Over the weekend, we've seen an increase in the hysteria and over the threat that the United Kingdom might dare to implement a portion of the protocol, namely Article 16. Now, weak and inadequate as it is, Article 16 is not some foreign instrument. It's an integral part of the protocol. And therefore, the apoplectic response to the fact that the United Kingdom might dare to implement that particular part of the protocol is totally out of kilter with the enthusiasm for the same people for rigorous implementation. I can understand why nationalist and Republican fanatics for the protocol are disconcerted by the fact that Article 16 might be triggered. And of course, remember, Article 16 exists so that if there is diversion of trade, and there most certainly has been, and it is that, of course, which the supporters of the protocol want, because they see that as weakening, dismantling, diminishing the links with Great Britain. But the very essence of that, the diversion of trade, is a ground for Article 16. At the same time, in the past few days, we had the EU Deputy Chief Commissioner saying that he was going to work round the clock to find solutions. The problem is he's only interested in solutions on EU terms. He's not interested in solutions that would restore the integrity and the sovereignty of the United Kingdom. The 4 non-papers that they publish make it very clear that all they're interested is in tinkering. So I want to repeat the message very clear that mere tinkering will not do it. That the test in this is the EU willing and prepared to give up its ill-gotten sovereignty over this part of the United Kingdom, because if it is not, then there cannot be a settlement. The test, from my perspective, and I believe most unionists, is, at the end of this, are we still in a foreign single market for goods, subject to a foreign customs code, a foreign VAT regime, overseen by foreign laws, and a foreign court? And if we are, then there has been no solution to the protocol issue. The protocol has to go in all its parts.
Thank you, and I call Keith Archibald.
Last week we heard the latest in a long line of announcements from gas and electricity providers of rising prices. A further 38% increase in Firmus's 10 towns area, which followed on from a 35% increase only 2 months ago. These rising prices, along with the rising cost of food, fuel and heating oil, are really starting to bite for many families. The rising prices are also hitting businesses who are seeing huge increases in their energy costs, along with other costs, which could put jobs at risk. Understandably, there are calls for the Executive to intervene and to support struggling families and businesses, and certainly with any resources available, any intervention that can be made should be. But we need to be honest too about the scale of the current increases. They are huge and global in nature, and unfortunately in the recent British budget there was nothing that indicated that the British government recognised the scale of this crisis. So far only the Household Support Fund has been put in place, from which the Executive gets just £13.7 million, which compares with £44 million in COVID funding last year that was directed towards the one-off fuel payment to households in receipt of certain benefits. Gas prices are now 5 times higher than they were last year. Universal credit has since been slashed, furlough has ended, and national insurance contributions will rise from April. A lot more households, and not just those in receipt of benefits, will be struggling. So while other governments have taken action in recognition of the energy cost crisis, In Spain and Italy, VAT has been cut. In Germany, an energy surcharge has been slashed. And in Portugal, a windfall tax has been put in place on energy generators. Nothing of that nature yet from the British Government. Conor Murphy, as Finance Minister, has written to the British Treasury urging it to cut VAT on energy bills, which would immediately see a reduction in household bills of 5%. This would be a start. But we need to see the British Government get to grips with the scale of this crisis. Financial intervention, as we've seen with the pandemic, is about political will. We need to see action now to support struggling families and to help businesses protect jobs.
Thank you, and I call Paul Fruit.
Speaker, and I rise in my place today in appreciation of probably, in fact I know for a fact, the greatest Northern Ireland footballer of our generation, and probably within the greatest all-time team that Northern Ireland has produced in its history, that being the super player Stephen Davis from my own constituency of Collybaggy. This man has graced our football pitches for many a year, and I have enjoyed him as I have grown, and so have my children. And it's a remarkable occasion when we can share in that joy together as a family and watch Stephen Davis grace Windsor Park and anywhere else for that matter. I'm incentivised to rise on my feet today, Mr. Speaker, because there's this going round on our media that Stephen Davis is to retire. Well, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and this House, that there are many games left in the legs of Stephen Davis if he so chooses to play on, and every one of the Green and White Army will support him in that decision. I hope, and so does my family hope, that we will see Stephen Davis play football at Windsor Park and anywhere else Northern Ireland plays for many years yet, and many games yet. So I would encourage Stephen to continue on. He has the backing of us all in saying that he has been the greatest Northern Ireland player of our lifetime, and most certainly one of the greats. And we will miss him when he retires, but not yet, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just confirming that the urgent oral in relation to health wasn't taken because I wanted to speak about the situation in the Southern Trust last night, and particularly in Craigavon Area Hospital. And I was asked today by an interviewer about, did the service collapse last night in Craigavon? Well, if what does collapse look like? If what we saw last night was an image of at the brink of collapse, we saw where the appeals came out for people not to come to ED if they needed help other than for absolutely dire emergencies, not to call ambulances, and a call out for any staff that could come back into work. And I've spoken to staff over recent weeks and months, and they're all physically and emotionally exhausted. And I must say, I'm shocked, as are many, I'm sure, members of the public, that this executive isn't meeting today to discuss the crisis in our health service. What happened last night in Craigavon happened only weeks ago in one of our other hospitals and will be happening like a domino effect, I've no doubt, unless we get a grip of what's going on with our health service. And of course, COVID and the impact of COVID of itself and the number of people who continue to be unvaccinated, as the Health Minister told us only a week or so ago, that they're 15 times more likely to require a hospital bed if you're unvaccinated. It's not just that. It has been the dire underfunding and the lack of strategic workforce planning that we have had to endure over the last number of years. And I know some may well try to place all the blame on the Health Minister, and that cannot be sustainable. The two big parties, Sinn Féin and the DUP, have controlled the finance strings of this executive for the past 15 years. And so if we are to fix with the crisis in our health service and indeed in our social care system, then we must be honest about what the health service needs and have a strategy in place that does not fall on the shoulders of the Health Minister alone, but on the Executive and in particular on the two joint First Ministers and indeed the Finance Minister.
Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to express mine and also my party's deep concern in the outcome of COP26. After 2 weeks of negotiations, the Glasgow Climate Pact, with all its restrained and diplomatic language, is, Mr Speaker, weak and insufficient. COP26 has been yet another missed opportunity, and we now face a fight for survival. Put simply, it's a cop-out. While some progress was made at the climate conference, the commitments fall well short of what is required to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. New projections from the Climate Action Tracker show that even with all the COP26 pledges being met, the planet is on track to warm between 2.1 and 2.4 degrees Celsius, if only the proposed 2030 targets are met. Catastrophic impacts will be unleashed beyond this point, such as sea level rises and more intense and more frequent natural disasters, with the least responsible for the climate emergency being impacted by the consequences of the changing climate. Mr Speaker, put simply, we cannot afford any more missed opportunities. After so many squandered years of denial, distraction and delay, Northern Ireland must set a stronger example itself through putting in place a Climate Change Act, as well as a Green New Deal, which integrates an economic and social transformation, with the measures required to address the climate emergency. Climate adaptation shouldn't be seen as a threat, but rather as an opportunity to create thousands of new green jobs. The solutions are in front of us, and the answer is very, very clear. We now need urgently to step up and take the decisive action that was dodged at COP26. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Colm Gillernew.
The ongoing and unprecedented pressures in Craigavon Area Hospital are yet another symptom of a healthcare system that is in crisis. The situation in Craigavon is clearly not limited to that area alone. The pressures in the hospital and emergency departments are simply being pushed into other areas that are also under intense pressure, such as Daisy Hill and the wider health and social care system. It is a recipe for disaster. Week after week, we are confronted with crisis after crisis, and while there are myriad problems and significant financial resources have been made available, the underlying cause is the chronic shortage of staff and the Department of Health's failure to come forward with a workforce plan with the urgency that it deserves. We must think of the fear and worry that these headlines generate for staff and patients all across the North, who are faced with intolerable work stresses, or who are sitting at home with a sense of hopelessness about their ability to access the healthcare they need, or indeed discouraged from doing so. We must also consider the families who desperately need a care package for a loved one and have little hope of getting one in the current climate. What kind of worry and stress must that be causing? Acharja, we must do something about this health and social care crisis. It is our job. It is why we are here in this Assembly. The solutions must be found, and we must possess the political will to find them. A health summit, one that includes the Department of Health and Committee, health and social care workers, patients, professional bodies and all others engaged in the sector, must be convened immediately so that we can discuss and decide on measures that will mitigate the worst of this crisis in the tough months ahead.
Thank you. Nicole Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like colleagues across the Chamber, I rise today to voice my concern about what has happened and continues to happen in Craigavon Area Hospital and indeed in the wider Southern Trust area. And at the outset, and I know colleagues would agree with this as well, that we want to express our thanks to those staff who turned up last night and who were called in at very short notice, and those who will continue to do that night after night. There is no doubt that the situation is at breaking point within the Southern Trust. And many here today have identified some of the issues that are crucial. And one of the issues, and it is a long-term issue, but it keeps coming up over and over again, is that lack of investment in the estate at Craigavon Area Hospital itself. And it will be hugely important that we see a long-term plan for the Craigavon Area Hospital estate. Others in the Chamber have pointed to other areas where we see a huge gap in services. And this is around the number of beds that are taken up by those who cannot get appropriate care packages to enable them to come home. And I know in my constituency office I have dealt with a number of these individuals over the last number of weeks, and the situation is very crucial. And I know that the Chief Executive of the Trust, and I will be meeting him later today, identified that families should work to go into care or residential areas that would help to relieve the pressure on beds. And I have to say again, I've been in contact with the Trust on a number of occasions over the last number of weeks about the type of visiting arrangements that they allow within care homes. One constituent, mum, went into a care facility run by the Southern Trust in June, and she wasn't allowed to go into that facility to see her mum from June, and was confined to what they lovingly call window visits only. So there's a lot of areas where we actually need to address the problems that are creating the pressure points within the hospital. And in terms of workforce planning, if we simply cannot get staff, and staff are tired and weary and at times burnt out by what has happened to them, then we should consider using our armed forces as that short-term intervention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and that concludes the member statements. Thank you. Members, take a ease for a moment or two, please. Okay, members. Okay, members. Take your seats, please. Mr. Leah Flynn has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Leah Flynn.
And first of all, I would just like to say that it gives me no joy to present this petition to the Speaker today, as it comes from a place of great sadness and tragedy. I have worked with Jack Brennan's family and with his mother Lorraine since Jack's untimely death in January of this year. The petition which I'm bringing to the House today, which has been organised by the Brennan family, has been signed by over 2,000 people, and it calls for improved addiction, rehabilitation and crisis services in West Belfast for all of those battling with this awful disease that is addiction and with a mental health condition. Sadly, Jack's experience with seeking help was not an isolated one. It is arguably the most common experience that many families are currently facing in West Belfast and many other areas right across the country. And I just want to actually conclude my remarks by reading one of Jack's poems, which he wrote just before he went into rehab in Liverpool, and it's called "The Days of My Life." Surrounded by people, yet all alone, trapped within this darkening zone. A world where chaos and hate overtake any but of happiness that tries to escape. Laughter and positive thoughts never seem to last, because I am haunted by my memories of the past. Running the distance with nowhere to go, these are the days of my life, a Broadway show. I scream out for help, yet they never really hear. The demons of death are coming so near. Echoes in my head tormenting me all day, breaking the man who was once whole and strong. What does serenity mean anyway? Is it the spring in my step or the words I say? Suicide seems the answer many times I've tried. Happiness seems to be the tears that I've cried. Unable to distinguish what's real from fiction, hope is an illusion, an optimist's prediction. I wonder what it will take to get me right, a visit from the devil on a lonely night. Angels prepare to battle and take a stand to remind me of their holy land. When I want to give up, they push for me to be strong, and in my head I hear their comforting song. Life is an illusion, a constant mind trick on me. Who knows what my fate will be? Heaven and hell are both a fair game. Will I find peace or leave them with shame? Surrounded by people, yet all alone, trapped within this darkening zone. And that's the words from Jack Brennan. Gormai Agat, I can call you.
Thank you for that, member. Normally, I would invite the member to bring her petition to the table here and present it. However, in light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in their place and make arrangements to submit the petition to the Speaker's office electronically. I thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. And once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister of Health and send a copy to the committee. Thank the member for her petition. Thank you. Members, take a break just for a moment. Okay, members. Members, I have received notice from the Executive Office that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister wish to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Speaker's office or Speaker table directly. I do remind members to be concise in asking their question, as this is not an opportunity for debate per se, and long introductions should be not taken or given. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during the statement or the question period after. And I call the Deputy First Minister.
We wish today to update members on the Executive decision following our consideration of the Truth Recovery Design Panel's report on mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses. And at the outset, let me say, as always is the case when I speak about this issue, our thoughts are very much with the women and their children who were treated in the most barbaric, inhumane and disrespectful way in these institutions across this island. It can never be forgotten that what we're talking about here, in many cases, is women who've had their babies taken from their arms and moved without their consent across and between jurisdictions. And they're now grown children who do not know their identity, their family or their medical history. The publication of the report represents a major step forward for victims and survivors. I am therefore pleased to inform members that the Executive has agreed all of the recommendations in the panel's report. So let me outline the 5 recommendations and how the Executive proposes to proceed. As members will be aware, in January this year, the former First Minister made a statement to the House reflecting the decision by the Executive to undertake an independent investigation into these institutions, following the publication of research by Queen's University and the University of Ulster. This lifted the veil on the horrendous experiences of women and girls and their children admitted to these institutions over the many decades running up to the late 1990s. The research uncovered some shocking and disturbing facts. Over 10,500 women entered mother and baby institutions over a 68-year period between 1922 and 1990. The youngest was 12 years of age. The oldest was 44, and around a third of these girls were under 19. They came from across Ireland, and a smaller number came from Britain and elsewhere. Appallingly, a number were the victims of sexual crime, including rape and incest, and shamefully, the majority were made to feel that they, and not the perpetrator, were to blame. Shamefully, around a quarter of the babies born in these institutions were placed for adoption. A further third were sent to baby homes, and others were boarded out or fostered in today's terms. The outcome? Countless women and girls were separated from their babies at birth or soon after, often without their consent or an understanding of what was happening. As a mother, that fills me with unfathomable sadness that anybody would have to go through that. A further 3,500 women and girls entered industrial homes or Magdalen laundries. Some were transferred after their baby's birth from the mother and baby home to atone for their so-called sins. Some were admitted because they had learning disabilities, and others because they had mental health issues. In the Magdalen laundries, women and girls were forced to work without pay. They were stripped of their identities. Some spent their whole life there, and when they died, they were buried from there. That their children would also suffer the consequence of these practices, with some facing horrific abuse in children's homes, and many others spending years of their lives trying to find out who they are and being misled, is just not acceptable. That adopted people still can't access their records that contain information about who they are or their family medical history is also not acceptable or tenable. The research throws into stark for us all to see that these women, and they should have been shown love, they should have been shown sympathy and kindness. They were instead isolated and they were excluded. Suffering was compounded on suffering. So let's call this out for what it was: abuse, violation. Women and girls had done no wrong, and they were punished for becoming pregnant outside of marriage. They were punished because they were the victims of rape and incest. They were humiliated and they were subjected to forced labour. They were robbed of their babies and they were denied the truth, and it was wrong on every level. I'm sure, Mr Speaker, that members will share my deep outrage that any of this was allowed to happen. But the shameful truth is that it did, and it involved a cover-up with church and state. This research, although comprehensive, left a number of unanswered questions, particularly in relation to adoption and infant mortality. This prompted the Executive to undertake an independent investigation shaped by the views of victims and survivors of the institutions, including the now adult children of women from mother and baby institutions. In April this year, the Minister of Health took this forward and established a Truth Recovery Design Panel to include experts Dr Maeve O'Rourke, Professor Phil Scratton and Deirdre Mahan. Ms Mahan served as the chair. I want to put on record my personal thanks, and that of the entire Executive, for the panel's delivery of a comprehensive report within a challenging 6-month time frame. I also want to acknowledge the importance of the co-design and participatory nature of how the work was undertaken, and I particularly want to thank the 186 victims and survivors, some from as far away as California, Australia and Canada, who have worked alongside them tirelessly, devoted to the pursuit of justice. I also want to thank Judith Gillespie, the independent chair of the Interdepartmental Working Group that was responsible for overseeing this work. It's also important that we recognise the contribution of a range of individuals and bodies, some of whom have maintained a long-term interest in these institutions and the fates of their residents. The panel published and delivered its report on the 5th of October, and I, along with the First Minister, the Minister for Health, Junior Minister Middleton and Judith Gillespie, met them to discuss the report's findings and its recommendations. The panel's report makes 5 core recommendations, and explains the rationale, the timing, the interdependencies of each one. This means, as challenging as implementation will be, it's not a question of choosing one recommendation over another, but instead one of delivering them as a package. In doing so, we can't lose sight of the fact that we're trying to address both past and present human rights violations. Cherry-picking the report's recommendations wasn't an option. Unequivocal acceptance and full implementation of the panel's recommendations is the very least that we can do for victims and survivors. The age profile of the victims and survivors means that we cannot afford to delay progress for one day longer. Many are likely to be in their 70s and their adult children in their 50s, and sadly some are no longer with us. They've all waited for far too long, and we are not going to stand by and allow them to wait any longer. Before I take members through the implementation proposals, I think it's worth reflecting on the individual recommendations. Recommendation 1 sets out the six integrated principles designed to guide all of our future work and reflect the priorities identified by victims and survivors. They include sufficient funding to support implementation, the centrality of human rights, full information access, policies and practices are trauma-informed, accessibility of future investigations to victims and survivors, in particular by those with disabilities, inclusivity, particularly for victims and survivors and their relatives affected by cross-border practices, the wider diaspora and relatives of the deceased. Recommendation 2 focuses on implementation responsibility and makes specific reference to securing funding and cooperation with the Irish Government. This is relevant as we know there's a strong all-island dimension at play. Some women and children moved of their own accord, and many babies were moved across the jurisdictions, often without the consent or the knowledge of their mothers. The result being that for some women and their adult children, the full picture will only be established and the absolute truth arrived at when full access to information in both jurisdictions is secured. This places an onus on both the Irish Government and the Executive to work together on its delivery. Recommendation 3 is unique, proposing the establishment of an integrated truth investigation made up of an expert independent panel and a public inquiry. Both will have an investigative role, gathering and assessing and analysing information from records and individuals to make evidence-based recommendations. They will differ in that the expert panel is non-statutory, whereas the inquiry will be established in law by the passage of an appropriate Assembly bill. This dual approach means we can press ahead with the expert independent panel virtually immediately. There is also a very real opportunity for it to shape the public inquiry and its final terms of reference. It is hoped that the institutions will cooperate with the expert panel voluntarily, but if they don't, the public inquiry can compel them. The needs and wishes of victims and survivors will be front and centre. How each individual chooses to engage with the integrated truth investigation is totally at their own discretion. They can participate publicly or privately in both the panel and the inquiry, or in one only, and they can change their mind at any time. And finally, the records generated will potentially be the nucleus of a permanent archive. Recommendation 4 on access to records, I understand, was a matter of universal importance to victims and survivors, including their now adult children who were taken from their mothers at birth. Full access to existing records is what's overwhelmingly wanted and needed to give a true picture to the past, to help victims and survivors come to terms with the present and to move forward with their lives. So there are a number of elements to this recommendation. Firstly, the introduction of a statutory duty to compel the relevant institutions, adoption-related bodies and baby homes to preserve and not destroy relevant records. Therefore, material relevant to any future investigation is properly secured and also readily available. Secondly, the development of data protection guidance designed to advise data controllers of historical, institutional and adoption records on fulfilment of their obligations. And then thirdly, the establishment of a dedicated permanent independent repository underpinned by legislation. It's likely that this will include all personal and administrative records relating to historical practices within a range of social care institutions and the adoption system. And finally then, recommendation 5 relates to the redress and reparation package, including resourcing of services identified by the VSS service co-design exercise, financial assistance, prominent memorial and citizenship for those who, due to their removal from the jurisdiction as a child, lost their entitlement. A financial redress scheme for women and their adult children made up of an automatic standardised payment and the entitlement to a further individually assessed payment. Victims and survivors should be consulted on its design. It also should not be means tested or compromise existing social welfare benefit. Engagement with non-state institutions, organisations and agencies to establish potential financial contribution. So, Mr Speaker, as you can see, the recommendations are comprehensive and they're far-reaching, and there's no doubt that implementation will involve a significant work programme and also a sizeable funding package. But going forward, we are committed to engaging and to listening. But as I've indicated, we do not have the luxury of time, and it's crucial that we move rapidly on all the issues. Therefore, the Executive has agreed all the recommendations, and work will continue at pace to finalise details and take the next steps as quickly as possible. Indeed, such is our determination to move forward at speed that we have agreed some actions that will be taken forward immediately. We will establish the consultative forum in line with accessibility principle in Recommendation 1 and an expert panel within the next 6 months as outlined in Recommendation 3. Victims and survivors will be represented on the expert independent panel, and the consultative forum will be given a role in terms of its appointments. Although the legislation required to establish the public inquiry can only be progressed in the next mandate, we can and will initiate any required groundwork now. We will begin the work on financial redress right away, including discussions with HMRC and the Treasury, and undertaking the groundwork for the legislation that will be required to ensure that payments are not means tested and welfare benefits, for example, are not impacted. The Department of Health is already considering including a duty to preserve and not destroy relevant records in the Adoption and Children's Bill currently before the Assembly, and instructions to Council have already issued. So it's very clear this will be a complex and it will be cross-cutting work. For example, the creation of an archive may appear straightforward, but the practicalities of it, including the use of Public Records Office, are unclear. Any memorial will require careful thought and attention and must be progressed in a process of consultation and co-design with the victims and survivors. Citizenship is a reserved matter falling to the Home Office and therefore outside the Assembly's ambit. These issues and other issues that arise will be considered in detail by the programme, which will be led by the Executive Office. And to ensure strong coordination across all departments, we have agreed that the Executive Office will lead on this programme, including on the inquiry and redress. One of our senior officials in TEO will take on the senior responsible owner role as the key decision maker. TEO will therefore have the overall responsibility for delivering the objectives of the programme, and other departments will of course have significant involvement in this work as it progresses. The First Minister and myself earlier we met virtually with a group of victims and survivors, and we're making arrangements to meet them in person in coming weeks. This morning we discussed with them the decisions of the Executive and outlined our next steps. And I can say to the House that they welcomed those decisions, they felt a sense of relief, they felt that they were being acknowledged, and they felt that this was a momentous day. But they also left us in no doubt that what they need to see now is concrete action and full delivery on the recommendations. And today, Cancorlia, on behalf of the Executive, we make that commitment to them. I believe this is a watershed moment for the women and adult children of mother and baby institutions, of Magdalen laundries and of workhouses. And we must remember that this will be a difficult and an emotional day for many. Our thoughts are very much with all the victims and survivors who are so grievously failed and have lived for many years with the unimaginable pain and trauma inflicted on them. Excuse me. Their needs are our absolute priority, and it's been a long and arduous journey, but today they are one step closer to getting the truth that has been denied to them for decades. Today we stand united in support of all victims and survivors, and we want to send a very clear message that we will do everything in our power to ensure you get the truth, the justice and the redress that you deserve. We will continue to keep members updated as we make progress, and all of us in this House will have a part to play in delivering on this crucial work. Cancorlia, I commend the report of the Truth Recovery Design Panel to the House and will finish by echoing the words of the report. Let the truth be known and transparency achieved. Go on, Margaret.
Thank you, and I call the chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the First Ministers for this statement and welcome some action on this matter, the lack of which to date has caused some considerable frustration among the victims and survivors. On behalf of the committee, I would also like to echo your sentiments that what these women and their children endured should never have happened, and that we must all ensure that it never happens again, and can we address the harm caused to those who had to go through these institutions. The committee has been working to address concerns raised by victims and survivors of historical institute abuse, not least the impersonal legalistic approach to the redress process and the long outstanding need for a formal apology. Can I ask the First and Deputy First Minister what steps that they have taken to ensure that the same mistakes are not made with victims and survivors of the mother and baby homes?
Thanks to the member for her questions, and I look forward to working with the chair of the committee as we progress these recommendations. My message to everybody today would be, let's do this together. We have a huge opportunity, if you like, to support victims and survivors that have been failed at every turn. So I want to work with every single member of this Assembly to make sure we do right and we actually start to lift some of the burden that's been inflicted on these women and girls for far too long. So I will work with the member, and I think it's really, really important that we learn lessons of what's happened here, but also what's happened in other jurisdictions, and don't fall foul of the same things that have been identified elsewhere. So I think when it comes to, for example, the issue of an apology, it's so important that we actually reflect what is requested from the victims and survivors themselves. So I think the consultative forum is going to be the key mechanism in which to allow victims and survivors to be able to input into that, and then let's speedily return with a fulsome apology from ourselves to the victims and survivors. And I want to do that as quickly as possible. I've set out some of the things that we can do in quicker time and some things that will take a little bit longer, but let's keep building on the momentum that we have at this point, and let's just continue to make progress and make sure we send a very strong message to all the victims and survivors, many of which are watching this debate today, that we are going to work together and we are going to do this together and we are going to support them together as we work our way through all the things that we have taken on board in terms of the recommendations.
I call Linda Dillon.
And can I thank the Minister for the statement to the House today, and she is correct when she says that many of the victims and survivors will be watching this statement being made and the questions that we ask. And again, just to say that our thoughts are with all of those victims and survivors. Minister, I regularly engage with both the mothers, birth mothers and the adopted children, and have again engaged with them over the past weekend. And whilst they may have had the same starting point and started their journey from the same place, their journeys are very different and have been very different, and therefore their needs are very different. And I just would like to ask, could we get some assurance that the needs of both of these groups of people and their families will be fully met? And Minister, can you also acknowledge that the women and girls that went into these institutions suffered abuse, shame and stigma that they have carried with them through their entire lives? The shame is not theirs, and they should not own it. And today we need to ensure that we lift that shame.
Thank you for the question, and I'm very conscious of. I know you work closely with a lot of victims and survivors, and so I absolutely take on board your point, particularly in relation. I'm very conscious of the fact that there are different needs, particularly between birth mothers and also those of adopted children. And I think it's a terrible indictment on society that for many decades that so many mothers were burdened with this immeasurable shame and stigma. And that burden was placed on them by society and also by those who sought to cover up what happened in institutions. And it was the worst kind of abuse, of trauma that anybody could ever experience. So I hope that today, in taking forward these recommendations, I hope it goes some way to lift that burden from the women. And I think that the message that I would say today for us to send out very strongly together is that today that the stigma and the shame must end, and it must end now.
I call Christopher Salford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, when you take someone's child from them and remove it from them and, in some cases, sell them to wealthy couples, you're engaging in human trafficking. When you force someone to work, sometimes to the point of their death, without paying them for their work, you're engaging in slavery. And when you then attempt to apply a veneer of the love of Christ upon it, you're engaging in lies. The institutions responsible for this gave it up not because they had some turnaround and change of heart, they gave it up because the profit went out of it. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister, given that some of these institutions sit on vast resources, that she and her colleague, the First Minister, and all executive ministers will pursue them throughout to ensure that an adequate and fair recompense is made to the victims of their actions?
Yes, and again, I want to acknowledge the members' work on this area, and particularly having been consistent for many years in raising the issue. I think you're absolutely right, and it's so appropriate, or it's not appropriate, it's necessary that those institutions that were involved in this heinous crimes towards women and then spent so many years trying to cover it up, that they should also then pay for the redress. So I think it's appropriate that we seek the right contribution from them, and I hope that they comply willingly, but if they don't, then we will legislate to take that power, and I think that's very strong message again that we want the victims and survivors to hear today, that we will act and that we will compel those organisations that fail to do the right thing whenever it's been asked of them at this time.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. I want to give an unconditional welcome to the unequivocal nature of the statement and the commitment that finally the victims and survivors of mother and baby homes and Magdalene laundries will join the victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse in gaining redress. There is, however, a third group, the victims and survivors who were abused in non-institutional settings, and some of them may be watching this debate today in hope rather than expectation. What can the Deputy First Minister say to that group of victims?
I think the thing I would want to say is that nobody will be left behind, and that we'll do everything that we can to make sure that everybody is properly supported and that they have access to truth and justice, and the very same experience and trauma that they experience, whether that be in an institution or in a home, needs to be acknowledged and rectified. So I think that we need to ensure that we send a message out to all victims and survivors that no stone will be left unturned in terms of supporting you and going forward. And throughout the executive, across whether that be clerical abuse, institutional abuse, abuse in the home, all those things, I think we have to make sure that we do the right thing at this turn for all those that have been hurt in such a horrible way over many, many decades.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister and Deputy First Minister, for this statement today. Before I ask my question, I would like to put on record my immense admiration for the birth mothers and adoptees for the dignity throughout this process and getting to this point today. I mean, it's been so inspiring. Deputy First Minister, you will know that during the research period there were disclosures to the researchers around the nature of the sexual crimes, and I'm just wondering what support is going to be given to the birth mothers and the adoptees to support them in the investigations, criminal investigations going forward, because the public inquiry won't stretch that far. Thank you.
Thanks, and just to acknowledge, like the member, I mean, this day belongs to the victims and survivors who've campaigned for so long to get to this point, and I reflected just in my introductory comments just some of the things that were said to ourselves in the meeting which we had with them before coming into the chamber, and it certainly is. They described it as a momentous day, you know, but what they expect from us is the return in terms of what we're going to do and how we're going to drive this forward. So we want them to hear that we're taking this, that this is a priority, and we are going to deliver all the commitments which we've set out. I think in terms of how we support victims and survivors, particularly through a public inquiry, we're doing something that nowhere else has, insofar as we're doing a statutory public inquiry, which is more legalistic, but alongside that we'll have the work of the independent panel, and people can choose to be part of both or one. And I think that as part of the other leg to that work, if you like, is the consultative forum, and that's where victims and survivors will tell us what they need. And I think that's where you'll hear, particularly if you need support in terms of approaching the panel, making your contribution, whether that be in writing or verbally, whatever suits the individual themselves. So I think it'll be a crucial part actually of us being able to support victims and survivors, that we actually get that right, but let them tell us what they need as part of the consultative forum.
Colin Sheeran.
And I thank the Joint First Minister for her statement. I also want to acknowledge the fact that the Executive Office have undertaken this responsibility for the public inquiry. And can I ask the Joint First Minister why the process has to be a legislative one, and how likely the legislative process for both the public inquiry and the redress board is likely to take?
Thanks for the question. I think essentially what we're saying is that we're putting the inquiry into legislation because it gives us the power, if we need it, to compel organisations to cooperate. And whilst, as I said earlier, we hope that that's not where we get to, we don't want to have to do that, however we will do that. I hope that organisations will cooperate with the panel and that that work will start now ahead of the inquiry. But I think that we need to ensure that we have the legislation just in case that we need it. In terms of the time frame, we will work to get this moving as quickly as we can. Furthermore, I think it's essential that there is appropriate consultation again with victims and survivors, because we've made a firm commitment to them that they'll be at the heart of everything that we do. So we want to talk to them about that as well. But it's clear that just given that we're coming towards the end of this mandate, and it's going to be the next mandate before the legislation can be introduced. However, that's not to say we're going to wait to then. We're going to actually start the work now and have the groundwork done, that we're able to hit the ground running in the new mandate.
Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today. Minister, within this statement you have emphasised that the shame is not with the girl or the woman, indeed that they were indeed the victim, and they were the victim of males who created the abuse, who brought about the abuse of that individual person. But there were also males who created the institutions and propagated those institutions for the very long history of the institutions. So the male species is really in a very bad place in this report. Can I thank the Minister for the agreement that indeed it's a unanimous support from the Executive on this report, and indeed that you will not cherry pick on the various aspects of the recommendations of the report. But could I draw you, Minister, to, as you outlined on page 13, the financial redress scheme for women and their adult children, made up of entitlement and individually assessed payments, and indeed that those will not be means tested or compromised. That obviously is a big task, and not a task that can be settled in Northern Ireland. Could I ask you, Minister, when indeed that work, direct contact work, and when you would expect to have the package in place for the victims?
Just to concur in terms of your commentary around, there's a very shameful truth in our history in terms of what's happened to far too many women and girls. And I think that when we look at the issue of redress and indeed many of the other things, there are a number of things that are yet to be decided. And again, we said victims and survivors will be to the centre of all of that. So there are a number of matters that we have to develop further. We're looking at, particularly when it comes to redress, we're looking at schemes in other jurisdictions, how it's been done elsewhere. We're taking on board just, I suppose, successful examples and trying to avoid anything anywhere where it hasn't worked. So I think there's a lot of decisions to be taken just in the period ahead, and we will not delay, because I think that was important to say that whilst there are a number of things to be decided over the coming months, we will not delay in terms of trying to address them. So even whilst we move towards bringing forward the legislation around the public inquiry, etc., and redress, there are things, for example, avoiding knock-on impact on people's benefits. So we're going to engage with the Treasury, the Inland Revenue. For example, we need to do all that work now, and that's starting now. That starts today. There's no delay in that work. But whilst we work up the legislation, we'll work our way through all of that.
Call Pat Sheehan.
And I thank the Minister for her statement, and I welcome the commitment that the work in relation to this starts today. Can the Joint First Minister outline what immediate steps will be taken to progress the recommendations?
Thanks for that. And again, as we know, victims and survivors have waited too long, and one of the questions that was put to us this morning was, around timeframes and what does that look like and what can we expect? And whenever you've been failed at every turn and whenever you've been waiting for so long, you can understand the anxiety that's there. So we've agreed that there's some things that we can take forward immediately, and the consultative forum, which I've spoken about now on a few occasions, is a key recommendation in the report. And that's going to be, there's actually a meeting to discuss that this afternoon, so we are actively already progressing that. We've said the independent panel will be in place within the next 6 months. We've said that we'll make the preparations for the legislation to establish the public inquiry. The financial redress, we're going to begin that work straight away. That's around, as I've said, engaging with the Treasury in London and working up the legislative pieces. And then also the Department of Health is also looking at, because this is a really crucial area of people having access to their information and their records, and this was universally accepted by all victims and survivors as a key area that needs to be addressed immediately and not another day delayed. So one of the things that Health are looking at this moment in time is, can we amend the Adoption and Children's Bill that's currently before the Assembly, which would allow us then to bring in that legislative change very quickly. So hopefully that demonstrates that that there's no long fingering of things here, that we are actively, as we speak, working our way through these things.
Nicole Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this statement and would like to align myself to the sentiments expressed across this House in support of victims and survivors. The Deputy First Minister did just touch on the issue I wanted to raise, and whilst I welcome a commitment to embrace all the recommendations, I am particularly eager and was pleased to hear that instruction to Council has already been issued in terms of the duty to preserve. And I do wonder, does that piece, just for clarity, does that need legislative underwriting, or is that something that can actively be embraced today in reaching out to those organisations to say that they must preserve all those documents or data that they may hold?
So, as I've said, the Department of Health have already started this work and they have instructed legal counsel, so you do have to have legislation to underpin it. So can we amend the bill to allow us to be able to do that? But let me be very clear to all those organisations out there that have a role to play here. Everybody should be preserving your records. You shouldn't need to wait for legislation. That should be done today. There shouldn't be any delay. I'm aware, I think, that the Department of Health, I believe, have encouraged all organisations to do that, particularly within the health estate, however, or the health family, if you want to call them that. But I think that it's important that the message is heard today. We will be legislating to protect records, but records should be secured today, and I think that's important.
I call Alan Chambers. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I certainly want to thank the Executive Office through the Deputy First Minister for this comprehensive statement today. Minister, this whole heart-wrenching story, going back many years, has been a very dark period and a stain in our history, and reflects badly on those who let it happen and allowed it to continue. And certainly, Minister, the love and compassion of Jesus was certainly in short supply in these institutions. My question is is the same question that Mrs. Bradley asked a few moments ago, that the Executive is bringing forward a statutory duty to compel retention of relevant records, but is the Minister confident that some damning records may not already have been destroyed in an attempt to obstruct full disclosure? Thank you.
Yes, well, obviously we would be concerned about that, particularly given the passage of time, particularly given that these organisations deliberately set out to deny people access to information, to deny the victims and survivors access to information. So when they perpetrated this violence towards women, and then they've spent decades trying to cover it up, it doesn't bode any confidence in terms of their ability to do the right thing. So I just send the message again very clearly today that all information should be restored. Victims and survivors are entitled to have access to their information. It's theirs and it's been robbed of them, and it's time to give it back to them. And if we're going to be able to get a fulsome public inquiry and all the information out there, then this is a vital component part of that.
I now call Porrick Delargy.
Thank the Joint First Minister for his statement. Just on the back of the commitment that it will be implemented, can I ask the Joint First Minister to give her assurance that the process will commence urgently?
Yes, and that is so important that people can, as I said, I hope I've demonstrated just that that we are going to move at pace, that there will be no delay. You know, what we're talking about here is, you know, women being treated in the most barbaric way. And I think, as one of the members referred to earlier, this was child trafficking. It was a cover-up that involved both church and state. It's time now to do the right thing by victims and survivors. And if you indulge me, just when we met with the victims and survivors earlier, one of the things that was said to us was that that whilst our names might have, this was from the victims and survivors, so whilst our name might have changed in the past, we always mattered, and they want to hear that from us. And I want to say that to victims and survivors: you matter, you've always mattered, and I just want us to say that, send that message to them today, because I think it's important as we get to this point of acknowledging and accepting that we need to do the things that we need to do. They need to hear that also.
Call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank you, the Deputy First Minister, for her statement. And I think it's important to acknowledge the lifelong pain and trauma that many have endured, and it's important that it's acknowledged. In terms of the apology, is there an envisaged timescale for that? Because I think it's an important thing, but it has to be done correctly, and I think an understanding of the timescale for that would be important. Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think the principal point of it has to be done correctly is so important. So what we've said this morning with the victims and survivors is that we'll work with them through the consultative panel, and then we'll quickly, I don't have a time frame per se, but I can assure you that we'll do it as quickly as possible, but I want to stand before you and do it right, and before the victims and survivors, and do it right and do it justice.
Sir Nicola Brogan, I now call Nicola Brogan.
And can I thank the Joint First Minister for her statement as well, and I welcome the emphasis within the statement on the importance of victims and survivors having access to records here in this jurisdiction. But as the Minister is aware, babies were moved right across this island, so can she detail out how access to records held in the south will be facilitated as well, please?
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, because the member's right to highlight the need for an all-island approach to this, and for that cooperation, particularly in the cases where babies were moved across jurisdictions, and we know that's the real experience of so many. So the panel have made a recommendation that we should cooperate with the Irish Government to achieve maximum possible access to information, and I can say that this process has started at official level, and it will intensify in the period ahead. I have also raised it with the Children's Minister previously in the south, and we'll continue to do that, but I think that is going to be really, really important that we have that joined up approach exactly right, because it'll have an implication in terms of people getting full access to all of their information.
Sir Pat Catney, I now call Pat Catney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Joint First Ministers, for giving the report today. It represents a major step forward, as already stated, but out of the 10,500 women that went through those institutions, there are some of them that probably want to remain anonymous, and everything must be done that possibly can be done to keep their identity as private as they would like it to be. Do you agree?
Yes, of course, and that's why I think the way that we are responding and taking on board the panel's recommendations, particularly around us having the statutory inquiry and then the panel work, I think that allows the individual to decide which part they wish to be part of, and it's very, very important that their identity is protected through all of that, so no one will be compelled. People will have a choice in which avenue to take, or both. They can participate in both also, but I think that is essential if we're going to allow victims and survivors to participate in a way that's meaningful and important to them.
I call Roy Biggs.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the statement by the First and Deputy First Minister indicating they will be adopting the recommendations of the panel. But turning to recommendation number 5 under redress and reparation, It speaks of engagement with non-state institution, organisations and agencies to establish potential financial contribution. Now, these non-state organisations and institutions abused women. They inflicted a modern form of slavery long after it was banned, and they profited from that slavery. So my question is, what process will be put in place so that there will be significantly appropriate reparation for what has occurred from these non-state organisations and institutions?
Well, it's time for them to do the right thing. It's time for them to pay for and support the redress that victims and survivors are entitled to. What we're saying is that we will engage with them in terms of their contribution. However, we will legislate to compel, and I think that's important. It'll not be a case of, will they, won't they? They will be compelled to comply if they don't comply.
Call Rachel Woods.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for making the statement today, and let's call it for what it is. This is one of the greatest scandals of our time, and last week a number of us met with representatives of Youth Recovery Northern Ireland, and I thank them for their openness and honesty and engaging with us during that meeting, and I do hope that all records and information will be retained and released when required, and I hope that interpretation of GDPR is not going to be an issue either, as that was a crucial point that was raised with us. And I know that this is now going to be led by the Executive Office rather than Health, and so can the Deputy First Minister commit that adequate funding and resources will be allocated from the Executive Office for long-term support services for victims and survivors of the mother and baby institutions?
Well, can I concur just in terms of the fact that this was a shameful truth in our history? And, I think that we all recognise that as we stand here today, this has been a very long and a very difficult journey for the victims and survivors. And we all readily acknowledge the abhorrent failure and I suppose the trauma that was inflicted on women and girls. So now is the time for us to respond and to show them that we hear them, that we're listening to them, we acknowledge what happened and it was wrong, and we're going to work with them in terms of redress. So we've taken on board all of the recommendations, including funding a redress scheme. So the political priority is there, and we have to find the money to do the right thing by these victims and survivors.
Thank you, members. That concludes questions on the statement. Thank you, Joint First Minister. Just members take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, I'm just going to allow 2 minutes and then we'll move to... Okay. Members, I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she wishes to make a statement. Tá fáilte aginne fógró an aire infrastructure gur bhailehi ratchasi anu. So agus na sérim sir naira. I now call the Minister.
With your permission, Mr Deputy Speaker, and in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement to the Assembly in respect of a British Irish Council ministerial meeting of the transport works sector held on the 22nd of October. Before I do, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to offer an apology to members. Due to an administrative error by my private office, this statement was delayed and it was due to take place last week, and I apologise for inconvenience caused to members as a result of that error. To ensure appropriate community representation at the meeting, members will note that Junior Minister Middleton was also in attendance and is aware that I am making this statement to the Assembly. Members will be aware that the British Irish Council, established in 1999, is a forum for its members to discuss, consult and use best endeavours to reach agreement on cooperation on matters of mutual interest within the competence of its member administrations. The British Irish Council Transport Works Sector is chaired by the Northern Ireland Executive, and this group has proved to be a constructive forum for facilitating thematic evidence exchange and practical collaboration as administrations seek to decarbonise transport. This meeting of the transport works sector was particularly timely, allowing ministers to take stock of efforts ongoing across these islands in advance of the COP26 conference in Glasgow. As I've previously highlighted, the Executive was represented at the ministerial meeting by myself and Junior Minister Middleton. The Government of Guernsey was represented by Deputy Lindsay de Susmares, President of the Committee for the Environment and Infrastructure. The Government of Ireland was represented by Mr Eamon Ryan, TD, Minister for Transport, and the Minister for the Environment, Climate and Communications. The Isle of Man Government was represented by Tim Crookall, Minister for Infrastructure. The Government of Jersey was represented by Deputy Kevin Lewis, Minister for Infrastructure. The Scottish Government was represented by Mr Graham Day, MSP, Minister for Transport. And the UK Government was represented by Trudy Harrison, MP, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the Department for Transport. The Welsh Government was represented by Lee Waters, Deputy Minister for Climate Change. During the meeting, ministers considered a paper prepared by the work sector on the electrification of vehicles and discussed how this transition will make a key contribution towards the decarbonisation of transport and to achieving efficient, cleaner movement of people and goods across BIC member administrations. Ministers shared experiences and perspectives on pathways towards the electrification of vehicles, including aspects such as charging infrastructure and supporting the transition to electric vehicles through financial and fiscal mechanisms. Ministers noted and agreed the content of the Forward Work Plan for the transport work sector, which will support all administration's efforts towards addressing climate change and decarbonisation, and which identifies the areas of focus for the work sector for the next 3 years as modal shift, decarbonisation of public sector transport, and decarbonisation of the freight fleet. With the declaration of a climate emergency across many administrations and the commitment to achieving net zero, the need to increase the urgency of efforts to address climate change is a shared priority. Member administrations are in accordance that an intensive programme of decarbonisation is required to meet these targets, including within the transport sector as one of the largest contributors to carbon emissions. As an Assembly, we have committed to taking action to tackle the climate crisis and reduce emissions across all sectors, including transport. I believe that it is in this context the British Irish Council continues to offer an essential framework for sharing challenges and best practices across the administrations. Finally, I want to place on record my appreciation to those ministerial colleagues across the BIC member administrations who participated so productively in the ministerial meeting, and I look forward to learning about the outcomes arising from the Transport Forward Work Programme and associated ministerial meeting, which should take place in 2023. I am happy, Mr Deputy Speaker, to take questions from members in respect of the ministerial meeting.
Thank you, Minister. As question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest that the House takes its ease until then. Questions on this statement begin after question time, when the next member to speak will be the Chair of the Committee, that will be Jonathan Buckley. So members, just take their ease, please, until question time. Thank you.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Executive Office. Question 9 has been withdrawn. And I call Nicola Brogan to ask the first question. Nicola Brogan.
Question number 1, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Strand 1 of the agreement established the Assembly as the primary source of authority in respect of all devolved matters, with an executive committee of the Assembly discharging executive authority on its behalf.
Supplementary. Nicola Brogan.
And thank the First Minister for his answer there. All of the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement are interdependent, including, of course, the North-South Ministerial Council, and the DUP boycott of which has been branded unlawful by the High Court and is creating unnecessary tension and instability, the outworking of which we have seen in the recent criminal attacks on buses, bus drivers and passengers. So can the Minister give a commitment here and now that they will show some belated leadership, tone down the reckless rhetoric and end the boycott of the North-South Ministerial Council?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that supplementary question. Of course, there was inevitability about North-South relationships whenever the East-West relationship was damaged as a result of the protocol, a point that I made when I met with members of the European Parliament earlier this morning, and that has upset the delicate balance that the Belfast Agreement created that required unionist and nationalist support for all of these institutions. There isn't a single unionist in this Assembly, or indeed in any local government authority or Member of Parliament that supports the protocol. I urge Lord Frost and the European Union to intensify that process this week, because we need to see a resolution to those issues.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, do you accept that the failure of some ministers to not attend the North-South Ministerial Council meetings is a breach of the obligations under the Good Friday Agreement, and is, at the very least, an act of bad faith?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the act of bad faith was the imposition of the protocol. And the member knows, because her party and others in this chamber brought forward repeated motions wanting to have the rigorous implementation of the protocol. It is, Mr. Speaker, at least progress that those parties that called for that rigorous implementation no longer seem to call for that to take place. Let us all encourage those that are involved in the talks over the next week or two to make the progress that is needed, because members in this House from all sides have said they don't want North-South barriers, nor do they want East-West barriers, and therefore there needs to be a solution that delivers upon that, and that will respect the Belfast Agreement.
Though now a functionary of the Belfast Agreement, does its First Minister accept that its core assurance of no constitutional change without consent has proved to be a fable and a deceit, in view of the finding in the High Court that the protocol has had the effect of repealing a cardinal principle of the Acts of Union, namely Article 6? And if that is so, why is the Minister's party, through his preferred leader, continuing to implement this union dismantling protocol?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture and Environment is not implementing the protocol. Indeed, if he had have been, we would have been facing a much worse situation. It's a result of the DUP Minister holding that department that we haven't had the protocol being implemented. It is that Minister that introduced the grace periods in respect of pets and is continuing to ensure that the protocol isn't being implemented. So the member, as a functionary of the Belfast Agreement, as he takes his seat in this Assembly created by the very Belfast Agreement that he is referring to, should recognise that it is the Democratic Unionist Party which is pursuing a policy to try and eradicate the borders that have been created down the Irish Sea, and he should seek to join with us to encourage his fellow Unionists in terms of the strategy that we are taking forward.
Call down, Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. Like you this morning, I also met with the MEPs from the European Parliament, and would the First Minister agree with me that the Northern Ireland Protocol is not just destroying trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, is injurious to our United Kingdom's internal market, but is damaging relations in Northern Ireland, in that the unionist community in general do not give consent to the protocol, and indeed no unionist within this House gives consent to the protocol. Surely that should give rise to some concern for not just the MEPs visiting from the European Parliament, but for those who are engaging in negotiation.
Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right in the points that she makes. It is vital that those concerns which have been articulated now for some period of time by members on these benches are listened to very loudly. It was a commitment in New Decade, New Approach. That commitment was that Northern Ireland would have its place within the United Kingdom and the internal market restored. And we entered into these institutions on that promise that was made by the United Kingdom government. They have to deliver on that promise. They can do it in two ways: by reaching an agreement with the European Union that delivers upon the 7 tests that we have set, or they can trigger Article 16. But they need to move, and they need to move quickly.
I call Alan Chambers.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, can I answer question 2 and 3 together? We continue to utilise every opportunity available to us to represent our respective positions on the protocol to the UK Government and the European Union to secure the best possible outcome for our citizens and businesses. We have attended all 8 meetings of the Joint Committee and will continue to ensure our position is taken into account by all sides in order to protect the interests of all our citizens and businesses. The Deputy First Minister and I met with Lord Frost and the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland on the 22nd of October and again on the 9th of November to receive updates on the ongoing discussions between the UK and the EU, during which we raised the issues that needed to be addressed regarding the protocol and reiterated the need for certainty. Junior Minister Middleton and Junior Minister Kearney also regularly attend Ministerial Cabinet Office meetings to ensure that our views on the protocol are heard and understood by the UK Government.
Alan Chambers, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the First Minister for his response. Far from what some parties are trying to claim, the EU non-paper on the 13th of October provided very little actual detail and certainty. Does the First Minister agree with me that no matter what political discussions or deals may be taking place elsewhere, equity of access to all new medicines and vaccines for patients in Northern Ireland should be non-negotiable, and therefore they will endorse utilising whatever contingency measures are necessary to deliver that? Thank you.
Speaker, the member is absolutely right in indicating that the proposals brought forward by the European Union fall far short of addressing a range of issues, not least on the matter that he has raised in respect of medicines. We do know that there is an issue in respect of the role of the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency and the European Medicines Agency in matters of patient safety. The EU proposals failed to even put forward anything in respect of veterinary medicine when it comes to providing those medicines that are needed to address animal welfare issues. There are also issues in respect of other SPS arrangements around certification and definition and scope. So beyond the headlines that accompanied the EU proposals, they are lacking in the substance to address the issues that are vitally important, not just on those constitutional matters when it comes to governance, but in respect to issues that affect all of our communities in terms of the provisions of goods, including medicines.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, First Minister, earlier this year the pharmaceutical company Almac described its unique position under the protocol. It's giving it, quote, unique and its customers unique, seamless, uninterrupted and flexible access to both the UK and European marketplaces. Last week they announced the creation of 1,000 new jobs here. First Minister, what is it about the potential for economic advantage and job creation that your party wants to throw away? And in your discussions with businesses and business groups, has a single one of those businesses or groups supported your idea of triggering Article 16?
Mr. Speaker, yes, many. have indeed, whenever it comes to the engagements that I've had with the business community around a range of issues that are affecting businesses. You only need to look, and I commend the UK Command Paper that was published before the summer, and it gives great detail as to the impacts that the protocol has had. And the member raises his eyebrows and dismisses of it because he is blind and deaf to the reality of what the protocol has done. Such is his sycophantic nature when it comes to being pro-European. He should look at the devastating impact the protocol has had in the diversion of trade away from Great Britain into Northern Ireland. And if he is that concerned about our pharmaceutical companies and medicines, he should listen carefully to the Health Minister. Whenever we have over 90% of all of our medicines that come from Great Britain, the member should really reflect when it comes to his position on the protocol, rather than lecturing me in respect to that issue.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for his answers so far. It was reported last week that the Irish Government intend to inspect fuel crossing from Northern Ireland to enforce new air quality rules from next year. Does the First Minister believe this announcement is consistent with the approach the Irish Government has taken in seeking to resolve the problems created by the protocol?
Mr. Speaker, the member raises an interesting point, one that was picked up in the media last week, and it really does dismiss the myth whenever it comes to the Irish Government's position on not wanting to have a border on the island of Ireland, because when it comes to this issue, they are wanting to have a border on the island of Ireland and to carry out checks upon that border. So I don't believe, nor have I heard, any member within this House saying that the Irish Government is in violation of the Belfast Agreement as a result of its desire to put in place these checks. I hope that that is translated into the talks process that's currently underway, and they use that influence to persuade the European Union to take a much more pragmatic approach to finding solutions.
Stuart Dixon.
First Minister, in all the meetings that you've had of the Joint Committee, could you tell us what positive aspects of the Northern Ireland Protocol that you have promoted, particularly those businesses, that the vast majority of those businesses that come to members in this House to tell us that there are great benefits from being in both the United Kingdom economy and the economy of the European Union? Those are great benefits to Northern Ireland, indeed benefits which one of the ministers of his executive was promoting in the Netherlands not just last week. So, Minister, could you tell this House what you've been doing to positively promote Northern Ireland? It stands in sharp contrast with with national newspapers which show empty shelves in supermarkets and other businesses across the UK, but rarely in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the member for the question? The last meeting of the Joint Committee took place on the 9th of June. That was before the UK Command Paper has been published. It was an issue that the Deputy First Minister and I discussed with Lord Frost and the Secretary of State in respect of having another meeting of the Joint Committee. The indications were that that would be premature given the issues that are now being discussed and negotiated, and that process needs to come to a conclusion in order for any such Joint Committee then to have value around having a future meeting. But on the broader point that the member makes, it should not be beyond the realms of possibility to protect the European single market, for that integrity of that market to be upheld, whilst not having the checks that currently are in place, and indeed would be much worse had there not been the grace periods extended on an east-west dimension.
Well, most people would agree that there are operational difficulties with the protocol that need to be ironed out. The EU has put reasonable proposals on the table to do just that. And would the First Minister agree with me that if the British Government rejects these reasonable proposals, it will be because the Tories want to engage in perpetual war with Europe rather than dealing with tangible solutions, and we end up as collateral damage in that agenda?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will resist the ratcheting up of the rhetoric using the words war, given that the member's own colleague in her first question said that we should be dialling down the rhetoric. I have noted it was the European Union that said being prepared for peace but ready for war. That hasn't came from anyone on these side of the benches, or indeed from the United Kingdom government in terms of their processes. So let's encourage them to continue to intensify the talks process that's on this week. But they really do need to make progress on these issues, and to do it quickly.
Christopher Stafford.
Seeking clarity, sir, is this in relation to this or to the question that I'm listed for next? Question number 4.
Mr. Speaker, if I can invite Junior Minister Middleton to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the member for the question. The FIC report was discussed at the most recent executive meeting on the 23rd of September, and there was an agreement that the report should be published. Consideration has been given as how best to facilitate this.
Supplementary, Mr. Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, in the light of recent decisions in relation to the display of a memorial stone in the grounds of this building to mark the centenary of this country, in relation to the lighting up of this building, in relation to the planting of even some flowers in the grounds of this estate, does the Junior Minister agree with me that if we as a society are going to progress in these very sensitive areas, it needs to be on the basis of mutual respect and not one party seeking dominance over the rest of us?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the member for his question. And I do agree that in order to move forward, we have to have mutual respect right across the board, and it indeed works both ways. The report itself actually discusses culture, conflict and rights, cultural identity and society. It looks at the issue of cultural public spaces as well. That being said, it's, whilst these reports can be brought forward, it's around actions, it's around how people behave and how people feel. And I think particularly people have been disappointed in terms of how certain political parties in this chamber have conducted themselves around the centenary of Northern Ireland. The report itself has 45 recommendations. There are a number of areas in the report, of course, where consensus was not reached, and they are described as where challenges remain. We need to see mutual respect, and unfortunately over the course of this past 12 months we haven't seen that.
Corla, and I thank the Junior Minister for his answers thus far. Junior Minister Kearney has already outlined that the delay of the publication of the FIC report did not sit with the Sinn Féin side of the Executive Office. So can I ask the First Minister or the Junior Minister to outline why he is blocking the publication of the implementation plan alongside the FIC report?
Can I thank the member for her question? As I said in my opening answer, at the executive meeting on the 23rd of September, there was agreement that the report should be published. At the most recent working group meeting of the FIC report as well in July, that position was our position then. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get to the position where that report is to be published. The blockage isn't from our side. I would urge the members across the House to allow this report to be released. I think it is important that the public see the report and have their say on the report, so the blockage is certainly not from our side.
Patty McGlone.
Thank the Minister for his answers up until now. Could I ask just at a very practical level, the Minister, what more will be done in terms of protecting workers who carrying out their job? They have to remove some of the more contentious flags from areas where they simply shouldn't be.
Can I thank the member for his question? Again, we are urging the FIC report to be published. That being said, we have said that the report itself is not going to solve all the ills within society. That's not to stop particular departments taking forward work within their areas. And of course, people and workers shouldn't feel threatened in terms of dealing with contentious issues. We have to work together with our local communities, our local community reps, and I know, speaking from a personal MLA capacity, I know that's what we do within our constituency. So this, waiting for this report to be published should not prevent, particular departments doing work that's within their particular remit. But again, the report itself can be published, it should be published, and we certainly are not blocking that.
Rachel Woods.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Junior Minister for his answer so far. Could the Junior Minister give an assurance that the FIC report and plan would be published in this Assembly mandate?
Well, again, I thank the member for the question. The FIC report can and should be published. That was the position taken at the September executive meeting. We want to see that happen. It's a matter for others why that's been blocked. People will judge on that for themselves. The FIC report can be published today if there's a willingness to do so.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker. Question 5, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We were unfortunately unable to provide a formal letter of endorsement to the Council on behalf of the Executive in advance of their opening bid. However, we are pleased that this clearly did not impact on their bid, as we were delighted to learn that they have been successful in making the long list in the 2025 UK City of Culture process. Success in this competition would create a once-in-a-generation platform to showcase to a wider audience the wealth of the culture, arts and heritage that the heartlands of Armagh and Down, its communities and its people have to offer. So in light of this, we have now written to the Council offering our full support and wish them the utmost success with their submissions.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. And it really is disappointing that you didn't get in a letter of support before the initial bid went in, although they had asked for it in a timely manner, because all the other city bids had those very important letters of support. But you raise a really good point about giving it the support it needs now. That's the important thing. Can I ask the Minister, therefore, I understand where the Communities, Minister for Communities will be looking at this, but what support will the Executive Office give?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, the timing, I suppose, of in terms of the letter and why we weren't able to respond as soon as we would have liked to. It did come in on the 9th of July, wanting a response in less than a week. Now, we did seek input from the Department for Communities, as the member rightly raises that, but it was over a month before we got that back from that department. But having said all of that, we are and we have communicated as First and Deputy First Minister to the Chief Executive of the Council our full support and what work we can do with the departments in seeking to support that bid. And the Department for Communities will and is the primary department that is responsible for that. But where the Executive Office can assist, it absolutely will get our support to do that.
Rose Kelly.
Mr Speaker and Minister, can I ask then, in relation to what support will be on offer, will there be financial support and also will there be in-kind support? And if so, how much and when might they know?
Well, Mr Speaker, I will let the Department for Communities to engage with the Council in respect of that whenever it comes to financial resources or commitment in kind, whatever that looks like. Primary responsibility for how the Executive can support this bid will come through the Department for Communities. But again, as I've said to Mr Beattie, where the Executive Office can assist on that, we'll be happy to do that, but it will be led by the Department for Communities.
Call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am delighted that ABC Council are proceeding with the bid, and I was talking to the Chief Executive, who was in London talking to others around the bid last week. In the wider Upper Bann ABC Council area, we have our city of Armagh with all of its culture and traditions and built heritage. We will have some of the popular culture of today when the Game of Thrones exhibition opens in Banbridge, hopefully in the not too distant future. But County Armagh is also the birthplace of oranges.
Could the member move to a question, please?
Yes. Will the First Minister agree with me that it would be important that we celebrate the widest range of culture, including the orange tradition?
Well, Mr Speaker, the member is right in raising that issue. The Armagh, Banbridge, Craigavon council area does have a very rich heritage. It has a very strong sporting heritage. But in particular its cultural heritage, and obviously when I think about the Orange Institution and the birthplace in County Armagh and Dan Winter's cottage and things like that, of course I would expect the Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Council to be including the Orange Order, as it does very much bring its rich diversity to that part of Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Call Ciara Ferguson.
Foil MLA, I would very much like to wish the ABC Council all the very best in their City of Culture bid. Derry's Year City of Culture in 2013 is still fondly remembered, so I'd like to ask the Minister for his assessment of the legacy stemming from Derry's time as City of Culture.
Well, the member speaks from experience, Mr Speaker, in terms of the impact, and I remember it well in terms of the profile that the North West had, the City of London, Derry, and all of the different cultures, businesses and so on, and that was put on show right across the United Kingdom and attracted media attention. And we have a legacy from that, and we can see in terms of even the investment in the North West, there is significant investment coming. We have the Magee University and the expansion of that university, and so it is something that the member rightly can commend, and we hope ABC will be able to be successful in their bid and then can benefit similarly in the same way as the member's constituency.
Just McNulty.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer questions 6, 8 and 10 together. We attended the opening ceremony of COP26 along with leaders from participating countries and held discussions with the UK Government and the other devolved administrations. We also met with the US delegation and discussed potential economic opportunities from using clean energy. The discussions provided the opportunity to share best practice on the challenges of climate change. We also met up with some of our local organisations and hopefully helped to highlight their expertise in addressing climate change issues. We discussed the Executive's plans and our recognition for the need for action. New Decade New Approach included a strategy to address the immediate and longer-term impacts of climate change. We need to achieve a balance in sustainable living, protecting the environment and developing economic opportunities, and this will be a theme throughout the next programme for government. Our actions include introducing the Executive's Climate Change Bill, now with the Assembly, and the Green Growth Strategy developed in consultation with many stakeholder groups, in particular young people. And the Executive has also endorsed our Environment Strategy, which will be one of the main strategies underpinning our overarching green growth agenda. An energy strategy, sustainable transport and other plans will not only provide the strategic basis to reduce carbon emissions, but create new jobs in the green economy and drive innovation.
Just McNulty, supplementary.
I was Can Corlin and thank the Minister for his answer thus far. Minister, can I ask how will the Executive Office bring ministers and departments together to tackle the crisis, the climate crisis, in a collective, meaningful and impactful way and consistent way? And do you recognise and appreciate the urgency of now?
Well, Mr Speaker, I absolutely appreciate it, and I made this point whenever I was over in Glasgow. The next generation, the younger people, absolutely get this, and they can be at times the strongest advocates as they challenge, as my children do, me, what I'm doing even in our own home environments, and then their grandparents. And our schools have a fantastic eco scheme right across Northern Ireland, and that is something that is having a real and positive impact. But in terms of all of the issues, I highlighted it in my original response. We are signed up as an executive to delivering on a wide range of different strategies which have meaningful objectives to it that will have tangible impact, and that is something which we take seriously collectively as an executive.
Murphy.
Minister, as a result of COP26, there is now an increased global focus on the need to combat the climate crisis. With this in mind, will the Minister commit to supporting my private member's bill to ban fracking so that we can all play our part in what is the greatest challenge facing humanity?
Well, Mr Speaker, I haven't had an opportunity to look at the private member's bill. As someone who's introduced a private member's bill, I know that there's a lot of work goes in to do that. So without commenting on the substance of it, let me commend her first of all for developing a private member's bill. Obviously, I'll look at what is contained within it. But on the broader principle, when it comes to tackling climate change, when it comes to having that clean energy, driving forward our environmental strategies, we need to ensure that Northern Ireland is energy sufficient, that we have our own security of energy supply, and therefore we need to ensure that the changes that we're making, we're able to do that in a sustainable way.
Very briefly, supplementary from Christopher Stafford.
Mr Speaker, we all recognise the scale of the challenge that we face, and we recognise the role the Executive Office has in coordinating the response across all of government. Can I ask the First Minister to confirm for my constituents in Belfast that this government will not be clobbering them with a congestion charge?
Well, Mr Speaker, that isn't something that has been discussed at the Executive, nor indeed as the Minister for Infrastructure brought forward such a proposal, and I'm not anticipating one coming forward.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, members, and we move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Topical questions 5 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Jerry Kelly.
Margaret Kilmacollia. The Minister recently told the House that the work was progressing well in terms of the new decade new approach commitments, and he will also be aware that the appointments for a panel to a Bill of Rights is also NA commitments. There are, I presume the Minister is aware, media reports that you are refusing to appoint an eminently qualified human rights expert, Colin Harvey. If that is true, if the media reports are true, would the Minister give us a reason why?
Well, Mr Speaker, first of all, it would be inappropriate for me to be commenting around any individuals that have applied in a process which is private and confidential. But I have not been presented with a list of names for me to seek a selection to. As I understand it, the history of this was a potential panel of 5. There was an agreement reached within the Executive Office that that would be 3 members, but in terms of the numbers of people who applied for it, or indeed their identities, that isn't a list that has been presented to me.
Supplementary, Jerry Kelly.
Lord Mayor, agus going bugus listen our fragment. Could you so thank the Minister for his answer up tonight? And I noticed that he did not deny what was in it, or for that matter confirm it. But let me say this: you know, the days of unionist discrimination and unionist exclusion are over. And I would ask the Minister, does he accept that the anti-rights position from the DUP belongs in the past and stays in the past, and that the DUP can delay this, but will not stop the progressive and necessary change for the better?
Well, Mr Speaker, it has never been a minister that belonged to the DUP that was found to be guilty of discriminating when it came to people seeking positions whenever it was from the Protestant community. Our party doesn't discriminate against anybody. We haven't done in the past, nor indeed will we. In respect of the particular issue, the committee within the Assembly has been looking at this in respect of a Bill of Rights. As I understand it, they have extensively consulted with people who have been able to provide information to it, and there's a course of work that has already been carried out. And so, in respect of the issues to do with the appointment of this panel, it certainly hasn't been to the detriment of the Assembly and the committee from carrying out its work.
Roy Beggs.
Sorry, I wasn't aware I was listed to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Sir, given that the European Union has itself indicated a preparedness to amend aspects of the protocol, now I have to say it goes nowhere near far enough for me, but given that the European Union have made that indication, what does it say about the foresight of those who demanded its rigorous implementation?
Mr Speaker, the member is right in raising this because this Assembly debated, I think, maybe 4 motions calling for the rigorous implementation of the protocol. There were delegations from Sinn Féin, the SDLP, the Alliance Party, and I think it was the Green Party who went down to Dublin to demand the rigorous implementation of the protocol. And yet now, at last, there has been recognition that the protocol has got very serious problems with it in terms of how it has been implemented. Had it been implemented in full, had it not had a DUP minister that was able to thwart the efforts when it comes to the implementation of the protocol, and then we got the grace periods, there would have been much more serious impacts as a result of that protocol. And so let us hope that over the next number of weeks we will get the progress that we need to get in respect of the UK Government and the European Union finding a permanent resolution.
Supplementary, Christopher Stafford.
The central issue, of course, is the writ of the European Court of Justice. The present position adopted by the European Union is we will water down some of our rules, but we reserve the right to make the rules for you forever in perpetuity. Does my colleague, the First Minister, agree with me that that is a position that no Prime Minister, but certainly no Conservative and so-called Unionist Prime Minister, should ever sign up to?
I met with Maros Sefcovic. I made this point when I met with the MEPs this morning. I made this point that when it comes to the democratic deficit, the lack of democratic legitimacy of the new arrangements is something which isn't acceptable, nor should it be for any Democrat in this House that values the mandate that they have. The laws that impact upon the people of Northern Ireland should have its basis in Northern Ireland, or indeed then part of the wider UK framework for which we derive our authority from. And that is encapsulated through the European Court of Justice, which represents the apex of that governance arrangement. So we do need to see progress made in respect of the governance issues as well.
John O'Dowd.
Sir, I've listened to you carefully throughout question time this afternoon, and you have studiously avoided using the word boycott of the North-South Ministerial Council. On what other planet would it be acceptable for a minister to refuse to carry out their lawful duties under their ministerial code other than the DUP planet? Should you or will you not now come forward and say you, as First Minister, Joint First Minister, will act in accordance with your ministerial code?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member raises an issue which I would just politely remind Mr. O'Dowd that it was in 2008 Sinn Féin boycotted the executive meetings. It was not that long ago that Sinn Féin pulled down these institutions and deprived this Assembly from sitting, British-Irish Council meetings from taking place, and indeed for North-South bodies from being able to operate in any shape or form. So when it comes to thwarting the activities of the institutions created by the Belfast Agreement, it is Sinn Féin that have been the masters of that.
Supplementary, John O'Dowd.
I note you avoid the question again, Minister, but the reality is that you are acting unlawfully, and you cannot blame your Dairy Secretary for not arranging meetings. If I was in a point of principle, I would say I'm standing up for what I believe in, and I am boycotting A, B or C. Instead, what you're doing is blaming the Dairy Secretary for not arranging meetings. When will you act lawfully and send a message out to those people on the streets you're acting unlawfully in the hijacking and burning of buses and other activities, and ensure that you're living up to your obligations, your legal obligations under the Ministerial Code?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that there is an active case in the courts in respect of these issues, and it would be inappropriate for me to be using this chamber to be making points which ought to be made in the courts, and this is a case which is currently under active judicial proceedings. And information is being provided to the courts to give them information. I would wish that I was able to have legal representation to reflect both what I and my colleague Gary Middleton have been doing, but that has been denied not on once but 2 occasions in terms of the legal representation that should be coming from the Executive Office, and it hasn't come from my side of the office, that blockage.
Call Rachel Woods.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the First Minister for an update on the long-awaited and much-needed violence against women and girls strategy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a very important strategy, and I know it's one that her and I talked about whenever we were on the Justice Committee together. There is progress being made in terms of the development of the violence against women and girls strategy. There's recently been a new official appointed to lead that for us, and there is a lot of work now being taken forward in terms of the engagement, and so there is a specific lead official now that is responsible for that.
Rachel Wood, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for his answer. And the First Minister will be aware of comments recently made by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland during a recent visit that the failure to roll out abortion services in Northern Ireland was abhorrent. So can I ask if the Executive are on track to implement abortion services for Northern Ireland no later than March 2022?
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State lost court proceedings in respect of this issue. There is currently judgment awaiting in another judicial review that was taken by SPUC. I know that that is something which is fed into the Department of Health's consideration of a paper which is its responsibility to bring forward to the Executive. But the Secretary of State should respect the devolved settlement. He said that in his interview, that this was a devolved issue, and therefore he should not be interfering in terms of the directions which he issued. He should resist the temptation to overstep his role and allow the executive to deal with what is a sensitive issue. I have proposed that there should be an executive subcommittee, which my party would attend, where these things could be considered by those that are elected through this assembly into the executive, and that we can find a position which is more reflective of where the people of Northern Ireland are in on these issues. The directions that were issued by the Secretary of State were abhorrent.
Jim Allister.
Why is the First Minister's protocol protest against the North-South bodies so porous that under the guise of health he allowed to be approved multiple appointments of a non-health nature to 5 North-South bodies so as to keep them wholly operative?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issues of North-South health was one area where Jeffrey Donaldson made clear that we didn't seek to thwart, nor indeed would it be appropriate for us to thwart other ministers who decide that they want to participate in North-South bodies, the Minister for Health being one of them and others, and therefore that is the reason why the subsequent meeting took place, because they were not DUP ministers that were attending, they were other ministers of the executive who wanted to attend that particular meeting.
Supplementary, Jim Allister.
The First Minister has avoided the question. Business can only be conducted at any North-South meeting if the agenda and the content is approved by the First and Deputy First Minister. At the health meeting, on non-health issues, the First Minister approved appointments to 5 of the 6 North-South bodies. Why did he do that if there is a real, persistent, determined campaign in behalf of the protocol against the operation of North-South bodies when our East-West relations have been trashed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to have good North-South relations. I want to see institutions operating in good faith. As I have indicated earlier to the House, because of what has happened with the protocol, because of the disruption on an East-West basis, that inevitably would have consequences whenever it comes to North-South. And currently, what is being talked about in respect of the meeting that was held in June when it came to North-South ministerial councils was an indicative meetings that were to take place. They were not legally scheduled or ministers put under obligations at that meeting, and whenever it comes to dairy offices and private secretaries, nor can they put ministers under legal obligations. There is a process set out under statute whenever meetings come officially scheduled that place ministers under legal obligations. That hasn't happened.
I call Robbie Butler.
Mr. Speaker, could the First Minister give us an update on any discussions that his office has had with regard to the removal of the exemption for teachers under the Fair Employment Teaching Order?
Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that it's accepted within the Executive Office that requires review. The Department of Education obviously is a significant role in that, and I know that there has been engagement from the Department of Education with a wide range of stakeholders in respect of FETO and the exemption that currently exists when it comes to the recruitment of teachers. There is historical context for this, which the member will know, where exemptions were sought in the past. Because of the nature of the education system in Northern Ireland, whenever it comes to reflecting a particular ethos. So it is accepted that this is an issue that needs to be reviewed, but that does require work to be carried out by the Department of Education.
Very briefly, Robbie Butler, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would it be in the First Minister's review that it might happen before the end of this mandate?
Mr. Speaker, we haven't had any indications from the Department of Education around the time frame by which they would have carried out the engagement that they need with stakeholders. So I think it's unlikely within this mandate that we would see change, but it is something that the Department of Education is currently engaging with stakeholders on.
And time is up. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two. Do we move on to the next question? Time. Okay, members, we will now move on to questions to the Minister of Education. Question 6 has been withdrawn, and I call Rachel Woods. Ms Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
I'm aware that many schools have experienced high levels of absence of teaching and non-teaching staff due to a number of both COVID and non-COVID factors. In these circumstances, principals have taken the difficult decision to close some classes, class bubbles, or move to remote blended learning or avail of exceptional closure days. These actions have been necessary in order to maintain the safety of both pupils and staff alike, and importantly have been taken in light of the extant public health guidance. The Education Authority has established an emergency resourcing team to support principals in addressing staffing pressures and provide support where required. This team has also reviewed the Northern Ireland Substitute Teacher Register, NISTR, asking teachers to identify an interest and/or experience of working with children with SEN or complex needs. They've also provided updated lists to priority schools of NISTR teachers who are available to work and have indicated a willingness to travel within the specific geographical area. Officials continue to meet regularly with the Special Schools Strategic Leadership Group to ensure that issues and pressures faced by special schools are considered and addressed as they emerge. Ensuring that all schools remain open to provide teaching and learning for children, young people and their families is my key priority, and I have asked officials to keep me regularly updated in relation to this issue.
Supplementary, Rachel Woods.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Does the Minister agree with me that staff shortages in special schools is an urgent matter, and that those shortages are affecting the ability of classes to run, which has a negative impact on our children, young people and their families? And can the Minister outline how our department is ensuring that there is enough professional, fully qualified, skilled and experienced staff available to fill positions in special schools?
I thank the member for her question, and I absolutely agree with what she has said with regards to special schools, and it is a priority to ensure that those schools are resourced appropriately. My officials are working very closely alongside EA in order to address that, and as I've indicated in the original question, that we have been working through the emergency resourcing team and also special school support officers in order to give particular support to some schools which are finding it much more difficult than others to manage. I am cognizant of that there are a number of schools who have had class closures and have had to close for particular days in order to address that. That does concern me because I don't want any people to miss out on learning, but I'm also very aware of the pressures that this places on families too. So I'd like to give the member my assurance that my officials are working in order to address the difficulties that we currently have.
Nicola Brogan, supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Can I ask the Minister, is she aware of the particular pressures facing Arvely Special School in my constituency in West Tyrone? And can she outline what she's doing to ensure that the school can remain open safely and provide the services, the wide range of services that are needed for the children that attend that school, please?
I do thank the member for her question, and I am aware that Arvely did have a particular issue before the Halloween break where they closed for 2 days, and that was really to allow a 12-day window in order for both teachers and for young people to be able to return to school. As I said in previous answers, I am aware of the challenges that are being presented in special schools particularly, and as I said, the EEA are working very closely in order to address some of those issues. If there's anything else in particular with regards to Arvely, I'm quite happy to speak to the member, but having visited the school and the service that they provide in that particular area, I know that it's a resource that we don't want to see closed at any point.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answers to the question so far. Minister, can you provide an update on the impact COVID infections is having on teaching and non-teaching staff in special schools? Have you an exact number for the number of teachers that are at present?
And I thank the member for his question. I actually do have that information at hand. So with regards to the week beginning the 1st of November, 4 schools had class closures, and the week beginning the 8th of November, 7 schools had class closures and 1 full school site closure. With regards to the particular numbers, the number of teachers absent on the week beginning the 1st of November, there were 91. On the week beginning the 8th of November, there were 111. With regards to classroom assistants, the week beginning the 1st of November, there were 239. And the week beginning the 8th of November, there were 298.
Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the answers given so far on this important issue and the answers to me in correspondence from the Minister in relation to Clifton School in Bangor. I think we appreciate the very real challenges facing the special schools sector at this time. Can I ask the Minister what other avenues are the Department and the EA exploring to address the staffing challenges throughout the system?
Thank the member for his question. As he did reference, the EA Emergency Resourcing Team has supported the establishment of a number of relief registers across a range of non-teaching roles. Officials continue to work closely with the chair of the Special School Leadership Group to provide support in response to the staffing challenges faced by special schools. The childcare course placement coordinators in the 5 regional FE colleges have been contacted and advised that special schools may be in a position to host placement students with an interest in working with pupils with complex needs, and they have been asked to contact their local school directly to explore if this is an option. Colleges have also been provided with information about the Classroom Assistants Emergency Register and asked to bring it to the attention of students who may be qualified or available for casual work. The placement coordinators have circulated this information to their colleagues on all campuses, and I am aware that there have been issues with Access NI in the past, and they have now recently confirmed that there are no delays in processing vetting checks and that the education sector is being prioritised for a quick turnaround.
Call Roy Beggs.
Question number 2.
The pilot programme targeted additional teacher support project for post-primary children with complex interaction of needs, implemented by the Education Authority, is based on the reallocation of classroom assistant hours to provide newly qualified teachers hours to support children with statements of SEN. The Education and Training Inspectorate report on the initial pilot, which took place in March 2020, found that there was very positive collaborative work and practice with skill differentiation, good relationships amongst staff and pupils demonstrated a positive attitude towards engagement with learning. A further pilot has been rolled out and is being evaluated in terms of tracking pupil progression against academic, social and emotional indicators, staff structure and management processes. Following the 2021 PAC recommendations, the Department has begun the procurement for an independent review of the EEA Special Educational Needs Services, which includes an assessment of the impact of adult assistance on children's outcomes. The report of the independent review is due in the summer of 2022. The EEA has decided to pause expansion of the pilot until it receives and considers the independent review report.
Roy Beggs, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer so far. But in some post-primary schools, there can be 3, 4 or even 5 classroom assistants standing at the back of the classroom awaiting to intervene should the need arise. EA officials, EA board members and indeed the Permanent Secretary have all acknowledged that this is not a good use of public funds. So my question is, when will all principals be given flexibility with their SEN funding so that they can employ additional SEN teachers and classroom assistants for one-to-one learning and for small group work, and so improve the educational outcome for pupils with special educational needs?
And I thank the member for his question, and he does raise a very interesting point that obviously does need addressed. And certainly, as you're aware, there are a number of reviews and obviously the recommendations which have come through from the number of reports, which hopefully will then start to address some of those issues and making sure that need is targeted and targeted appropriately to those who need it.
Call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Anti-Bullying Week, the theme for which is one kind word. So can I offer a kind word of compliment to the Education Minister on her odd socks that she's supporting today in support of Anti-Bullying Week. Can I also then ask the Education Minister just how far over capacity and under-resourced our SEN provision is, and who is accountable for responding to that matter?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously I've seen the member socks as well. He displayed them in the canteen earlier. There's a growing need within SEN, as we all very much appreciated, and there is an issue in relation to how it's resourced, and that itself is a challenge for us. I would be hopeful that, as I've indicated, the number of reviews that are being carried out and the seriousness within which my department and EA are taking SEN, that this will then lead to a much more focused outcome in order to address the need for special educational needs.
Minister, the Finance Minister recently announced a significant funding boost for special educational needs in the October monitoring round. Could the Minister give us some further detail on how that money will be allocated and when we can expect to see special supports reach our classrooms and schools?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously October monitoring round itself was a challenge. My department did support special educational needs bids totalling in excess of £23 million. Of that, £7.7 million was secured, which leaves a residual pressure of £15.9 million, which isn't insignificant. The funding was secured for £4.6 million for EA block grant pressures, combined with additional COVID funding totalling £3.1 million, and that was for PPE for special schools, £0.4 million, special school substitute teaching staff and other staff cover of £0.5 million, additional SEN pupil support services of £1.2 million, and asymptomatic testing in special schools of £1 million. Meeting the needs of SEN pupils with a statement of need is a statutory requirement for us, and obviously work will continue on. So each child will actually have some support. However, there are consequences on other aspects of what we deliver if we continue with the burden of that. The Finance Minister has given an assurance that he will give priority to SEN pressures at the January monitoring. And that's, of course, dependent upon whether funding is available. However, given the significant level of pressures, as I've indicated, it's imperative that EA takes actions also to manage pressures in order to avoid an overspend situation at the end of the year. I'm going to continue to make the case unashamedly for the funding of special educational needs at every opportunity, and I would hope that I will receive the necessary support from other parties in the executive in relation to that. But with regards to when we will see that being spent, that spend will be immediate.
Minister, you'll be aware of the educational trauma experienced by children and young people awaiting statements, waiting support, and the ripple effect that has cutting through their family, not just their family, cutting through their community, and the impacts that has on them later on in life. Can you give us an update on the current waiting list for special education needs assessments and supports? And can you update us what conversations you're having with the Health Minister around tackling waiting lists?
Thank the member for his question in relation to the statements and the need to move these on quickly. The EA has reported that the proportion of statements being completed within 26 weeks each month has fallen from 96%, that's 1 out of 161 out of 168 statements in April 2021, to 73%, that's 382 out of 525 statements in September. This has been as a direct result of a significant spike in the number of referrals received across May and June 2021, which was more than double the number received in the same period of 2020. And although that spike has since fallen away to a degree, referral numbers are still significantly higher across the subsequent months compared to 2020. And in response to these pressures, the EA has already accelerated the expansion of staff resource, which has been planned for early 2022 to prepare for the SEND Act implementation, and that recruitment process is underway, which I hope will assist in restoring the 26-week timeframe compliance. But I absolutely agree with the member with regards to the pressures that this puts on families.
Question 3, please.
Development Proposal DP 574, which proposes that Craigavon Senior High School will operate on a single site at 26 to 34 Lurgan Road, Portadown, with effect from the 1st of September 2022, or as soon as possible thereafter, was published by the Education Authority on the 22nd of April 2021. The statutory objection period ended on the 22nd of June 2021. A submission containing all pertinent information on the proposal will be presented to me for my decision in due course, and I can assure you that I will not unduly delay my decision as soon as the proposal is presented to me for consideration.
Supplementary, Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Minister. I mean, this has been going on for over 5 years now, given our slight interlude for a short period in between, and it's having a detrimental effect on the community and on the pupils. Parents don't want their kids bussed out of Lurgan just because they were not selected for grammar education. Neither do businesses, neither do sporting clubs, neither does the local council, neither does educational experts who think bussing them out of Lurgan because they were not selected for a grammar education. Could I ask the Minister to please listen to the people in Lurgan who says it is not a good idea to bus these children out of Lurgan to Portadown and it will not help their education?
And I thank the member for his question, and as he will understand, I can't comment in relation to what he has said. However, all information and all arguments which have been given to officials with regards to this will be collated and presented to me in a decision in the coming weeks. So at this stage it would be unfair for me to make comment with regards to what he said, but I want to reassure the member that all comments will be taken into consideration.
Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As one of the parties who supported the retention in Lurgan, can I ask, Minister, and you have heard your remarks in response to Mr. Beattie about not being able to comment, but there was a proposal put forward where Lurgan Junior High School campus would allow the sharing of accommodation in the absence of any agreed way forward around academic selection. I'm just urging you to consider and to meet with the Principal and the Board of Governors of Lurgan Junior High School in relation to their proposal about providing an alternative site.
And I thank the member for her question, and maybe it is quite timely that I am meeting with representatives of Lurgan Junior High tomorrow.
I'm going to call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Minister is very aware of the problems with the school estate on the Lurgan campus of the senior high school. Will the Minister confirm that the overwhelming majority of those who responded to the development proposal rejected the basis that it is now based upon? And will she confirm what other proposals were actually considered in this issue?
And I thank the member for her question. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to confirm the numbers of responses and whether or not they were positive or negative with regards to the DP at this particular stage, because I haven't received the information from my officials in regards to it. The latter part of her question was in regards to what the other options were. The case for change for DP 574 sets out the 4 specific options which were considered, as well as an investigation into a number of suitable sites in the area. So the first option was the proposed relocation of the Craigavon Senior High School campus to the Lurgan Junior High site with a new build of 250 pupils post-primary. Option 2 was Craigavon Senior High School operating on a single site on the Portadown campus, which was the preferred option. The third option was the extension of the Lurgan campus following the relocation of the Southern Regional College in Lurgan. And the fourth option was Lurgan Junior High School operating as 11 to 16 school, with the option to transfer to grammar provision at 14.
I'm going to call Andrew Muir.
Speaker, my question's already been asked. Thank you.
Thank you. And move on. Patsy McGlone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4.
Teachers in Northern Ireland received a 2% cost of living increase in 2018, 2019 and 2020. In addition, staff that were eligible for incremental progression will have progressed up the teacher's pay scale at an estimated cost of 0.8% per year. The vast majority of non-teaching staff in Northern Ireland receive the National Joint Council Pay Award each year. The headline NJC cost of living increase was 2% in both 2018 and 2019, although higher awards were made to staff on the lowest pay points. The NJC agreement for 2020 was 2.75%. Non-teaching staff eligible for incremental progression will also have progressed on their pay scale at an estimated cost of 0.5% per year. Both the teaching and non-teaching pay awards for 2021 have yet to be agreed.
I thank
Patrick supplementary.
Okay, Maleshko, thank you, and thank the Minister for her detail there, specifically in regard to the role that teachers and indeed other ancillary support staff have played right throughout, and have visited schools, about 8 schools over this last 3 to 4 weeks, and I see the complete dedication that is shining through from classroom assistants to principal to other teaching staff. Is it not within the realms of the department to give those people what they're required, a decent pay rise? I know some of those have been more or less a pay rise here and a pay rise there, but something which is compatible at least with the cost of living, and something that recognises that dedication, that worth that they have put in both while the schools were open and while they weren't open, because that dedication shone right through as I visited those schools in the last 3 to 4 weeks.
And I thank the member for his question, and also for his commentary in relation to the dedication of teachers and support staff. And I absolutely agree with every word that he said with regards to that. And as you know, I would visit maybe that number of schools every week, and I have made it sort of a priority to get out to see and to speak to teachers and to classroom assistants, and I do see their dedication. So I do, and I put that on the record that I do appreciate that. However, there are a number of factors which obviously impact and influence the pay awards of staff, as you'll be aware. And obviously the pay award for the Northern Ireland teaching staff needs to follow the Northern Ireland pay policy guidance set out by the Executive. And this obviously is noting and taking into consideration the constrained budget position in Northern Ireland, and obviously the pressures that there are on public services. And this also advises that pay awards need to be affordable in the context of department's budget allocation. The latest pay policy guidance notes that pay awards for up to 1% are allowable, subject to there being a commitment to reform and obviously efficiency initiatives. With regards to non-teaching staff, the vast majority are contractually entitled to the National NJC Pay Award, and that's agreed by the National Employers for Local Government Services, and the Northern Ireland officials actually don't have any input with regards to the negotiation process or the final settlement with regard to that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that these people have worked incredibly hard through very, very challenging times.
Patrick Delargy.
Minister, I've met with a number of classroom assistants from across my constituency over the last number of weeks. The consensus among all of them, there was real concern about their pay and about their working conditions. I know myself from a lot of classroom assistants who I've worked with that it is difficult to retain these brilliant and really skilled people. So I wonder, could you outline in detail for me what provision you're putting in place to try and retain classroom assistants on our schools?
And again, I agree with the sentiments of the member with regards to the work that they do, and that they are exceptional in the assistance that they give, and also the sort of the longer-term impact that they will have on the children that they work very, very closely with on a day-to-day basis, and that's to be commended. As I indicated to the previous member, with regards to non-teaching staff, they're contractually entitled to the NJC pay award, which is not something which my officials are involved with the negotiation of. There are ongoing negotiations with regards to the final offer, which was obviously made in July 2021. However, what we can do, and obviously I would be supportive of if there were to be a review in relation to grading, but that would be very much dependent on need and justification, and also needs then to be taken into consideration again with the Northern Ireland Executive pay policy guidance.
Harry Harvey.
you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for answers thus far. Minister, in terms of the education budget for next year, could you outline what pressures are, and if the Department gets its baseline again, what will mean to education in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. And an indicative 2022-23 baseline of £2,269.6 million has been provided to my department by the Department for Finance for planning purposes. If the position does not change at draft or final budget stage, this baseline will represent a 4% cut to the 21-22 education resource budget, before taking account of other inescapable or pre-committed pressures, which are estimated to be in excess of £350 million for next year, and that's inclusive of the £84 million shortfall in the indicative baseline. These pressures cover a wide range of education priorities, but relate largely to school-based pressures such as teaching and non-teaching pay and special educational needs, as well as EA block grant pressures and maintaining those programmes previously supported through confidence and supply funding such as Sure Start and Early Years Pathway Fund. Without significant additional funding, the budget position for the Department of Education is likely to continue to be extremely challenging, and some very difficult decisions will have to be made which could have serious consequences for frontline services in education, which will obviously then result in detrimental impact on the futures of our children and our young people.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I just wanted to ask you then, whenever teachers are going through their pay reviews and they're going through their assessments to see how they're behaving within their job, it doesn't matter how well then that they perform, it seems to be that there will be no pay reward unless there's additional money. Can you assure young teachers that there is actually a career pathway for them that they can develop through, given the fact that you're now saying that it all will depend on how much money education will get if they can ever get a pay increase?
And I do thank the member for her question, and she will understand that during the action short of strike, as a consequence of that, there was an agreement with the unions that we would undertake a workforce review project, and that was to deliver 9 reviews within the teachers' pay and workload agreement, and that in itself is progressing well. So there's a number of pieces of work which are following through on that, but I do want to as a former teacher, I'm more than aware of the commitment that is required and the long hours that teachers put in order to have positive outcomes for all of our young people, and I am committed to supporting them in any way that I possibly can. But we are obviously cognizant of the fact that we are in very serious and difficult times with regards to our budget, and all of these things do have to be taken into consideration. But I would want to be positive that teaching is a career and that we want people to enter and to be committed to and to enjoy and to feel supported.
Philip McGuigan, and the member may not get a supplementary.
Question 5.
My department engages with the Department for Infrastructure and the Public Health Agency on the Active Schools Travel Programme. This is an initiative funded by the Department for Infrastructure and the Public Health Agency and delivered by the charity Sustrans and their officers work to equip children with the necessary skills to enable them to walk or cycle safely. The overall objective of the programme is to increase the number of school pupils who walk, cycle or scoot to school. My department is currently supporting DFI in a programme to allow the installation of cycle shelters in schools and providing a secure storage facility and improving the infrastructure within the school grounds. It's hoped that we will be able to encourage an increased number of children cycling. DFI is providing the funding for this scheme. My department also offers opportunities through the curriculum for teachers to cover the issue of road safety. For example, at primary level, the personal development and mutual understanding area of learning requires teachers to enable pupils to develop knowledge, understanding and skills in keeping themselves healthy and safe. At post-primary level, the Learning for Life and Work area of learning requires that pupils should have opportunities to develop preventative strategies in relation to accidents in the home, school and on the road.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, members, and we move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Topical question 3 has been withdrawn, and I call Anya Murphy.
Question 1. Apologies. Minister, I'd like to thank you for your answers thus far. Our young people are under more pressure as they try and prepare for the GCSEs and A-levels after 2 years of interrupted learning. I have been contacted by a number of students in Fermanagh as well as parents who are greatly concerned about their exams and the huge level of content that they have to catch up on. Can the Minister outline how these young people will be supported through what is a hugely stressful time?
And I do thank the member for her question, and I absolutely understand where she's coming from with regards to that. Priority for me has been that we do return to examinations this academic year, because I think it's the best thing for our young people in order for them to be assessed fairly with regards to the work that they do. She will be obviously aware that due to the disruption to learning over the last 2 academic years, that mitigations have been put in place in order for the assessment of CAs, GCSEs, ASs and A-level qualifications. And we were very early in our announcement around what that would look like compared to the other regions. We made an announcement with regards to that on the 17th of May. For the majority of CAs, GCSEs, ASs and A-level qualifications, 1 unit of assessment was omitted, and this would then reduce the number of exams that young people and candidates would then have to be required to take. In addition to this, SEA has also provided exam aids for GCSE maths, and they were made available to schools early in September. But I am very mindful of the fact that our A-level students, for example, will not have sat any public examinations, and obviously assistance is required in order to give them a reassurance and confidence to go into exams.
Minister, I'd like to thank you for your answer. Schools continue to report a number of COVID-related absences, which obviously adds then to the disruption caused by the pandemic. Can you outline what support your department can make available to schools to assist young people in keeping up with the demands of their course despite this ongoing disruption?
I thank the member for her questions. As I outlined, I suppose, in my initial response, that mitigations have been put in place with regards to reduction in the number of units that pupils will have to take. We are very mindful of the fact that COVID is still with us, and while we don't want to be in a stage where we put in so many mitigations that the qualifications then become meaningless, that all of these things will have to be taken into consideration as we move forward to the examination in May. She'll also be aware that I did commit to Engage Maths programme in September, where I allocated £545,000, which was targeted directly at those going through GCSEs, GCSE Maths, starting obviously in November. So we are keeping all of this under review. However, she will be aware that, again, as I've said earlier, that the mitigations that we do have in place here on behalf of SEA are much greater than those that are in place in England and Wales.
Did the department do enough to encourage the celebration of the Northern Ireland centenary in our schools?
I thank the member for his question in relation to that. There are a number of programmes which have been announced earlier in the year, including Northern Ireland Centenary Art Competition, which will be closing in the next couple of weeks. We have time capsules, we have a digital programme and other resources which are being made available through the SEA website. Alongside that, the member will obviously be aware that there's also the centenary tree planting, which has been facilitated by the NIO, and which I've had the privilege of being able to attend a number of schools in order to plant those trees.
Supplementary, Jim Allister.
Why was no memento of this momentous occasion of the centenary offered to pupils through schools that wanted it? And was there any curriculum coverage of the centenary?
Again, I thank the member for his question, and there are a number of resources which are actually on the SEA website and on a hub which schools can access. And we have set aside further monies in order to have various celebrations, which of course schools have taken up. Again, I can go back to review as to whether or not that was actually considered at the time, but the member will also know that there are still while there's still only a number of weeks left, there's still some initiatives which are ongoing until the end of the year.
Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, last week you announced that you intend to bring through new legislation to give parents more flexibility in terms of when children start their education. Can you give us some more details on that, around timescales and steps in the process?
I thank the member for her question, and should be aware that this has been a priority for me. I was actually very supportive of the concept when it was being brought forward by John O'Dowd during his tenure as Minister, and I'm delighted that we do have the public consultation on the deferral of school starting age, which began last week on the 9th of November, and it will close on Tuesday the 4th of January. And I'll then bring forward a final policy decision and seek executive approval in order to bring forward legislation. I do remain optimistic that with the agreement of the committee, that legislation can be quickly taken through the Assembly to make this much needed change. I'm delighted to have launched the 8-week consultation in last week, and it has been received fairly positively to date. Within that, children born in April, May and June are currently the youngest in the school class. We have excellent schools and a very well-regarded play-based curriculum in the early years of primary school. The vast majority of children, regardless of their age within their class, do thrive at primary school. However, there are some parents who feel that starting school shortly after their 4th birthday isn't right for their very young child, and they've concerns particularly around issues such as social skills, emotional readiness, the longer school day and independence in personal care. So that is really the main body of what we are consulting on as an option. So we are proposing that flexibility with regards to the school starting age will be available on parental request to any child born between the 1st of April and the 1st of July, and this doesn't need to have an educational assessment.
Paula Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers. As someone who was born in the last week in June, I understand all too well how much that can affect you as being the youngest person in your class the whole way through school. Minister, it's good to know that you want to get this passed through before the end of this mandate. Could I just ask that you could highlight again just how parents can get involved before the consultation closes?
Thank you for the question. I would encourage everyone to get involved, and the easiest way for them to do that is by completing the online questionnaire, which obviously accompanies the consultation document. This is available from my department's website and also from NI Direct. Officials will also be organising a number of engagement events with parents and young people and other stakeholders, and I would advise them to look out for further details with regards to that.
Nicole Riley.
The recent COP26 event has demonstrated just how immediate the climate crisis is and how urgent action is required to reverse the trajectory we are on. Young people have the most at stake in terms of the climate crisis, and it is they who are leading the charge in terms of saving the planet. So can I ask the Minister if she plans to make education on climate change a core part of its curriculum?
And thank the member for her question, and it is obviously very timely given COP26 last week. Education does play a critical role in regards to mitigating climate change. And obviously there are a number of aspects of the curriculum which are already addressing this, particularly with the world around us at primary level and environment and society at post-primary. And I suppose really what we need to do is to ensure that our young people are investigating and exploring what the impacts of the environment and climate change. We want them to have a greater understanding of the interdependence of society and the economy and the environment in order to be able to respect what we currently have. I know obviously the executive itself is very much committed to tackling climate change through the commitments of NDNA, and obviously I'll be supportive of those commitments and how we can then review within education the best ways of being able to work through that.
Supplementary, Aisling Riley.
Does the Minister agree with me that given the urgency of the crisis facing us, that we should equip our young people from an early age with the knowledge and skills to make a positive impact on reducing the climate crisis, and that incorporating it into the curriculum would be a good start?
And I thank the member for a question. And I suppose if she's out and about in schools, she will see that our young people are very much engaged with the environment, and certainly involved in action against plastics and so on. And they're probably much more engaged than we would ever have been whenever we were at school. And there is an ethos now in a number of schools, particularly around primary schools. Last week on visits, I met in post-primary schools too, where schools councils are taking up various opportunities in order to try to address. So that is currently within our schools. I'm certainly content to review any further educational aspects that we need to do in order to enhance and to support them through that.
Well, Keith Archibald.
Can I ask the Minister, the Finance Minister recently announced a capital funding boost for education of about £20 million. Can I ask the Minister when she intends to announce the next round of major capital works?
I thank the member for a question, and obviously whatever amount the Finance Minister announces with regards to capital will never be enough in order to address the issues that we do currently have within the school estate. It would be my intention to announce a further capital round towards the end of this financial year.
Keith Archibald, supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for that response. I wrote to the Minister at the beginning of July in relation to St Patrick's College in Dungiven and invited the Minister to visit the school, because despite the best efforts of their really committed staff, they are struggling to maintain the school to the standard they'd like, and the patchy nature of small repairs here and there is no longer really enough. So the young people of this school deserve the same facilities, the same good facilities than any other. Can I ask the Minister if she would commit to visiting the school to see firsthand what's needed?
Absolutely.
Christopher Stover's not in his place, and I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, the Minister, so far for answers. Minister, can you give the House an update on the actions you're taking in relation to A Fair Start, the report on educational underachievement, please?
I thank the member for his question. Obviously, A Fair Start report it was compiled by the expert panel on educational underachievement, which is a commitment by NDNA, was launched in the beginning of June this year. The report identifies 8 key areas and 47 actions spread across 6 years. I'm really keen to see this progressed on this, which is an incredibly important programme. So I do have £4 million set aside for this year's budget to begin the work. 22 of the 47 actions have been initiated, and that's 40% of the actions within 5 months of the plan being published, and an additional 7 are being progressed. The investment will initiate fundamental change in early years, including enhancing the Getting Ready suite of programmes, a review with health colleagues of the role of health professionals in Sure Start, and taking forward additional nurture provision. My department will continue to prioritise the provision of digital devices to learners who need them, and will commission a review of alternative deprivation measures for free school meal entitlement. Time will be needed within the department to secure staffing resource to support the delivery of the action plan, and the member perhaps would also like to note that I have met with a number of executive colleagues, as this is a cross-departmental commitment.
Supplementary, Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, so far. Minister, you referred to the money for this year's budget. Considering it's a new decade, new approach, priority, have you got commitment that it's going to happen next year and you've got the budget for it?
Well, I certainly hope that we can get the money for it for next year. However, obviously, given the constraints that we have, there will be pressures. I am conscious that this is a very ambitious and important programme. I'm committed to its delivery, hence why I have met with other ministers to ensure that they obviously see the value of this. That includes health, TEO and communities. So we have to see that obviously this is taken in the context of other pressures, and I referred to those earlier in question time. From a budget perspective, ideally it would be best to wait the draft budget proposals before a firm decision can be made, but certainly I will be making the case for A Fair Start.
Members' time is up, and members please take your ease before we move to the next item.
Okay, members, we'll resume the BIC Transport Ministerial meeting, and Sir Cathal Boylan on council. There he's now. On time, Johnny. I call Chair of the committee, Jonathan Buckley. Give you a minute to get settled there. Are you okay?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and apologies, but I was caught in another meeting on the Southern Trust issue, so I know the Minister will not mind on that issue. Minister, thank you very much for your statement. Obviously, this is a huge issue to the committee, who have just completed a committee inquiry into decarbonisation with public transport. So can I ask, the Minister's statement referred to a paper prepared by the Work on the Sector for Electrification of Vehicles. Can the Assembly and Committee be provided with this paper, or can you expand on its content? And secondly, there's a lot of good intentions in this statement. However, was there any thought given to private funding streams for the private sector and councils to incentivise that move towards electrification? Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Chair of the Committee for his question. The paper that was submitted was basically each of the administrations setting out the state of play in terms of the electrification of vehicles and the infrastructure, and what actions they are taking and plan to take to accelerate this. In respect of funding, the British Government has set aside £20 million through the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles for the provision of on-street residential charge points. It's not possible for my department to draw down that funding, but it is available for local councils. That funding will provide 75% of the capital costs required to install the on-street residential parking, and to date none of our councils have successfully applied. But to try to incentivise that, I'm offering match funding from my Blue-Green Fund of 25%. So it would make it the case that if a council were to successfully bid for this money, 100% of its capital costs would be covered. Now, my officers are working closely with different councils to try to encourage them to draw down this funding. Other councils and local authorities have across the water, and we would be very hopeful that in the near future councils will apply, and so we can draw that funding down and dramatically improve the infrastructure. Just to also advise the House that, as members will know, our e-charging infrastructure is owned and operated by ESB. I've been working with ESB to upgrade their system. Phase 1 of the upgrade is complete. They're rolling out Phase 2 as well, and members will be aware that they were successful in terms of applying for funding to the Levelling Up Fund as well. So a lot of opportunities there that weren't there before, and we will continue to work with councils, with ESB, other energy providers and the motor industry as well.
Sir Cathal Boylan on Cashtaker. I call Cathal Boylan.
Last August, Corn Falls, Riven Rogers, Donaira. Could I welcome the statement? Minister, just in relation to, there was £10 million to the Climate Action Fund through the Southern Government. Can you outline, or can we expect any more investment in relation to that, and did that come up as part of the discussion? And also, just in relation to the councils, can you give us an update on the uptake of the councils in terms of the funding? Cormila Mogget.
Thank the member for his question. In terms of the investment in climate action, members will know that I've been significantly investing in zero emission and low emission fleet in our public transport network. £74 million has been invested for the provision of 145 zero and low emission vehicles. And members will also know that I've recently announced additional funding of £30 million to ensure that in Derry it is the first city across these islands to have a zero emission urban bus fleet by 2023. Again, so another demonstration of how we're actually putting our money where our mouth is in terms of advancing the climate action agenda. In respect of the uptake from councils, I have been disappointed that to date no councils here in the north have made applications to draw down that funding, but they are working at pace on applications, and my officers are working with them to support them, because I would hope that councils do make that application. If they draw down that 75% of funding, then I will provide match funding of 25%, which would cover the full capital costs for a council, because I do appreciate that financing can often be a concern. So I'm hoping that by removing that barrier, we will see a number of councils apply to the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles and be able to draw down that funding.
Can we bring Cara Hunter on the screens, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to welcome the Minister's statement here this afternoon, and also her announcement at COP26 on the new task force for increasing electric vehicle charging here in the north, and I think that's badly needed. I know the Minister attended a BIC panel at COP26. Minister, can you update us on what further plans you have to work across these islands collaboratively on tackling the climate crisis? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. I've said many times in this House that one of the things that I have found invaluable since taking up the post of Minister for Infrastructure is collaboration right across these islands. It was brought home to me during the COVID crisis when I was having very regular engagement with ministers responsible for transport right across these islands, shared learning, advising each other where perhaps things could have been done better. And certainly it is the case when it comes to climate action as well. The transport sector group is quite new in its formation, but I'm delighted that we have agreed that work programme across the 3 pillars. But certainly I believe that if we are to tackle the climate emergency, then we need to be working collaboratively across these islands. The thing that I learnt while chairing that particular BIC meeting was that each of us are on the exact same journey, but we're all at different points and at different scale. So we can only be stronger, I believe, when we work right across these islands, and I remain committed to doing so.
Call Steve Aiken for a question.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Minister, very much indeed for your remarks so far. Obviously, one of the biggest questions that we've seen from COP26, I had the opportunity to meet with quite a few of the other regions of our nation, and the question was about the electrical charging network. The real concern we have here, of course, is that ESB is not up to scratch, and indeed ESB is not even capable of providing the barest minimum of service. Could the Minister outline what she's doing to actually get ESB to do what they're supposed to do now, never mind increase the network?
I thank the member for his question. When I took up post, there was a bit of progress in the sense that the cap on pricing was lifted. There had been an expectation that that would have drawn in other providers to the market, but as the member rightly identifies, ESB is the sole provider and operator of our e-charging infrastructure here. Phase 1 of work to upgrade their existing infrastructure is now complete, and they're rolling out Phase 2. ESB also successfully applied to the Levelling Up Fund. I think it was around £3.2 million secured specifically for e-charging infrastructure, and I'm waiting confirmation of what they intend to do with that money, whether it entails hubs, charging hubs and the provision of new charging infrastructure, as well as upgrading our existing. So there is a lot of work going on, and as I've referenced in previous responses to members, there is also the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles there for councils and the match funding from my department as well. Cara Hunter referenced the EV Infrastructure Task Force. We're waiting final confirmation of membership on that, but I'm very clear that it needs to have the motor industry represented, people with lived experience of using e-vehicles, the Department for Economy, local councils, energy providers as well, because we really need to have that wide spectrum brought to the table with that expertise so that we can have a very clear action plan here in Northern Ireland that will deliver a modern, reliable e-charging infrastructure right across Northern Ireland.
Call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. And it's good to see East-West relations being strengthened as a result of the British-Irish Council. It's also important that North-South matters will also be able to occur. Just in relation to the EV charging, one question for the Minister, what engagement she's been doing with the Minister for the Economy and also with the utility regulator and also NIE, because one of the particular issues I'm now seeing is the provision of sufficient electric supply for these EV chargers, and it's actually holding back the rollout of these across Northern Ireland because they can't get sufficient electricity supply. So what engagement has the Minister been doing to address that?
In terms of engagement with the Minister for Economy, members will know that the Minister for Economy has been leading on the energy strategy, but my officials have been leading on the transport work theme within that, and the electrification of vehicles is a key component of that. In terms of engaging with energy providers, I have met with a number of them, and indeed for me it's very clear on the need to have energy providers on the EV Infrastructure Task Force, because Mr Moore rightly identifies, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there are a number of barriers to people making that switch. One is around affordability, and that will resolve itself through the motor industry and having a better second-hand market, but one is around range anxiety as well, and that's where the EV infrastructure is key, having it in the right place place. But of course, underpinning all of that is ensuring that there is access to the grid. So that work is ongoing, and I would expect that to feature very heavily in the EV task force work that I have just recently announced.
Éireann Sir Porrick Delargy on Castachar. I call Porrick Delargy.
I thank the Minister for her statement and for her answers so far. I noticed, and I know you've already mentioned about the electrification of vehicles, particularly around buses. That's obviously very welcome. So I wanted you to confirm, will that also be extended to rail travel, particularly for the North West? Obviously there's an absence across the West in Derry, Tyrone and Fermanagh of rail infrastructure. So if that is to be developed, it's very important that we develop that in line with sustainability as well as connectivity. Just on another point then, I had also noted that you are looking at the half-hourly service for Derry and that report is due this month. So can you just clarify the date on which that report will be published? Pardon?
Just there were a couple of questions there. Just remember, a couple of questions there. It's at the Minister's discretion whether she chooses to answer both of them.
No, that's absolutely fine, Mr Deputy Speaker. In terms of rail, the work of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review is ongoing, and for me it's very clear that there has been historic underinvestment in our rail network, but particularly in the North West, and one only has to look at a map to see the lack of rail connectivity that needs to be addressed. So that strategic piece of work is ongoing. There's also a number of feasibility studies that I've commenced on, and the half-hourly service as well as part of that, is in addition to additional rail halts. I am expecting that report from my officials this month, and I'm asking for regular updates on that because I've met with Into the West on a number of occasions along with other elected representatives, and I want to stick very closely to that commitment and ensure that there is no slippage, so to confirm that that timeline is still in place. In terms of the decarbonisation of freight and the use of rail for our freight, that is a component of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, but it's also a new pillar of our focus and our work in the British-Irish Council piece as well. So trying to come at that on an all-island basis, but also right across these islands as well.
I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And could I ask the Minister if, due to this meeting, firms here in Northern Ireland, such as Wrightbus and Ballymena, could benefit from new orders for more decarbonised transport?
Yes, that's correct, and I was delighted to be making such significant investment in zero-emission buses. And the member will know that local company Wrightbus is building those buses. So for me, this investment is a win-win on multiple levels. It's a win for the environment, given their zero-emission vehicles. It's a win for our local economy because it's securing employment, and I would hope to see growing employment. But it's also a win for our passengers as well, because as well as being cleaner vehicles, they're much more attractive and comfortable, which is key if we're to get people out of their private cars and onto sustainable public transport.
Éireann Sir Liz Kimmins when you cast. I call Liz Kimmins.
And thank the Minister for her statement and for the answer so far. And Minister, whilst it is vital to electrify our vehicles, we also need to promote walking and cycling and to build the essential infrastructure that will enable people to safely take up active travel. I know it's certainly an issue in my own constituency, particularly in Uri, where there are many keen cyclists, but unfortunately the infrastructure is very, very poor. So it's just on that basis, Minister, can I ask if you had any discussions with your Welsh colleagues in relation to active travel legislation, which they already have in place, and does the Minister have any plans to introduce similar legislation in the North to try and put walking and cycling at the heart of our transport strategy?
I thank Ms Kimmins for her question and for highlighting the importance of active travel. Members may be aware that in 2015-16 in Northern Ireland we were investing just over £2 million in active travel. This year I'm investing £13.5 million. That's in the provision of active travel, but also to advance our greenways. But there's still so much more to do, and I'm very keen that we continue to work with councils and with local communities through the Blue-Green Fund to maximise the infrastructure that's there for people to safely walk, wheel and cycle. There was no detailed discussion around active travel legislation from Mr Waters, Deputy Waters in Wales, but it is something that I've been very mindful of. It's actually one of the frustrations that I have, because I do think that we should be looking at change on a legislative footing, but of course the remainder of this mandate is so short that it would not be possible to bring forward legislation in that time frame, though I have asked my officials to look to see what preparatory work we could do, so that whoever the new infrastructure minister may be, that they can then continue to take this issue forward.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement, and apologise I wasn't in for the beginning of the statement. Through the Chair, the Minister referred to supporting the transition from electric vehicles through financial and fiscal mechanisms. I wonder if the Minister could expand on this and maybe tell us more about the types of support that are being considered.
Well, there was an initial discussion, just particularly with the British Government, to see what more can be done to incentivise, whether it's through taxation or rebates, and I know that that's something that we've asked. Is the British Government actively considering on that? Different administrations are looking at providing support in different ways. In terms of our limited fiscal levers that we have here in Northern Ireland, that's why for me it was very important that I helped to encourage councils to draw down the £20 million of funding that's there from the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles, and I've chosen to do that by offering match funding to our councils as well. So we will continue within the department to look to see how we can support people to make that transition, but the focus also has to be on the fact that many people are carrying out very short journeys by jumping into their car, and so for me the other component is making sure that we can provide the facilities so people can walk or wheel or cycle for those shorter journeys, and then where it's not possible to do it, then that they do have the option of cleaner, greener, more sustainable public transport as well, while continuing to make sure that people who reliant on their private cars can make that switch to electric vehicles.
Mayor Matthew Toole, for when you cast, I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. It's critical that we learn lessons between these islands in terms of active travel, public transport as we move towards decarbonisation. People on this island can, of course, note the state of the rail network on the island of Ireland versus the island of Britain. They've about to cancel High Speed 3 in Britain. We haven't had High Speed 1 on this island. But, Minister, would you agree with me that in terms of learning lessons, working together, collaborating as we tackle the challenge of this century, which is ensuring we have a planet we can live on, that the key thing is to have meetings, to continue to go to, whether it's the North-South Ministerial Council or the British-Irish Council, that people out there expect us to go and engage in these issues rather than boycotting and walking away from our responsibilities, as others in this House are wont to do?
I tend to find in my experience, Mr Deputy Speaker, that boycotts don't achieve anything. The clue is in the title. But as I've said on a number of occasions in this House, I think that it's the right thing to do to collaborate across these islands. It's the responsible thing to do, but it also improves your performance as a minister. All of the ministers across these islands are on the very difficult journey of tackling the climate emergency. Difficult decisions have to be taken, and for me, when we work together, we can collaborate on the difficult issues, we can share learning, which is invaluable. And I'm also struck that when I was over at COP26 speaking at one of the events, a ministerial colleague from Scotland actually made the point that sometimes when you're from a small place on the global stage, you can feel that you can't make any contribution. When actually, if you look, small places can make a big contribution, and I'm pleased to see what we're doing here in the north around public transport. We are leading the way in many ways in terms of that transition to zero emissions. So I will continue to work on this island, across this island, with local communities, right up to governments, because I believe that by doing that, then we will work harder, better and smarter in terms of transforming our citizens' lives.
I call Roy Beggs.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers such far. At present, we have an extremely low number of publicly available electric charging points, and the Electrical Vehicle Association of Northern Ireland have expressed concern about their unreliability, and 75% of people have saying that they're not satisfied. So would the Minister accept to have a sustainable model going forward? It's important that maintenance is built in, and that it's incentivised not only to ensure that they're all working, but also to ensure that when a car is fully charged, the customer will move on and leave the space free for a second charger to come, or car to come along and make use of the service.
I do agree, and I mean, one of the first things that I did when I became the Minister was change the planning rules so that it is much easier and simpler to install e-charging infrastructure. Maintenance is key as well. Mr Beggs is right, and ESB and I have been meeting them to encourage them to do this. They have completed phase 1 of an upgrade, a retrospective upgrade of existing infrastructure. They're due to do phase 2, and then obviously the money that they're drawing down from the Levelling Up Fund as well. So that will all see increases in the e-charging infrastructure. And of course, again, I've provided match funding to the EU Faster project as well, which will see 73 rapid charging points across the west of Scotland and around border counties here on the island. And as I've said, I'm providing 25% match funding from my Blue Green Fund to encourage councils here to draw down funding from the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles. I'm also supporting our community transport organisations with a pilot project as well to see about how e-vehicles can suit their needs and the critical role that they play in communities as well. And then obviously the EV infrastructure task force will bring all of those people together so that we are having that holistic approach that Mr Beggs outlined.
Aisling Riley on case to her. I call Aisling Riley.
And I know that the forward working programme includes looking at public sector transport, and I think the Minister would definitely agree that it's vital that we support our public transport network. And on this, I believe that the Belfast Black Taxis should benefit from the same concessionary fare scheme as TransLink. Minister, you met with Belfast Taxis and Paul Maskey in July this year and had assured them that you would look favourably for them to be included in the concessionary fare scheme. You said at that meeting that you would look at putting a bid in for one of the monitoring rounds to make this a reality. Can you give an update on this? And was a bid put in on the monitoring round for Belfast Taxis?
October monitoring round wasn't discussed or on the agenda of the British Irish Council meeting. So, you know, this statement is around that. In respect of the issue that the member raises, yes, I have met with the Black Taxis, have been working with them. I was hugely disappointed that TransLink wasn't given a single penny of an allocation in October monitoring round, but of course I will continue to work with the Finance Minister to ensure that we get the revenue funding required so that we can roll out our existing public transport network and the concessionary fare. And of course I would have great ambition that we could expand the concessionary fare scheme, particularly for people with disabilities who only currently qualify for half fares.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, recent consumer reports have referred to a substantial backlog in the provision of home charging points in the rest of the UK. Can the Minister just tell us what the situation is in Northern Ireland, not only in relation to provision of home charging points through providers or one provider, as it is in the rest of the UK, British Gas, I understand, but in addition to that, there are a number of homes in Northern Ireland for which the electricity supply is insufficient to deliver home charging points as well. What action she intends to take with regards to that?
And I do recognise this is an issue, and this is something that I would hope that we would be able to address through the energy strategy as well, and the transport work that my officials have been working on. We're also working with the Department of Finance as well about building regulations and the need to have suitable e-charging infrastructure there as well going forward for new developments. So something that we're very mindful of and are working across different partners to try to address.
Justin McNulty on case to I call Justin McNulty.
Firstly, can I welcome the new member from West Belfast. It's good to see two gold Vanyas in the chamber at the one time. Excellent. Minister, can you update me on the FASTER project? Can you update me on the ESB monopoly in terms of providing the EV charge points? And can you tell me how somebody can get it on the EV task force, somebody who's a provider and who's an innovator in that space who might be useful on that task force?
So in terms of the FASTER project, so my department has provided match funding of £450,000 for that. That funding will install 73 EV rapid charge points across Ireland and the west of Scotland. That's being taken forward by SEUPB, but we're being told that they should be in place around March 2023. In terms of ESB, they are the current owner and operator of the EV charging infrastructure here in the north, but of course it's open to other providers, and I know in previous meetings that I've been having with British government ministers, this is one of the issues that we have talked about, and I know it's something that, working with the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles, it's a matter that they said that they would raise with other providers. In terms of membership of the EV Infrastructure Task Force, if the member has anyone in mind, please write to my private office and highlight that. I suppose in all of these things, I'm very, very clear that the task force needs to be very focused on an action plan. It needs to have membership that covers the key areas that we need to focus on, but we also need to keep membership to a level that doesn't render it unwieldy and unable to efficiently and effectively function, but very happy to give consideration if the member has someone in mind.
Call Chris Little for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Education Minister what work she is doing to raise infrastructure. Apologies. Thanks, Jim. Minister for Infrastructure, what work she's doing to raise public awareness of the benefits of electrical vehicle use and to incentivise their private purchase in Northern Ireland.
Well retrieved. Minister.
I thank the member for his promotion. Actually, this is an issue that's very much in the public domain. While my department isn't involved in any public awareness campaign at present, I mean, the people who care very passionately about this, and I'm thinking primarily of those who are users of electric vehicles, I mean, they are very good in terms of the online social presence, and certainly as we embark on this journey to tackle the climate emergency, this will be an issue that comes more and more to the fore. What I'm pleased about now is that we're actually seeing some decisive action to improve the e-charging infrastructure. There's a host of actions being taken by the motor industry as well. So I think that this is an issue that's very much in the public fore. But what we need to make sure is that it is accessible and affordable to make that switch. And so I will continue to work with the motor industry, but also through the EV Infrastructure Task Force. These are the issues that we will be working to address so that we can roll out a modern and reliable public e-charging infrastructure so that people who want to make that switch can, they're not afraid to do so, but also seeing is believing. And I believe once people see a more fit-for-purpose e-charging infrastructure, once they see more electric vehicles on the road, then that will give them the courage to make the switch as well.
I call Jim Allister.
Ask the Minister to clarify, is she still pursuing the anti-growth proposal of congestion charges in Belfast, a proposal which has been rightly and roundly condemned by Retail NI?
May not be a British-Irish matter, but I'm sure the Minister will want to answer.
Yeah, I'm content to answer it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I was asked a very specific question, and I think as a responsible minister you should give consideration to things rather than dismiss them out of hand. If I had have had time to delve further into it, which I did with one of our media outlets, I'm not sure whether they broadcast it or not, I'm also of the view that households right now are facing huge amounts of costs, spiralling energy costs, costs for everyday living. And so I think to be responsible as well, we need to make sure that people who have the broadest shoulders are carrying the broadest burden. That's why I'm very supportive of the private members' bill that my party leader, Colin Eastwood, is bringing through Westminster, because that involves a green levy, and that's about making sure that big polluters pay and that those big companies who have the financial resource are making the financial contributions in order to provide government with the investment that it requires to transition our economy and our society.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. So if you take your ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Oh, there's Roy. There's Roy now. Just give it a wipe here for him.
Order members, the first item of business now is the introduction of the non-domestic rates valuation coronavirus bill, and I call the Minister of Finance to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the non-domestic rates valuations coronavirus bill.
Now ask the clerk to read the long title.
A bill to vary the application of Article 39A of the Rates Northern Ireland Order 1977 in consequence of matters attributable to coronavirus, and to confer power to make equivalent provision for other infections or contaminations.
The next item of business is the introduction of the Animal Welfare Service Animals Bill, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Animal Welfare Service Animals Bill.
Again, I would ask the clerk to read the long title.
A bill to amend the Welfare of Animals Act, Northern Ireland 2011 in relation to service animals.
And that constitutes the first stage of the bill, and it shall now be printed. I have received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday 15th of November 2021 be extended to no later than 9 p.m.
I call Joanne Bunting to move the motion.
So moved.
Members, the question is the motion standing in the name of Joanne Bunting be agreed. Those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sorry. I said 7. Could I ask members to take their ease for a few moments? The next item of business is the consideration stage of the damages return on investment bill. And I call the Minister for Justice, Mrs. Naomi Long, to move the bill.
I beg to move that the consideration stage of the damages return on investment bill be now taken.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional groupings of amendments selected list. There's one group of amendments entitled Panel, which contains a single amendment to the schedule of the bill. Once the debate on the amendment is completed, the question on the amendment will be put. The question on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill, and if that is clear, we shall proceed. No amendments have been tabled for Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clauses 3 to 6. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that Clauses 3 to 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the single group for debate, which contains a single amendment. And I call Ms Sinead Bradley to move Amendment 1.
Moved.
I now invite the member to speak to Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And at the outset, I would like to acknowledge the very late submission of this amendment and the limited opportunity it did give to discuss with members and the Minister the objectives of today's debate. But by submitting at this late stage, I was hopeful that it would allow members sufficient time to consider its worthiness on whether to carry it through, even with the effect of maybe changing or altering it, if need be, at later stages. Therefore, I choose to go ahead and look at that. The amendment seeks to cover any potential lack of specialist knowledge that could arise from within our civil service. It seeks to compel the Department to engage directly with experts listed within the amendment and acts as a safeguard to ensure that the target of 100% compensation does not ever become compromised. It will ensure any persons within the Department charged with making an assessment under paragraphs 14 or 15 is given sufficiently scripted cover on the face of the bill to engage with the level of specialism they require. The wording as presented without this amendment is, in my view, too ambiguous. In this bill, we acknowledge our limitations and our resources and our specialisms, and we quite rightly have agreed to outsource the calculation of any rate to the government actuaries. The Department is, however, obliged to consider details within the notional portfolio and whether it remains suitable for a hypothetical investor. So the question we have to ask ourselves today is this: should the Department carry out this role by consulting any such person as it considers appropriate? Or do we go one step further to safeguard this critical component in making sure victims receive 100% compensation by making it a requirement to listen to expert advice? Expert advice that could bring an up-to-date perspective on the realities behind the table included in the bill. I believe there have been some concerns regarding the interpretation of the word panel within the amendment, and I am eager to place on record today my willingness to work with the Department or anybody else in this House at a later stage to alter that word if that is a requirement. I therefore ask the members today to consider this. At the centre of this very technical and targeted bill are victims who, through no fault of their own, are awaiting financial settlements that will help them to rebuild their lives after serious injury. The distressing stories of those dependent on this bill are never easy to hear, and those people deserve our support. I believe we have a duty to ensure all those victims continue to receive access to 100% of their compensation. And we should put in place all the safeguards that we can to ensure that that is the case. So therefore, today, members, I ask you if, like me, you believe in the principle of actively listening to expert voices ahead of any review of the portfolio, I urge you to support this motion. Any concerns regarding the wording can be ironed out at the next stage of the bill, but the principle is one I truly believe is worth supporting here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. Before addressing the amendment, with your indulgence, I wish to make some general remarks about the bill in my capacity as Chair of the Justice Committee and set out the context upon which the committee reached its decisions on this piece of legislation. The committee appreciates the need for a stable, long-term personal injury discount rate to be set in Northern Ireland, with provision for it to be reviewed at regular intervals to replace the current methodology, particularly given the uncertainty there has been in recent times and the reported negative impact on progressing cases under the previous rate, and more recently set the rate at the minimus of 1.75%. The committee is of the view that setting the rate under the Wales versus Wales methodology no longer reflects how a claimant would be advised to invest their lump sum, and therefore a new framework for setting the rate is needed for Northern Ireland. The committee therefore supports the bill, and given the difficulties that are being created with the current rate, the committee has been advised is the lowest in the world and has the potential to lead to overcompensation in a large number of cases, with the resultant economic and social ramifications. Supports the completion of the passage of this legislation through this Assembly as quickly as possible. Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker, the personal injury discount rate is a mechanism which aims to ensure that a person is fully compensated for their losses when they have suffered a serious life-changing personal injury as a result of the negligence of another, but no more or no less. This is referred to as the 100% compensation rule. The committee fully supports this principle. The compensation payment will include damages for any future financial losses, for example, loss of earnings, cost of future care and support, and the provision of specialist equipment. Where the compensation is paid to an individual in a lump sum, he or she is expected to invest the money with the aim of ensuring that it lasts for the rest of their life. It largely applies to claims arising from medical negligence, road traffic accidents and industrial accidents. The effect of the personal injury discount rate depends on the size of the award and the period of the time which it relates. The larger the award, the longer the period of time, the greater the effect the discount rate has. It can therefore make significant differences to the amount of the award. The lower rate is set, the higher compensation settlement that is paid to a claimant. Any new framework will set the personal injury discount rate for the foreseeable future. It is therefore important that we get the framework right and ensure claimants receive the compensation that they are entitled to, while also ensuring that, as far as possible, the rate does not lead to overcompensation given the ramifications or that on health and social care provision in Northern Ireland in terms of costs or settlements. Subscription costs for healthcare professionals, including GP, indemnity costs, and the potential knock-on effect on the stability of the health and social care workforce and the implication of the insurance premiums in Northern Ireland. Achieving 100% compensation is not, however, an exact science, and assumptions have to be made about the future. This is not easy and clearly poses a challenge. The committee therefore undertook a detailed scrutiny of the bill and the proposed new framework before reaching its position. The committee has had substantial engagement with the Minister of Justice, the Department officials, including the Permanent Secretary, on the policy proposals and the intended content of the bill in advance of its introduction to the Assembly on the 1st of March 2021. While the legislation is relatively specialised in nature and was likely to be of interest to those stakeholders operating within the personal injury field rather than more generally, The committee published a media signposting notice in the main newspapers inviting written evidence on the bill, as well as writing to a wide range of stakeholders. 31 written submissions were received from a range of organisations, including from the Minister of Health, who engaged very constructively with the committee on the proposed legislation and outlined in very clear terms the likely impact on health and social care on the current personal injury discount rate and likely changes under the new framework if adopted. The then Lord Chief Justice, Sir Declan Morgan, also provided a very useful commentary on a number of issues on behalf of the judiciary. And several oral sessions were held with representatives of medical, insurance and legal organisations that represented the viewpoints of both claimants and defendants in personal injury claims. And the issues raised and the evidence received were explored with the Department of Justice, both in writing and in oral evidence. The committee also sought the advice of the Examiner of Statutory Rules on whether the range of the powers within the bill to make subordinate legislation were appropriate, and commissioned a research paper on the wider impacts of the changes to the discount rate in England and Wales and in Scotland, and a range of other matters to assist in its consideration of the issues highlighted in written and oral evidence. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, the committee considered the provisions of the bill and the issues raised at 13 meetings before agreeing its report on the bill at its meeting of the 21st of October 2021. I want to thank the members of the committee for their contributions, both past and present, because I am well aware that I have taken on the responsibilities of the previous chair, who has now gone on to higher things. But I want to thank him and other members of the committee and the existing members of the committee for their robust and careful scrutiny of this bill and the issues raised in the evidence during the committee stage. It is complex, it is technical in terms of its work, and it's not easy in many places to understand without expert knowledge, and members spent some time in consideration of the bill. I want also to thank all the organisations who provided very helpful written and oral evidence. I appreciate that there was not a consensus on the proposals for the new framework, and many of them would have liked to have seen additional amendments being brought forward. However, they were all generous with their time in providing advice and guidance to the committee from their expert viewpoint, and their contributions generally assisted our understanding of the issues. I also want to place on record the committee's thanks to the departmental officials who provided additional information and clarification, both in writing and in oral evidence during the process. The committee also appreciates the support and assistance provided by the Assembly staff, including the researcher, the Examiner of Statutory Rules, the communication broadcasting staff, the staff from Hansard, all who played an important role in supporting the committee in undertaking its legislative scrutiny role in general, and the committee stage of this bill in particular. Finally, I want to thank the committee team who have supported the committee not just to complete the committee stage of this bill, but also at the same time to progress the other bills currently within the committee, including the Protection from Stalking Bill, the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Bill, and the Minister certainly is getting her money's worth out of the committee before the Christmas recess. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, to assist the Assembly's consideration of the amendment to the schedule brought forward by my colleague and committee member Sinead Bradley, I want to briefly outline the committee's consideration of the provisions in the bill, and particularly the various elements provided for in the schedule that makes up the framework. We considered these not just individually, but also in conjunction with each other, so that an overall view was taken of the likely effect of the framework would have in its totality on the potential to achieve as close to 100% compensation, or to provide for either over or under compensation. First of all, it is important to highlight that all the organisations who submitted evidence to the committee supported that were committed to the 100% compensation principle to ensure a person is fully compensated for their losses. However, there was a clear divergence of views on how best to achieve this principle. While some organisations support the new framework in this legislation, the preference of those organisations representing or supporting claimants is to retain the current Wales versus Wales methodology, and those organisations representing business, insurance companies and public sector bodies who are the defendants in personal injury claims while wanting to see reform of the formula by which the personal injury discount rate is set, are of the view that the framework provided for in the bill veers towards overcompensation and wanted to see amendments made to it. The key issues raised with the committee regarding the proposed new framework, including to what extent, if any, the social and economic impact of the personal injury discount rate could be taken into account when setting the framework, whether responsibility for setting the personal injury discount rate should remain with the Minister of Justice rather than transfer to the Government Actuary, the provision of the 5-year reviews of the rate, the use of an assumed investment period of 43 years, or whether the proposed standard adjustments to take account of the impact of taxation on the cost of investment, advice and the management as far as further margin to recognise that there is a risk inherent in even the most careful advised and invested portfolio are necessary and are set at an appropriate level to avoid overcompensation or undercompensation. The composition of the notional investment portfolio and the description of the hypothetical investor. In particular, the committee also sought further clarification and explanation from the Department regarding why the wider economic and social impacts of changes to the rate cannot be taken into consideration when setting the personal injury discount rate, and discussed at length whether the inclusion of the 0.5% further margin adjustment provided for at paragraph 10 of the schedule was necessary, particularly when considered with the notional portfolio and other standard adjustments to achieve as close to the 100% principle as possible, or whether, as claimed by a range of organisations, it would lead to overcompensation and therefore should be removed from the bill. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, the Committee's detailed consideration of these and other issues is set out in the report on the bill, and having taken the views into account, the Committee agreed that it was content with the provisions in the bill as currently drafted and did not seek to make amendments to it. The Committee did, however, make several recommendations for the Department's inclusion, that it should publish an impact assessment setting out the potential implications of different rates on departments and businesses when a review is due to take place, so that the potential consequences and costs are fully understood and necessary mitigations and actions can be considered by the Government and the relevant organisations in preparation for a new rate coming in, and that it should undertake an assessment of the potential options to gather evidence of actual claimant investment behaviour. While appreciating that it may be difficult to obtain information on how claimants actually invest their compensation, afterwards the Committee believes that there are benefits in doing this to inform future consideration of the framework to set the personal injury discount rate. Turning to the amendment to paragraph 16 of the schedule brought forward by Member Bradley, one of the key aspects of the new framework is the notional portfolio, which sets out the types of investment and percentage holdings on which the rate assessor is to determine a rate of return. The member has already outlined before a review of the rate return by the rate assessor is due to start. The Department must consider whether it is necessary to make regulations to ensure the notional portfolio remains suitable by a hypothetical investor, and in considering this, the Department must consult such persons as it considers appropriate. In the evidence received by the Committee, several organisations highlighted that the legislation does not define with whom the Department must consult, and stated that it is not clear if and how the investment portfolio is to be reviewed each time a new rate is to be set. The Department, in response, confirmed that the bill places a duty on it to ensure, in advance of each review, that the notional portfolio remains appropriate, and confirmed that any amendments to the portfolio are made by regulations requiring the assent of the Assembly. The Department also stated that while considering whether any changes are required to the notional portfolio before each review, it is likely to seek expert advice from the Government Actuary and does not believe that it is necessary to specify who it should consult with. When the departmental officials attended to give oral evidence in the bill, the Committee took the opportunity to ascertain whether the Department intended to undertake a public consultation on whether the notional portfolio remains suitable for the investment by a hypothetical investor, to enable all the interested stakeholders to submit views. The officials advised the committee that the next review is required in July 2024, and while they could not speak for what a future Minister of Justice might do, the likelihood is that the Department will want to consult with the Government Actuary, and it may wish to take other views as well. With regard to the accountability arrangements, a number of organisations who in the main would prefer the new methodology to be based on the model adopted in England and Wales rather than one adopted in Scotland also stated that the Justice Minister should have the power to exercise their judgment over the investment portfolio and any adjustments, but that they should be required by law to consult on these matters with an expert group. Many of them recommended that the panel should go further and then further than that, and that was used in England and Wales, which consists of the Government Actuary, another actuary, an economist, a person with experience of managing investments, a person with experience in consumer matters as relating to the investments, and should include economists, financial advisors and representatives of the claimants and compensators, so that consideration is given to the current and future economic environment, investment options and advice available to claimants on how the claimants actually invest their damages. When discussing the accountability arrangements, the different models with the departmental officials, they outlined that an expert panel is involved in England and Wales in those schemes, which results in extending the time taken to fix the rate, and they highlighted that previous experience of such panels in the context of the statutory discount rate have not been helpful, as the experts couldn't agree. The Department was also very clear that wider societal or economic factors cannot be taken into account in setting the rate, otherwise the person who suffered serious injuries due to the negligence of another person would only be entitled to be compensated to the extent that society is able or willing to pay, and this would be a fundamental departure from the established 100% principle. Having considered the issues raised and the responses by the Department, as I have outlined earlier, the committee agreed that it was content with the provisions of the bill. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, that draws to a conclusion my comments as the Chair. And just to make a few observations as a member of the committee and of this House, I want to also place on record my appreciation and thanks to the staff in the Justice Committee for the outstanding amount of work that they have done in relation to bringing forward the report. And you'll be glad to know, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, just so that the members can see that I think the depth of the report gives an indication of how much work was actually carried out, and we do thank them for that. In relation to the amendment, I would say that it would not be our intention of our party to support the amendment, and I think that there is reason as to why that should be the case. I think that there was an opportunity for this issue to be carried through in the committee, and it is, and I appreciate what the member has said in relation to timing, but I do think that given this has been a long process to get us to this point, it would have been helpful if we'd had a discussion. I think the point that I made, and with this I'll conclude, in relation to the experience in England, and I know there's maybe a slight difference about what constitutes a panel, because I know that in the members' actual amendment she does make reference to a panel, but having discussions earlier with her, it would seem as though it was more in relation to who those persons would be that the Department would consult with. That is an issue for the Minister to give consideration to, as she will have an opportunity to respond later on. But certainly I think that the focus for us has to be to get to a point where this legislation does actually come into operation, because I think we can't allow the current situation to prevail, and time is of the essence, and I think that it would be appropriate for us in this House to ensure that this legislation continues to make its progress for its completion in this House. And with those comments, I bring my remarks to a conclusion.
And I call Sinead Ennis.
Deputy Speaker, and as a new member of the committee and somebody who hasn't had the chance to address this issue before, I would seek your indulgence to make some brief general remarks before addressing the amendment. I think it will put our response to the amendment in context as well. As the Chair has outlined, and as members across the House have probably gathered, the damages return on investment bill is complex and highly technical in nature, but it is one that has a massive impact on those whom it affects. And when a person suffers from a personal injury that is not of their doing, it is only right that they are compensated fairly by way of an award of damages. The purpose of personal injury damages is to return the victim to the same financial position as they would have been had they not been injured. This is an extremely difficult thing to do, given the variables around it. Throughout the Justice Committee's scrutiny of the bill, our focus was on achieving the 100% rule. That is, that the damages awarded puts the injured person in the same financial position had they not been injured, including loss of earnings and future care costs, without over or under compensating them. The personal injury discount rate is an adjustment to the damages awarded to a person to ensure that as close to 100% compensation as possible is achieved. Throughout the committee's consideration, we heard from a wide variety of individuals and organisations, including those representing both defendants and claimants, and it became clear that setting a legislative framework for the setting of a PIDR required a number of highly subjective choices, and that it would be very difficult to get agreement from all interested parties on how this would be best achieved. We considered, as the Chair has outlined, whether to follow the English model, the Scottish model, or indeed adopt our own unique model. We considered whether responsibility for setting the rate should fall to the Justice Minister or the Government Actuary, whether or not we needed additional statutory adjustments to the rate to prevent undercompensation, and if so, how much, how often we should have a review of the rate to prevent us arriving in the stalemate position we have arrived at, and a number of different issues relating to the technical make-up of the rate-setting process. I don't intend, you'll be glad to know, to speak through the technicalities of the bill. However, it is our view that the Minister and the Department have explained their choices throughout and have provided ample evidence to justify their choices. And it is for this reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we will be supporting the bill as drafted and opposing the amendment to the bill. If I can turn now to the amendment, members, as the Chair has said as well, I was surprised to see a last-minute amendment being submitted to the bill after the Justice Committee unanimously supported all provisions of the bill as they are currently drafted. The committee did not have time to scrutinise or fully discuss the proposed amendment, nor did we have time to call witnesses or seek evidence on the proposed amendment. I don't believe that this is a good way of doing business. And whilst I don't doubt the members' sincerity in why they have submitted the amendment, and I don't doubt that it's been proposed in good faith, I believe the amendment is ill thought out and could have wider implications than would first appear. As the Justice Committee heard from a wide variety of people involved in the personal injury claims process, it became obvious that a clearly agreed way forward would not be achieved. Whether we like it or not, claimants and defendants approached the issue from a different perspective and are unlikely to agree. Therefore, to place a statutory requirement on who the Minister must consult and seek agreement with prior to amending legislation which directly impacts parties from very different perspectives and interests could lead to stalemate and potential deadlock. No, I won't, thank you. If the last number of years has shown us anything, it's that having a stalemate on this issue will prevent claims being settled and will have a massive negative impact on those injured people who are awaiting compensation. And the public purse cannot afford for this to be stalled any longer. The point of this bill is to place the responsibility for the rate-setting process on the Government Actuary rather than on the Minister. It is a financial and an actuarial process, not a political one. This will speed up the process and put it in the hands of an independent adjudicator to ensure the process is free from inappropriate interference. I agree with the accurate summary in the Justice Committee's report that rather than looking at any individual clauses in isolation, it's important to look at the bill as a whole. Therefore, we can't look at amending just one section of the bill without looking at the impact on the bill as a whole. Whilst the amendment looks minor, its impact could totally flip the principles of the bill. It will expand the scope of the bill and put all aspects of it back on the table for negotiation. This is inappropriate and will further delay legislation which has already been delayed for too long. For that reason, as I've said, we will oppose the amendment and continue to support the bill as drafted. Deputy Speaker, just some concluding remarks. Because of the length of time it's taken to get this stage of the bill's process, an interim rate of -1.75% was brought in May of this year. This rate had to be calculated under the current legal framework of Wells versus Wells, a framework which is widely accepted to be outdated and inappropriate. There is a general view that the current rate under the current legislation veers towards overcompensation and needs changed. Therefore, it is hugely important that this bill is passed in a timely manner to allow the Government Actuary to get to work at setting a new rate, which is likely to be somewhat higher than the -1.5%. I'm fully aware of the wider societal and economic impact of a new rate, including on the health service. However, I accept the view of the Department that taking these into account would mean that we're only compensating victims to the extent that society is willing to pay. This would be a fundamental departure from the 100% principle, and all victims deserve full compensation for injuries that have been caused to them. Whilst not within the scope of the bill, I do have concerns, however, on the potential impact on GPs through their indemnity costs. The problems faced by GPs are well rehearsed, and we know that they have played a key role on the front line for a long time, and that's been exacerbated through COVID. And I would urge the Health Minister to explore all options to reducing the burden on GPs and allow them to focus on caring for their patients. Finally, I just want to take this opportunity to recognise the many victims out there who have been gravely injured through no fault of their own. Many of these people have had their lives turned upside down and have been left with life-changing injuries and trauma. And these people are often vulnerable and require support to navigate the challenges faced in their new lives. And I make no apologies for saying that we need to look after these people. Defendants, on the other hand, are often represented by multi-million or multi-billion-pound insurance companies who make great profit. These defendants have a huge advantage over claimants in that they're in a much better position to pay, rather than leaving victims in a position where they're undercompensated and their money runs out later, leaving them unable to meet their basic needs. And I'm actually surprised to be quoting Jim Allister, but I think he summed it up quite well at the second stage of this debate, when he talked about the undercompensation of victims, meaning that you run the risk of their money running out, and that person, when their money runs out, that thus creates a burden on the state through the benefit system. And to quote him, he actually said, therefore, it is important to get it right, not only because that is the necessary thing to do, but because we need to protect the taxpayer from future underfunded cases by which insurance companies get off lightly. So for that reason, Mr Deputy Speaker and members, let's get this bill passed and let's get it right for victims. And I would urge members to reject the amendment and support the bill as drafted.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this piece of legislation today, a very important piece of legislation, one which will ensure that compensation does precisely what it is supposed to do. Returning an injured person to the financial position they would be in if they were not injured, giving them security for the remainder of their lives with regards to financial security following life-changing injuries. This bill is indeed transformative, Deputy Speaker. It will end personal injury claim delays for those who have already suffered enough. It will ensure that people with life-changing injuries receive the compensation to which they're entitled to, as others have said, in respect of a framework that achieves 100% compensation, no more, no less. I support the bill completely, Deputy Speaker, but I can't, like others here, as they have already said, it's difficult to consider supporting the amendment, which I believe pushes the bill in a less attractive or indeed sensible direction. The amendment is, as I think the chair of the committee made reference to, is untested within this framework. And indeed, a previous example of an expert panel convened to advise on the discount rate, the panel failed to reach any form of consensus. I believe that a panel including representatives from both sides and defendants with a different, completely competing vested interests will only lead to more gridlock, not to mention the very costly delays that would be as a result of such a situation. Indeed, I understand that has been the situation in other parts of the United Kingdom. It's important today, Deputy Speaker, that this bill delivers change and it delivers it quickly. We owe that to victims of life-changing injuries and circumstances that they find themselves in. So I would encourage the Assembly today to join us and to join those voices that I've heard in the Chamber today to support the bill and not the amendment. because I believe that that amendment would only lead to further inertia and stop people from receiving the appropriate 100% compensation to which they are entitled. So I would encourage support. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the bill. I come at this as, like others, a recent member of the committee. Indeed, as the chairman said, he comes at it as a recent member of the committee. Do recognise that it is a very complex bill, a bill that requires a significant amount of advice that was indeed offered to the committee over the duration of the bill progressing. And I recognise that the committee does want to do what is right for those persons who have sustained, in some cases, life-changing, life-threatening injuries over a period of time. And indeed also recognise that the victims can indeed be up against bodies that have very deep pockets and can indeed put very professional bodies into the argument against the victim, who may be limited in the advice that they can seek. In terms of the amendment, I don't believe the amendment is a mischievous amendment. I think the member is indeed doing it for the very best of reasons. I think indeed that she is speaking as she sees it on behalf of the claimant. Obviously, I think so far the members of the committee don't see it that way. But indeed, I can understand it in her amendment, seeking an expert panel which includes economists, financial advisors, and representatives for claimants and compensators. That she is looking, wanting a very professional approach to be available, and indeed, in some ways, looking to the future. And she has apologised for coming at this from a very, very late time in bringing this forward. So far, the members haven't seen it that way. Members are aware and have been concerned and wanting the very best for a bill that is fair in the way that it is delivered, and a bill that is fair and can be delivered. And members have so it and are seeking a stable and longer term discount rate achieved within Northern Ireland, and not only achieved on a set basis, but indeed one that can be reviewed, and indeed reviewed on a regular basis, and maybe even at regular intervals. And indeed, not only can the bill be reviewed, but the methodology of establishment can be reviewed. So I don't see what the member will bring. I think the expertise is there. The bill addresses, I think, the issues that have been raised in the past. And there is a framework, I think, that will ensure that the claimants will get their entitlement, that the committee must also ensure over the compensation, and I think they have done in the aspects of the bill, that it is not an overcompensation, and as has been mentioned before, that indeed that the impact that might have on social services and health service and so on. So I do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, believe the amendment is brought for the best of reasons, but indeed reject the amendment in support of the bill as it stands.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I thank the committee chairman and vice chair and the members for all of the work that they've done in regards to this bill. It's been exceptional, and it is not an easy bill to go through. It's a difficult bill, and I also thank, of course, the Justice Minister for getting it along to where it is now. I think we're all working in the same direction here. I don't see that I need to labour any of my words today because we all want the same thing, and that's 100% compensation. But what I would say is I actually welcome the amendment. And I thank Sinead Bradley for putting it in. And I know it was late in the day, but you know what? It made me stop and just double check on my work, just to make sure that I was looking at this through the right lens. And I engaged with a few people in regards to it, including the Health Department, just to make sure that what I was thinking was right. So I thank you for the amendment. I think it was good, you know, and I think it was brought forward for the right purposes, and I have no issue with it whatsoever. But I am content with the bill. I am content with the wording of the bill. I believe it absolutely meets its intent, and that is at 100% compensation. I do want to move this forward as quickly as possible. I do not want any delays to this, and I would be fearful that there could be delays if there was any form of expert panel, even though you did say that you could look at that, but that's fine. So we will not be supporting the amendment, but I thank you for it, and we will be supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now call on the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I first draw members' attention to a declaration of interest. As members are aware, my husband is a member of a medical and dental defence union. In terms of this debate, could I first divert slightly from the amendment, just to put on record my sincere thanks to the committee members, both past and present, for their scrutiny of what is a highly technical, but I think, as others have reflected, a hugely impactful piece of legislation. I want to also thank the Chair for what was, I believe, a very comprehensive and accurate summary of the purpose of the bill and the rationale for the way we have gone about constructing this bill. I think it is important that there is transparency and predictability about how the PIDR rate will be set. I think that will allow us to avoid the kind of cliff edges that there have been in the past, where I think the Vice Chair of the committee has rightly said we end up with claims being delayed whilst people await the new rate. At least with this mechanism, people will know the basis on which any new rate will be calculated. And so, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to repeat all of that because I think that they did a more than adequate job of relaying the content. And as the committee chair rightly said, I have got my money's worth out of the committee over the last number of months and will continue to, but I'm not going to detain them in the chamber any longer than absolutely necessary this afternoon. With respect to Amendment 1, first of all, it would require the Department to consult an expert panel when reviewing the suitability of the notional portfolio prior to future reviews of the rate. The panel would be comprised of economists, financial advisors and representatives for claimants and compensators. The bill already makes provision, as others have noted, for the Department to consult such persons as it considers appropriate when considering whether the notional portfolio remains suitable for investment by the hypothetical claimant investor. The portfolio details the types of investments and percentage holdings of such investments, with reference to which the government actuary is to determine the discount rate. The composition of the portfolio described in the bill was arrived at on the advice of the government actuary and was constructed based on analysis of funds categorised as low risk by an independent investment research firm. It is therefore anticipated that in future, in fulfilling its duty to consider whether the notional portfolio remains appropriate, the Department would consult the government actuary. He has the requisite actuarial experience, the resources of his department, and can seek views from other experts if necessary. A requirement for the Department to consult an expert panel is, in my view, unnecessary and is only likely to add delay and additional cost, as panel members would have to be selected, appointed and remunerated. The use of an expert panel in the context of the new framework for setting the rate is untested, as the first review of the rate in England and Wales was carried out without a panel. I'm also aware that a previous expert panel convened to advise on the discount rate failed to achieve consensus. In this case, the panel would also uniquely include representation from both claimants and defendants, who will, by their very nature, have very different competing vested interests, and therefore it makes it even more likely that there will be a deadlock when it comes to finding agreement to be reached on the advice to be given to the Department. And it would not be helpful for the Department to be presented with conflicting advice from the panel. Part of the reason, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, for wanting this to become a very clear and transparent actuarial process is to avoid either the reality or the perception that lobbying by either claimants or by those who are paying these claims of the Justice Minister in making these decisions, by creating a clear and open portfolio and by going through the government actuary, it becomes a purely actuarial matter, and therefore the only objective is the 100% compensation to which we are all fully committed. Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill already makes it clear that the notional portfolio has to meet the needs of the hypothetical claimant investor described, and it is not immediately clear what expertise claimants and indeed compensators would have in regard to the very specific and technical question of the detail of the types and percentages of investments that should be included over and above the expertise available to the government actuary. So whilst I agree with the member for Southdown that this is an important piece of work that will need to be conducted and that it will be a piece of work which will have significant impact on both claimants and indeed those against whom claims are made, I do not support this amendment. I do not believe it is necessary in terms of the coherence of the bill, and I would call on the House to reject it. Thank you.
I now call on Sinead Bradley to wind on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I appreciate the contributions made today towards not just the bill, which I fully support, but also to the amendment. And I suppose at the outset what I will say is, whilst I do apologise for the lateness of this, legislation is a process, and I will defend every one of you at any stage, at any time, on any piece of legislation to come to this House with an amendment if you see fit. And I think for any member to suggest otherwise is not a process of legislation that I think is either a healthy one or that I would want to align myself with, but other members are of a different view, and I heard that today. What I will say, and I thank the member Newton for his kind words, it certainly was not mischievous in any way. And I believe that the Vice Chair of the committee suggested, as others have, that this panel would have to reach agreement. And I ask the members, as the Bills Office remind us repeatedly, it's all about the words on the page. And the words on the page do not say that a panel would have to be in agreement. This was merely an opportunity to say to the department, these are the list of people as a bare minimum you must engage with, because these are the people who have the specialist knowledge that we may be lacking within our department. And it was setting a bare minimum, not just in the interests of the victim, to make sure that we keep our eye on the 100% target and that we don't deviate, because whilst we may have built up a table today which speaks to 100%, there will be factors in years ahead at different reviews and different times where you do have to listen. You cannot turn a deaf ear to those people who know what this is about and know what they're talking about. And I would indeed, Minister, yes.
With respect to the issue of people knowing what it's about, and with all due respect to those who are claimants, their expertise would not necessarily extend to how to manage a portfolio of investment over a 43-year investment period. The expertise in that you're barely likely to find unless you go outside this jurisdiction actually and go to the UK or further afield in order to find that, which is why the Government Actuarial Department is the right place to start that discussion. There will of course be people who will have opinions, but whether those opinions are informed enough to be able to provide useful advice to the Department is questionable, particularly if the member is suggesting that essentially everyone on the panel of experts that we would be engaging would be able essentially to return their own opinion to the Department, as opposed to actually come to some conclusion as a result of discussion and negotiation.
I thank the Minister for her intervention, and it perhaps indicates to me that I have not articulated quite fully what I'm getting to. There is this pre-assessment period where, before carrying out a review, the Department are charged with looking over 14 and 15, Chapter 14 and 15. Now, it is in that window of time that I am talking about representatives of victims, not necessarily the victims themselves. Because remember, this discount rate does not apply to all settlements. So it is understanding the landscape in which victims are being compensated. Some are encouraged to go down another route and to not actually have to consider the discount rate at all. And the Department needs to keep a wide view of that. The Department needs to hold a wide view of what is the reality of what's happening at any one moment in time. Yes, Minister.
If that is the case, then can I provide assurance that that will be something that the Department has already, first of all, made reference to in the bill, but will absolutely take account of? I mean, at all stages, we are aware of the importance of getting this right, because it does directly impact, as others have said, not just on the individual victim who is making the claim, but also actually on the burden on the public purse down the line, because if we miscalculate this, we can overcompensate claimants, which has a cost very often in the healthcare, which is the most obvious place where costs will be found, but also to businesses, so it can have an impact on the economy. But also if we undercompensate a victim, it can mean them being reliant on other public, having recourse to other public funds in order to make up that deficit. And so it is absolutely important and vital for the Department that we do that, but it cannot impact on the decision about the rate itself, because that legal principle of 100% compensation is what drives the portfolio choices, and ensuring that we get to that 100% is absolutely crucial, and that is what then protects us from all of those other impacts.
I thank the Minister for that intervention, and I do take comfort from her reassurance, but it is that it's about having that wider knowledge. We as a committee, and as someone who has been on the committee throughout the duration of these deliberations, we as a committee did take soundings from a multitude of stakeholders across the platform. And it was only in listening to all those representations that we were able to understand what exactly was in front of us, and only then could we make a determination on whether we were on the right road or not. And I think that remains true when this goes into legislation. It's only by keeping the parameters open and really fully understanding the absolute effect of this bill on the reality of 100% compensation can we say with absolutely any confidence that we will retain the 100% for years ahead and years to come. And I do take comfort from the Minister's reassurance in that. Of course, my preference would have been to have that scripted on the bill, because not only that, I look back at recent times in these institutions when members of our civil service have been charged with something that is beyond perhaps their competency or capability, and they're charged to get on with the job. And when it goes wrong, the finger's pointed to them. And I think there would have been adequate cover to make sure that the Department were able to resource whatever, and the Minister rightly pointed to the cost, but if there's a cost, I can live with that, Minister, because if it means one of these victims getting 100% compensation, that's a cost we will just have to take on the chin and subsume into our departmental budget. But to do that, the Department of Finance would have to be bid to, and they would have to see that this is something that's on the face of a bill and that there was no getting away from it. I won't be forcing this to a vote for obvious reasons, but I would ask that at least this debate and the currency in understanding that this was never about a panel to reach agreement. This was about a panel of specialist information coming into a system where that knowledge may be lacking. And I regret that some people fail to see that. even after my explanation of it. But I do put it to the House that it was brought in good faith, and perhaps in some shape or form it will present somewhere on this legislation, be it in the explanatory memorandum or in some other form within the department at a later time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Having heard the member say that she doesn't intend to put the thing to a vote, I'm afraid I have to. Amendment 1 proposed. Amendment proposed to schedule page 7, line 37, leave out and insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think that the noes have it. The question is that the schedule stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Damages Return on Investment Bill, and the bill now stands referred to Mr. Speaker. If members would take a few moments of their ease before we move on to the next item. Thank you. Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is the first of 3 legislative consent motions for the Health and Care Bill. And I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions within the Health and Care Bill dealing with medicine information systems that will allow an amendment to the Medicines and Medical Devices Act 2021 to enable information systems in relation to human medicines to be established and managed by the Health and Social Care Information Centre, and will align Section 19 of the Medicines and Medical Devices Act 2021 that deals with medical devices information systems with the new provisions for a medicines information system.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion. Minister.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I again call the Minister to please open the debate on the motion. Minister.
I thank the Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, in regards to the Medicines Information System. The Health and Care Bill is being used as the legislative vehicle to make an amendment to the Medicines and Medical Devices Act 2021 to extend the Northern Ireland provisions dealing with the medicines information systems, and this is similar to the provisions agreed by the Assembly last autumn. with the Land Medicines and Medical Devices Bill for a Medical Devices Information System. A comprehensive UK-wide medicines registry can be a potentially important tool in improving patient safety through better post-marketing surveillance of the use of medicines, and will support the MHRA's regulatory functions. A UK-wide registry is more robust from pharmacovigilance reasons, and this is particularly important with regards to high-risk medicines, as there is a potential by having these registries mandatory. The ability to reduce harm will be improved. It is important for Assembly members to note that it is not the intention to create a registry for all medicines used in the UK, and the need for establishing a particular medicines registry will be justified on public health grounds and when alternative approaches of capturing sufficient data are not feasible. It is envisaged that a two-stage approach will be adopted for the collection of information about medicines. First, requirements about the information relating to medicines will be provided to NHS Digital, who will combine the data from various sources and hold this in an information system. And then secondly, MHRA will use the data compiled by NHS Digital to establish specific medicine registries. The proposal for the establishment of a new registry will be presented to the Commission on Human Medicines, which is an independent advisory group to the MHRA, who would issue a formal registry-specific recommendation if considered essential to support patient safety. It is expected that the powers will initially be used to capture the data needed to establish a registry on the use of sodium valproate and the other antileptics as recommended in the report of the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review led by Baroness Cumberledge. However, the intention is that the powers will be used to develop registries for other medicines in the future in order to enhance regulatory oversight and the monitoring of specific medicines where a potential risk or severe harm has been identified. Clause 85 of the Health and Care Bill also makes some technical amendments to Section 19 of the Medicines and Medical Devices Act, which deals with the Medical Devices Information System, which are intended to align with the new provisions of the Medicines Information System and which will enable NHS Digital to share information they receive which comes from a data linkage and to contain commercially sensitive technical information about devices. Furthermore, in order to align provision for an offence of disclosing information that is already included in the Medicines and Medical Devices Act for the Medical Devices Information System, similar provision is also now made for the Medicines Information System. This new provision was shared with the Department of Justice, and advice was received from officials that this new offence of disclosure of information is consistent, proportionate, and will not have a detrimental effect on the justice system in Northern Ireland. Clause 85 also makes amendments to Section 43 of the Medicines and Medical Devices Act to allow for technical elements of the Health and Social Care Act 2012 that established and constitute NHS Digital to be amended, in order that secondary legislation taken forward for both Medicines Information Systems and Medical Devices Information System is coherent and consistent. This power will only be exercised when making regulations under the new provision of the Medicines Information System or under existing provisions for the Medical Devices Information System. I recognise with these enabling provisions that deal with Medicines and Medical Devices Information Systems, proper safeguards need to be in place to ensure that regulations to be developed take account of Northern Ireland's legislation. So in relation to disclosure of information, alongside information governance and the code of practice on the sharing of the patient's identifiable information, both for direct care and secondary care. Mr Deputy Speaker, with particular respect to Northern Ireland, no regulations can be taken forward on the Medicines Information System without the consent of the Department, as when regulations are to be made under this new section in the Medicines and Medical Devices Act for the Medicines Information System, the Department will be the appropriate authority, either alone or jointly with the Secretary of State for Health in England, and therefore the Department's consent is necessary. This is in recognition of medicines being a devolved matter. All regulations under the power of the Medicines and Medical Devices Act in respect to the Medicines Information System will also be subject to the draft affirmative process and therefore subject to scrutiny of the Health Committee and will be debated in the Assembly for agreement by resolution before they are made.
I certainly think this is a very wise legislative consent, but I just wanted to hear from the Minister, because I'm sure the Department has considered this. Are there any EU protocol consequences touching upon this? Does it impinge at all on how things would operate in Northern Ireland under this legislation?
To be frank with the member, not that has been brought to my attention at this point, and that's why I've brought these LCM forwards as they have been, and they are supported by the executive as well in the format they are drafted. But as always, I'll seek clarity for the member in regards to the detail of that. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, the situation is different for medical devices information system, where the Secretary of State has sole authority as the subject of matter of medical devices is a reserved matter. But Assembly members will recall last year the devolved administrations negotiated a statutory consultation clause to the Medicines and Medical Devices Bill, and no regulations can be made without the proper consultation with the devolved administrations. And this means that the devolved administrations can legally challenge the Secretary of State if there is a failure to consult properly. Furthermore, any regulations to be taken forward will be made within the boundaries of data protection legislation, including GDPR and the Data Protection Act 2018. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I trust members will understand the importance for Northern Ireland to be included within these provisions as provided for by this bill, as ultimately they seek to improve patient safety through generating high-quality evidence regarding the use, benefits and risks of certain high-risk medicines. And I would ask members to support the motion here today.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Mr. Colin Gildernew.
I welcome the opportunity to make some remarks as Chair of the Health Committee on these motions. The legislative consent motions before us are being considered as three separate motions. I plan to outline the committee's general consideration of the LCMs in the first debate, and then in the second and third debates just outline issues that the committee raised relating specifically to those LCMs. It is worth noting that the committee was briefed on 4 separate LCMs and that only these 3 have now been led. I would appreciate an update from the Minister on the 4th LCM relating to arm's-length bodies and the transfer of functions. The committee was first made aware of these LCMs when the Minister wrote to us in July advising that officials would be taking forward a deferred legislative consent approach after the summer recess. The committee was then further advised on 27th of February that the Minister would be progressing the 4 legislative motions separately. And we were then briefed by officials on the 14th of October on the 4 separate LCMs. A number of issues were discussed and officials agreed to provide the committee with further information on a number of areas. The committee considered that response at its meeting on the 4th of November and agreed that it was content with these LCMs. A copy of the committee's report on the 3 LCMs that were led was agreed on the 11th of November and subsequently published and issued to all members on the 12th of November. As a general comment on LCMs, the committee would like to see better local engagement with stakeholders on the content of the LCMs. The committee is concerned that there is not enough focus on ensuring there is input from locally based stakeholders, and therefore there are concerns that the impact here in the north of Ireland is not always clear or fully understood. Engagement should happen at the British Government level during the formulation of bills and when the Department of Health has agreed to take forward the legislative consent process. The committee, Las Ciancorlia, only has 15 working days to consider and report on the LCM once it has been led, and it's therefore very difficult for us to undertake any significant consultation. It is therefore imperative that engagement happens at the earliest opportunity. In relation to this specific LCM on medicine information systems, the British Health and Care Bill provides for an enabling power within the Medicines and Medical Devices Act 2021 to allow for a wider medicines information system, including Britain and the North, to be established and managed by NHS Digital. The bill proposes to place the system on a statutory basis to ensure that the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency will be able to build registries designed to improve the ability to reduce harm to patients. During the briefing, the committee sought assurances that any information collected would be both necessary and GDPR compliant. We also sought assurances that the systems here in the North are adequate for collecting data and that they could feed into any broader register. The committee was advised that work was ongoing to identify any gaps and to make improvements. The committee were also advised that any registry would not impact on the movement of medicines from the EU into the North, and the committee agreed that it was content with this LCM.
Thank you. I call Mrs. Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. We understand all three LCMs before us today are on the back of the Health and Care Bill introduced in the House of Commons on the 6th of July 2021, and the purpose of this bill is to give effect to the policies that were set out as part of the NHS recommendations for legislative reform following the long-term plan and in the White Paper Integration and Innovation, working together to improve health and social care for all, published in February 2021. And I rise to support this particular legislative consent motion on medicines and healthcare products. It is an eminently sensible move, and like other members, I will not delay the House for long in outlining my reasons for supporting this LCM this evening. In relation to health, data is absolutely key, and the sharing of data and information is vital to the use, safety and effectiveness of products that are used to secure better health outcomes for those within our healthcare settings. The bill provides for an enabling power within the Medicines and Medical Devices Act 2021 to allow for a UK-wide medicines information system to be established and managed by NHS Digital. I wholeheartedly support this and see NHS Digital as the right mechanism by which this information gathering can be managed. Ultimately, in all of this, we want to reduce risk and reduce potential harm to those in healthcare. It is through this LCM that, by placing the medicines information system on a statutory basis, that greater assurance and safety will be delivered. By improving the ability to reduce harm, we are serving patients well, and no one in this House can express opposition to this. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I know that data and handling of data is a serious issue. As MLAs, we know the responsibility that comes with handling sensitive information, and information in the right hands is a powerful tool, but in the wrong hands is a dangerous tool. For service users, particularly in relation to health, the protection of that personal information comes with a bond of trust that must not be breached, and that is why I welcome the fact that the Department has stated that the registry would only be set up by the MHRA when alternative approaches to capturing data are not feasible and there is sufficient public health need. There are criteria for when registry could be initiated, and it is important that the criteria is robust and meticulously adhered to. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend this LCM to the House and welcome the collaborative approach to the issue on a pan-UK basis. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Colin McGrath.
Much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on these LCMs today. And I welcome that the NHS in England is making changes and introducing reform to their health service, and hope that we can do the same here sooner rather than later, because quite simply, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, our health system is broken and we are seeing the evidence of it not coping. What we saw over the weekend in Craigavon is unacceptable, and we must always boil these down to what they were. If you were in an ambulance and needed urgent care this weekend and lived in Armagh, you had to go somewhere else, and that is unacceptable and highlights the need for us all to work together for urgent reform of our health service. The legislative consent motions today from the Health and Social Care Bill in Westminster, which is of some 135 clauses and 16 schedules. They amend a number of acts and have some direct and indirect consequences on healthcare in the North, and thus the need for our consent. This first consent deals with medicine information systems. The purpose is to allow a registry of medicines in use in the UK, and that will extend to medicines in use here. The registry will enable known and potential risks to be recorded and, where necessary, flagged and potentially reduce harm. Up until now, there has been no mandate for such a registry. This bill is progressing through Westminster, but it has been noted that there has been very little engagement with local organisations or groups, and that the 15-day threshold does not permit us much time to do that either. I feel that that is undemocratic and would urge the Minister to make this view known to his counterpart in England. If this legislative consent motion and that bill leads to better and safer practices which will prevent and save lives being placed in danger, then the SDLP is happy to support that. I welcome news which came from the committee that this registry also bears no impact on the movement of medicines from the EU into the North. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McGrath. And I call Mr Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise to make only a few brief comments on the Health and Social Care Bill and this LCM in particular. The bill does have a distinctly NHS England focus. However, it did also include a number of provisions that touched upon matters relevant to us here in Northern Ireland. The first of these, which we are discussing now, a UK-wide medicine information system. It makes absolute sense for Northern Ireland to be covered by the new requirements. Whilst I acknowledge that there are mechanisms currently in place to capture information, due to a combination of a lack of full clinician buy-in, as well as the burdensome nature on healthcare providers for data entry, those existing policies do not work as they currently should. So I welcome the move of developing a new medicines information system on a statutory footing. It can only be a good thing for patient confidence, and it can only be a good thing for the likes of the MHRA to have absolute faith in the data it is reviewing. I don't intend to speak in each of this evening's individual debates, but needless to say, I also support the Minister's decision, as does my party, to progress the motions on international healthcare arrangements and professional regulation. And I certainly welcome comments in the House this evening that we all need to pull together to reform and repair the NHS in Northern Ireland. But, calling for any reduction in health budgets will not be helpful in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion, which had unanimous assent in the committee. The Health and Social Care Bill is a largely technical but important piece of legislation carrying out a range of reforms predominantly to the NHS and social care system in England. Of course, we watch this with interest as we carry out our own reforms, including our own Health and Social Care Bill, where there can be legitimate differences on exactly how such reforms should proceed. I think we are long past the phase when we debate whether or not reform itself is necessary. Therefore, this motion is a welcome reminder that if we wish to protect the NHS, we need to reform the NHS, and also that social care is an essential and integral part of the overall healthcare system. The amendments are largely technical, as I say, though I do wish to draw attention to one particular aspect, particularly the wide-ranging amendments to Clause 85 in the form of additions under Section 7 of the Medicines and Medical Devices Act. They are necessary to necessary to regulate information, and there is a specific emphasis that in Scotland and Northern Ireland information centres may have more substantial functions. I do not envisage that clauses 86 to 92 will cause any issue in Northern Ireland on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Bradshaw. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to speak in this debate. Okay, so I now call the Minister to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the members who have contributed to the debate today and noting their support for these clauses, but also noting the concerns as well. In regards to the specific query from the Chair in regards to clauses 86 to 92, which was the arm's length transfers of function, which was the fourth LCM, at further assessment from the Department, but also from the Executive, there was an assessment that it did not add any further benefit to the Northern Ireland Health System. It wasn't required at this time. That's why it was not moved any further. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Health Committee for taking the time to examine the legislative consent memorandum and for their helpful and positive engagement with Department officials on this matter. And I appreciate that the committee again had to work within a very challenging timescale, and would like to thank them for their patience, their understanding and their cooperation with my department. I'd also like to thank my executive colleagues for their support in this matter and for agreeing to the need for a legislative consent motion in relation to the bill. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I know that some members would hold the view that as a matter of principle, any legislation that falls within the devolved competency of the Northern Ireland Assembly should, when possible, be made by the Assembly. And whilst I would fully agree with that view, it is important to understand that having UK-wide legislation for a medicine information system will be in the best interests of UK patients, as it will ensure a consistent legal framework for the information system and will support the MHRA's regulatory functions, as a UK-wide registry is actually more robust for the pharmacovigilance reasons That is particularly important with regards to high-risk medicines, as there is the potential, by having these registries mandatory, the ability to reduce harm will be improved. And for that reason, I believe that on this occasion it is appropriate and indeed makes good sense for Westminster to legislate on matters that are devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. I consider these provisions within the bill to provide for a UK-wide medicines information system, an important measure to improve patient safety through generating high-quality evidence regarding the use of benefits and risks of certain high-risk medicines. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is the second legislative consent motion for the Health and Care Bill. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions within the Health and Care Bill to amend a power which could allow the Secretary of State to make regulations to implement the administration of international healthcare agreements.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. As has been said prior to this, the Health and Care Bill was introduced in the House of Commons on the 6th of July, and it was on the 15th of October the Northern Ireland Executive gave its agreement in principle to the need for these legislative consent motions for the transferred matters within the bill, and that's specifically Clause 120, Part 5, Miscellaneous, and that concerns the international healthcare arrangements. Clause 120 seeks to amend the Healthcare EEA and Switzerland Agreements Act of 2019 to expand the territorial scope of this Act to countries, territories and international organisations outside the EU, the EEA and Switzerland. These powers will enable the Secretary of State for Health to implement comprehensive bilateral healthcare arrangements across the world, to pay for these treatments outside the UK and facilitate the necessary data processing. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, to put in some context for this clause, reciprocal healthcare is a small and important element of general healthcare policy in the UK. It supports people from the UK to obtain healthcare when they live in, work in or visit other countries, and vice versa for people from other countries who are in the UK. Within Europe, UK citizens have benefited from being able to get access to the needs arising from healthcare when visiting other countries and have it paid for by the UK. This helps support student travel, holidays and business travel, and the same for visitors to the UK and Northern Ireland from Europe. This clause would expand the territorial scope of the powers, meaning that the Secretary of State would be able to negotiate and implement comprehensive reciprocal healthcare arrangements with the rest of the world. And that includes, for example, British Overseas Territories and Crown dependents, as the current international healthcare arrangements outside of Europe are very limited in scope to basically a waiver of charges in limited circumstances. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I know that some members would hold the view that as a matter of principle, any legislation that falls within the devolved competency of Northern Ireland, the Assembly should be made here, health being one such competence. I would agree with that view, as I've said earlier. However, I would consider that the UK-wide legislation for international healthcare arrangements will ensure a consistent framework for the implementation of these agreements, which are also a reserved matter under international relations. Any future regulations that cut across devolved competence are subject to statutory duty to consult, and in addition to this statutory obligation to consult with my department, there is a separate commitment given by the Department of Health and Social Care to revise the Memorandum of Understanding, which currently underpins the Healthcare EEA and Switzerland Agreements of 2019, to enhance the mechanisms by which the UK nations will work together to deliver international healthcare arrangements from negotiation to implementation. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope that members will support these additional provisions of the Health and Care Bill, as ultimately these amendments seek to improve access to healthcare locally and abroad and support international relations. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would ask members to support the motion here today.
Thank you. Mr. Colm Gildernew.
I will not, as I mentioned earlier, go through the committee's consideration of this LCM process, as I covered that in the previous debate. I will rather outline the issues raised by the committee on this specific LCM. In relation to the LCM on international healthcare arrangements, the Minister has outlined what this LCM does in relation to the management of reciprocal healthcare with a number of countries and essentially enables the British Secretary of State to implement bilateral healthcare arrangements with the rest of the world. During the briefing from officials on the 14th of October, the committee sought clarity on any impact this has on North-South cooperation, on healthcare, and that the Minister of Health would not be prevented from making healthcare arrangements with other regions across the world. The committee also sought clarity on the use of the European Health Insurance Card, known as the EHIC card, now that we are out of European arrangements, and we were advised that travellers could make use of the Global Health Insurance Card, GHIC, which would cover healthcare provision within the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and those countries where there are reciprocal healthcare arrangements. The committee recommends that there should be a communication programme to inform travellers of that change. Again, I would flag up the need for better local engagement and input into the legislative consent process. We need to ensure that any legislative consent does not have an unforeseen impact here, and local engagement and input is key to ensuring that. The committee agreed that it was content with this LCM.
Mrs Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And once again, this is a common sense and entirely appropriate step to take to enable us to benefit from the future international healthcare agreements that are negotiated, secured and delivered by the UK in tandem with the international partners. It seems rather repetitive to be once again referencing the importance of data, but of course key to these international agreements is the ability to exchange data between the UK and other countries. Without this change and without expanding the current powers which relate to the EEA and Switzerland, we would not have the legislative competence to facilitate that administration of reimbursement arrangements of a reciprocal healthcare agreement between the UK and other countries and support effective monitoring of the agreement. Such an outcome is simply not feasible or desirable, and therefore what we have before us today makes perfect sense, Mr Speaker. In committee, we received a range of assurances from the Minister and Department in relation to the impact this will have on cross-border health care and the trade and cooperation agreement. Indeed, it was also very welcome to receive clarity that this agreement would not impinge on our own executive and Minister from concluding our own international arrangements with the rest of the world countries in terms of healthcare provision. I want to thank the Minister and his department again for his willingness to engage with the committee and for clarifying these issues. Indeed, it is also a welcome clarification in terms of the European Health Insurance Card, EHIC. I know in my office I have had many queries from people within this regard who value the safety and assurance that comes with the EHIC. The department has advised that travellers could make use of the Global Health Insurance Card, GHIC, and we do need to increase the awareness of GHIC and ensure that people in Northern Ireland secure their card, given that the European Health Insurance Card is no longer valid. Mr Speaker, this LCM is for the betterment of Northern Ireland and has the support of my party. Thank you.
Mr Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Patients from across the north have become used to receiving reciprocal health arrangements, especially in the south, over the past number of years. With the disastrous Brexit that we've been treated to, this and others have been placed in doubt. But thankfully the Department has the north-south arrangement sorted. But we have become used, I suppose, as travellers and as holidaymakers to carrying the blue card across Europe and accessing that local health care in emergencies when needed, whenever we were travelling. And there's no doubt the security and comfort that having that card offered us, and it was yet another sacrifice on the altar of taking back control. This LCM will enable us to avail of the reciprocal arrangements in place in the EU and beyond. It would allow the Secretary of State to enter into bilateral arrangements with other countries of which we can benefit from. Such seamless healthcare is it's important as it reduces the need for form filling, especially when people are away from home and at a moment of need. Such arrangements make sense, they are practical and are helpful, and the SDLP is happy to support this. And in our committee deliberations, we discussed the need for the European Health Insurance Card. With the introduction of the Global Health Insurance Card, the committee felt members felt that it was something that we should be promoting to those who are travelling from to the north whenever the European health insurance cards become invalid. But we're happy to support this LCM. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I will, with your consent, make all my remaining remarks on these motions here, as they're almost entirely on international agreements. But before I do, Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to put on record my appreciation for the work of the departmental officials as regard these LCMs and all their work in recent months around the transition arrangements resulting from Brexit. I think they've done a marvellous job. I would again emphasise that all three motions that we're currently debating passed Health Committee with unanimous agreement. Clause 120 concerns the ongoing need for clarity around international healthcare arrangements. Very specifically, it removes arrangements initially put in place in case there was a no-deal Brexit. We need to be very clear that this is what the UK government taking no deal off the table is about, and that it demonstrates that the withdrawal agreement and all the benefits arising from it, including mutual social recognition, enabling reciprocal healthcare arrangements with EU and EE states, is now a fundamental part of UK policy and law. To be clear, I wish that we had not had a need for a withdrawal agreement, because I wish we had no Brexit, but and thus no need to manage the ongoing damage of Brexit, not just to the UK's trade with the EU, but to reciprocal healthcare arrangements such as these, and to the sharing of best practice in medicines and medical devices. Nevertheless, the withdrawal agreement is where we are, and it will flavour UK policy across a range of issues in the coming months and years. Therefore, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak in this debate, so I call the Minister to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and again I thank the members who have contributed to the debate. The Chair raised a number of questions or concerns that have been raised at the committee in regards to North-South healthcare cooperation, and I can assure him that this clause will not have any impact on North-South healthcare cooperation, which is separately delivered under the Department, under the Executive and under the Belfast Agreement, and I think that was clarified by the contribution of the Vice Chair, Ms Pam Cameron. And again, I thank all our members for their support of this LCM. And again, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to put on record my thanks to Ms Bradshaw for acknowledging the work of departmental officials who, in the background of everything else that they have been dealing with, have also been dealing with these issues as well as we bring them forward through a competent legislative process. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Health Committee for taking the time to examine the legislative consent memorandum and for their helpful and positive engagement with my department's officials on this matter. And again, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I do appreciate that the committee had to work within a very challenging timescale. I want to thank them for their patience, understanding and cooperation. And again, thank my executive colleagues for their support in agreeing for the need of this legislative consent motion in relation to the bill. And Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. It's enthusiastic. Contrary, no. I think the unenthusiastic ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is the final legislative consent motion for the Health and Care Bill. And I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly agrees that the relevant provisions of the Health and Care Bill introduced into the House of Commons on the 6th of July 2021 to make provision for widening the scope of the use of Section 60 of the Health Act 1999, so far as these matters fall within the legislative competence of the Northern Ireland Assembly, should be considered by the UK Parliament.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to move the motion. Minister.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to please open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you again, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And as we've already on the record, the Health and Social Care Bill was introduced in the House of Commons on the 6th of July. On the 15th of October, the Northern Ireland Executive gave its consent in principle for the need of the legislative consent motion for the transferred matters within the bill, and again specifically clause 127, part 5 miscellaneous, and that addresses the regulation of health care and associated professions. The powers sought through the bill form part of a wider programme actually aiming to create a more flexible and proportionate framework across the UK for the regulation of healthcare professionals, one that is better able to protect patients and the public. The provisions set out in Clause 127 of the Health and Care Bill would widen the scope of Section 60 to the Health Act 1999 with respect to the regulation of healthcare professionals. The proposed additional powers will enable the abolition of an individual health and care professional regulatory body where the professions concerned have been deregulated or are being regulated by another body. They also provide the removal of a profession from regulation where there is no longer required for the protection of the public. It also requires the delegation of previously restricted functions to other regulatory bodies through legislation, and it also includes the regulation of groups of workers concerned with health and care, whether or not they are generally regarded as a profession. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would point out to members that this is being sought here is limited to widening of the permissive power to legislate by means of secondary legislation at Westminster provided under Section 60 of the Health Act 1999. In the field of the regulation of healthcare professionals, it does not implement specific policy proposals. For example, in respect to the number of and the composition of the UK regulators, legislative proposals on such matters will be subject to the separate subsequent process for the making of requisite orders in Council at Westminster made under Section 60 of the 1999 Act. These will be subject to the affirmative parliamentary process and are therefore debated and approved by both Houses of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I will now expand on the reasoning behind the proposed expansion of the scope of Section 60 and illustrate for members how these widened provisions will be used. The case for reforming the regulation of healthcare professionals has long been acknowledged. There is consensus across stakeholders that the UK model of regulation of healthcare professionals is rigid and overly complex. It needs to change in order to better protect patients, support our health and care services, and to help the workforce meet future challenges. But in doing so, it needs to be faster, fairer, more flexible and more cost-effective. The four administrations across the UK work collectively on the regulation of healthcare professionals under the UK-wide reach of the main regulators. These are the focus of this measure. In 2017, the UK Government and the devolved administrations launched a consultation on promoting professionalism and reforming regulation. It focused on high-level principles to reform the regulatory framework of healthcare professionals. That consultation set out 5 objectives for the reform process. These are to improve the protection of the public from the risk of harm from poor professional practice, support the development of a flexible workforce that is better able to meet the challenges of delivering healthcare in the future, deal with concerns about the performance of professionals in a more proportionate and responsive fashion, provide a greater support to regulated professions in delivering high-quality care, and increase the efficacy of the regulatory systems. Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the UK Government, with the support of the devolved administrations, is committed to reforming the regulatory framework for health and care professions across the UK. However, to be clear, there is no intention of changing the regulatory framework of the Pharmaceutical Society for Northern Ireland. Indeed, the Pharmaceutical Society for Northern Ireland is specifically excluded from policy work on the UK's regulatory landscape, and no change to the PSNI's legislation will be made without the full agreement of the Northern Ireland Health Minister, whoever that may be. The 2017 consultation also included questions relating to possible issues for future legislation. The UK Government response published in 2019 confirmed that the proposals for reform were widely welcomed by stakeholders, and that included professional organisations, regulatory bodies and employers, and this view was also confirmed by stakeholders in Northern Ireland. The consultation response also highlighted the case for broader changes to the regulatory landscape, and that included the potential reducing the number of regulatory bodies that operate on a UK-wide basis. The Secretary of State for Health and Social Care subsequently committed to reviewing the number of such UK-wide health and care professional regulatory bodies in the Busting Bureaucracy policy paper that was published in November 2020. In March 21, the UK Government published a further consultation entitled Regulating Healthcare Professionals, Protecting the Public. This document sets out proposed reforms to the regulatory bodies legislation in 4 key areas: governance and the operating framework, education and training, registration and fitness to practice. It also committed the UK Government to consult on the criteria to consider in deciding whether health and care professionals should be regulated in the UK. The powers in respect of the regulation of healthcare professionals now being pursued in the Health and Care Bill form a part of this broader reform programme, and the Government, with the full engagement and support of the devolved administrations, is committed to bringing forward the reform of the regulatory framework for the health and care professionals provided on a UK-wide basis. The first priority is intended to be updating the legislation governing the General Medical Council and to widen the healthcare professions currently regulated by that body, because it's currently limited to doctors, and that will include physician associates and anaesthetist associates. Given the UK-wide reach of the National Health Service and the movement of many healthcare professions across the various healthcare administrations for education or training or to deliver care, it is vital that Northern Ireland is fully included in the reform process to reform the regulation of healthcare professionals across the UK. Mr Speaker, I hope that members will support these additional provisions of the Health and Care Bill, as ultimately these amendments seek to improve patient safety, and I would ask members to support the motion here today.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Colm Gillernew, Chairperson of the Health Committee.
In relation to this final LCM on the regulation of healthcare and associated professions, the powers sought in the bill seeks to implement a wider reform programme, creating a more flexible regulatory framework for healthcare professionals. The Department has outlined that it is essential that these provisions extend here to the north of Ireland, as divergence may disrupt the movement of regulated healthcare professionals in and out of the north. The provisions widen the scope of Section 60 of the Health Act 1999 and allows the British Secretary of State to make changes such as the closure of a regulator, take professions out of regulation where this is no longer required for the purpose of the protection of the public, and provides for the future expansion of the use of Section 60 to include senior NHS managers and leaders. During the briefing, the committee sought assurances on the use of these powers by the Secretary of State on regulators here in the north. The committee were assured that any use of this power that would affect local regulators, such as the Pharmaceutical Society, for example, would require a new legislative consent motion to be agreed by the Assembly. And I would like to welcome, Minister, your direct addressing of that issue here today in your remarks. The committee also sought further information on the power to extend Section 60 to include senior NHS managers. I would like to thank the committee for the work that was carried out in relation to these LCMs, and also to the Department and officials in terms of working with the committee in relation to them. The committee was content with this LCM.
Thank you, Gora Margaret, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome this legislative consent motion before the House today. I understand that the regulation of healthcare professionals is a devolved matter. I also understand that the intention of our own devolved Department of Health is to work on a four-country basis regarding healthcare professional regulatory matters, reflecting the reality that the vast majority of regulation is performed by bodies which operate on a UK-wide basis, which of course ensures a consistent approach across wider NHS. Mr Speaker, this third legislative consent motion before the House today from the Health and Social Care Bill provisions is again entirely sensible, and I commend it to members. Better regulation, be that in healthcare or indeed in any other public service, should be the goal of all members of this legislative assembly. The provisions of this bill are very much focused to this end, and I welcome the fact that the Government of Westminster has made this a focus of the Health and Social Care Bill. The movement of healthcare professionals across the United Kingdom is vital to safe and effective delivery of healthcare, and we have seen this throughout the pandemic, Mr Speaker. Here in Northern Ireland, we have benefited greatly from the services provided by Army medics. Without them, our response to COVID-19 and the rollout of our vaccine programme in those vital early days would not have been as effective. We simply cannot afford to be without that regulatory framework that would stop such benefit coming to Northern Ireland in the future. Likewise, in specialist services across our healthcare system, in terms of regulation, we see the positive impact of practitioners from elsewhere in the UK, and how those from here too can bring their skills and knowledge to mainland UK. I welcome that the powers sought in the bill seek to implement a wider reform programme, creating more flexible and proportionate regulatory framework for healthcare professionals, and that the proposals seek to achieve more responsible and accountable regulation. Mr Speaker, this is sensible. This is to provide more efficient and more flexible regulation. It is a good thing, and we as a party support this legislative consent motion before the House today. Just my final word is of thanks to the health officials for their very good work that they have done and their patience at committee, and for all their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. This final consent motion today is concerned with the regulation of healthcare professionals. The legislation being proposed would seek to achieve a more responsive and accountable regulation of professionals. And while the North currently remains part of the United Kingdom, such regulation is necessary to ensure the smooth movement of regulated healthcare professionals across the UK. Mr Speaker, we saw it and heard how the Executive was briefed on these consent motions with the approval sought by the Health Minister. In conclusion, I believe it is a positive step that the health service in England is driving forward such much-needed reform, something that has been lacking here for all too long. While I remain supportive of this consent motion, I entirely agree with the committee and committee colleagues that assurances on the use of Section 60 by the Secretary of State when it comes to winding regulators based here in the North. However, I welcome that in such an instance as this, when there is a direct impact on the North, a new legislative consent motion must be granted. Such involvement from the Assembly only underscores the importance of our institutions and having transparency at the heart of government. While I look forward to the day when this place begins moving on legislation to address our health crisis, for the time being I am content to support the motions before us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker, I've made my comments in the last speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. And on that basis then I'll call the Minister then to wind the debate and respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank members who have contributed to the debate. And in regards to the issue raised by the Chair in regards to the assurances sought, I will point out that the legislation that regulates the Pharmaceutical Society of Northern Ireland is covered by the legislation in the body of the Pharmacy Order Northern Ireland 1976, and that falls to the Northern Ireland Assembly, and that's why they set outside this motion. And again, I thank the Vice Chair for her comments in regards to the support of the work done by my committee officials in bringing forward this work. And Mr Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity once again to thank the Health Committee in taking the time to examine the legislative consent memorandum and for their helpful and positive engagement with my department's officials on this matter. And again, I appreciate the committee's work and their patience, their understanding and their cooperation, along with the support of my executive colleagues. I know that some members again would agree with me that that view in regards to where Assembly authority should lie. However, I do consider that again in these areas, the regulation of healthcare professions that extend across the entirety of the UK, it is appropriate for public safety and the effectiveness of proposed future reform that legislation should be taken forward through Westminster. And Mr Speaker, I commend the last of these 3 LCMs to the House.
Thank you, Minister, for that and all the members contributing to the 3 LCMs. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item of business is the introduction of the Employment 0 Hours Workers and Banded Weekly Working Hours Bill, and I call Ms Gemma Dolan to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Employment 0 Hours Workers and Banded Weekly Working Hours Bill.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to make provision in respect of 0 hours workers and banded weekly working hours.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Congratulations. Members, item 6 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.